And so the final round of the championship sets itself into motion. These French streets have seen so much, have seen history set itself onto a pedestal in a way far beyond any other place in the world of endurance. It's the premier home of it, and this Circuit des 24 Heures du Mans is going to be where the challenge now aligns for many and every opportunity that sits itself. Welcome to the final round of the SIMGEAR Endurance Series, as 100 laps is left between what stands between victory and defeat for 4 championship categories to be crowned here today. I'm Jake Sperry. John Harris is alongside with me for this one. John, this is going to be an incredible run to the end, knowing that this is the longest and most brutal run to the end of the season.
Yeah, for sure. What a track to end off on. It's incredible high speed, lots of chicanes, lots of places where it can go wrong, and lots of grass as well on this one to catch you out if there's rain, which it does appear, looking at the map, there could be toward the second half of the race. So if there was ever an event to test anybody, it would be this one.
Well, I look at the map and there is a big chance of rain in about an hour and 15 minutes. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But Francesco Iliano and Absolute Motorsport Acelith did get the best times on the board out there, and they'll be very happy with the efforts that they put together. So they will line up on the leading category with Mono Competition Pro-Am, followed by the championship contending Mono Competition TS Simshop.de 11 and Sorrento Motorsports GTP in 4th. Now, interestingly, because only one team set a time in their qualifying and they qualified it behind, it will mean that the LMP2s will actually be behind the GT3s on this run forward. So Negative Delta by Madness leads Maniti Racing Black, Team Racing Point, and Negative Delta by SimGear.it. And Gnosis follows then Absolute Motorsport Acelith GT3 with Sorrento Motorsports GT3 and R&R Motorsports. It's then Negative Delta SRT in the Pro-Am, in the AM category, with Off-Track Racing MDM and Off-Track Racing KPS making up the field, leaving Team Endurotech to start ahead of Perabit, another Endurotech team with Ian Reimersma then as set, and then Matt Gatter for Gassed Up Motorsports Proto. They're the 119s at the back of the field and getting themselves set for running action here around Le Mans. So it's going to be an awkward start here for the various categories. The one things that we do know in terms of the easy championships to decide, John, is the fact that GT3 Pro and LMP2 is just a case for Perabit and Maniti Racing Black. They've got to make 75% race distance of their class leader to be crowned as champions.
Yeah, indeed, it gives them a little bit of margin for error, and but that means you can take your eye off the ball sometimes as well. It's really in the GTP class that it's ever so close. 4 points at the top of the standings. Absolute Motorsport Acelith leading, but Mono Competition TS Simshop.de are 4 points behind. That means essentially if they finish first and second, it's whoever is ahead.
Yeah, and so the difference will be whoever's ahead between Absolute Motorsport Acelith and Mono Competition number 11 will take the title away with the numbers that they've got. Top 2 is what's required for R&R Motorsports in the GT3 AM category over Negative Delta SRT and Off-Track Racing MDM. That will give them the absolute confirmation. The tricolor has already gone through in the sky by the French Air Force. So now as this sets itself ready for running action, they know it's 100 laps. We play to the lap counter here today. We know how tough of a battle it will be because the green flag drops and Francesco Iliano gets ourselves away. Tobias Pashko immediately outclassed by Dylan Bittman, who gets the jump, and a lovely jump at that, up into second, and notes that today the role is very simple. Just give yourself as much as you can. Now it's the turn of the LMP2s, who have been allowed to jump ahead of the class in front as they now set themselves off with Jake Smith driving for Team Endurotech, and now it's the turn of the GT3s being led away by Johan Neshev at Negative Delta by Madness.
Negative Delta's got a huge lead there going into turn 1. Easy jump for them, and just timing it perfectly correct, and definitely Team Racing Point will need a little bit of a helping hand to fight with Maniti, but Negative Delta, as you said previously, will need that helping hand. So them being ahead already just gives them that fighting chance. A good start for all of the GT3s throughout this first couple of corners. No incidents that I could see. So that is what you want at the start of a very long race. You've got to settle into this one.
And one thing we do note from qualifying is that there will be a drive-through penalty assessed for the number 33 Sorrento Motorsports GTP, and that is because of the fact that they took a tow in qualifying. Our focus, though, in that GT3 category, as one car's going to go straight on, is Gassed Up Motorsports Proto at the first chicane. Alessandro Porter here for Absolute Motorsport Acelid, trying to push the Negative Delta by SimGear.it, car of Gabriel Ivanov. Forward then, that Aston Martin getting a little bit of a helping hand along the first of the 3 Mulsanne straights on here as they get broken up by firstly the Daytona chicane and then secondly the Michelin chicane upcoming.
Yeah, very difficult chicanes, lots of heavy braking, trail braking, absolutely mandatory, but those curbs on the inside of the corners really can catch you out, and if you start bouncing, especially in the GT3 class, it can catch you really just spinning out effectively into the barriers. There's little runoff area as well, so you can see the Lamborghini's really, really good. Absolute Motorsport Acelith up the insides there of the Negative Delta car should get the pass done for P4 in class. Maniti going nearly all the way to the grass, so they're taking the absolute most of the lines. But also, it must be said, possibly the tyre's not up to peak temperature at the moment, and I can confirm the Absolute Motorsport car into P4 there. Negative Delta, not much to show for it right now.
Look at that bump draft by Gabriele Rossone. I think it's really clear off the start of this race. He wants to build a gap over James Armstrong. He wants to try and break away in the early phases of this race. He knows how critical it will be as we take a look at the GT3 255 then out there, who I think has got itself their Sorrento Motorsports GT3 a little bit further back with Bruno Carrera, and this is a spin coming off of the Michelin chicane. Cold tyres, first lap, very easily done, and you see it here, just gets over the crest there of the road, the crown in the road, and the car just unsettles and unloads into the barriers on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's a really tricky one there. I already mentioned the curb, so I'm not going to go over that again, but it's also rejoining the main track. So the main straight is actually used as a public road, so the grip is different. The amount of natural rubber down on the road is also different, and so when you go onto the chicane, you've got either much less or much more grip depending on the conditions, and so when you're already bouncing like they were, you just end up swapping ends, and that's nothing you can do about it, really. Just a bit too aggressive, not using traction control, and I must say, Genesis under pressure by R&R Motorsports right now, and that might be just some a rivalry, just trying to fight at the get-go of this race. As a lot of people tapping the barriers as well, just a little bit of trading paint, quite literally. You don't want to start doing that too much.
No, you really don't, and you know you're in this one for the long haul as far as lap and count is, as there is the GTP of Tom Ballantyne here looking to try and get by the Mono Competition Pro-Am. Ultimately, it's not going to mean very much in the long context of this race, with the penalty that Sorrento are due to pick up, but I would say that it sets itself into play. Lights, though, versus no lights in these conditions. It's expected to get foggy before it is going to go out there and get, I would say, night, or well, worse in terms of the rain that is scheduled on the horizon. So this, by every stretch of the imagination, is a finding out stage, and you're almost trying to set your watch knowing that the radar is showing there is rain on the horizon, but not actually on the radar itself, just on the scheduled weather. You're probably sitting down and going, yeah, I would quite like to understand when I'm going to find rain, and can I set my strategy and my watch to it?
Yeah, indeed, and it's a bit of the paradox, isn't it, that you want to build a gap at the start of an endurance race, but the funny thing is right now is that if you've got pace in the dry and you don't have pace in the wet, you've kind of sort of negated any advantage that you could take. So you want to settle into this one. I think a lot of drivers are doing that, although Negative Delta SRT are definitely not doing that, fighting with R&R and Team Enesis right there. So they will have a little bit of a bump draft. As you can see, R&R getting bunched out right there, just trying to find any space whatsoever. And Enesis really late on the brakes into the first chicane. Too late on the brakes, almost nearly eating the barrier there through Daytona on the entry and indeed on the exit. So that will set up Negative Delta, the Mercedes in the middle there for great speed here onto the second part of the Uno Dier straight. R&R nothing to do about it right now, and they are once again bump drafting.
Yep, and they're having to because of this scrap between them and Koshev, because this is for the GT3 AM lead, as now I think you're going to have a Kites Larabati as maybe the driver who's going to have to worry about it, and he gets a door in the side from Ivan Boromechkov, who outbroke himself into the corner. He runs wide over the exit, and that is going to hurt time out there. And Gnosis have a slowdown penalty that they need to serve, but this is where Roshdi Koshev can go and get the move back as he runs along this third and final part of the Mulsanne over to Mulsanne corner. Slowdown clears them both with the old end-or brake maneuver. Koshev trying to get it around the outside of the second part of Mulsanne, and they'll fight all the way along to Indianapolis corner. But I've just had some word that Maniti have fallen back to fifth. The reason why is a cable issue out there, a steering cable issue for James Armstrong. So he's had to slow down, take the time to get that moved out of the way so that he can just basically run back again at full speed, as it's still side by side on the run up.
Yeah, the side draft in full effect there, and once you get just side by side with the car, you can't really get some overspeed, and R&R just forced out wide there. They're forced to give up the position to Negative Delta there, and Enesis don't really want to be involved in this fight. It's a different car class, or a same car, but a different championship that they are in, so really they want to either get ahead of these two or just leave them at it, to be honest, if I were them. But for Maniti, that's actually a interesting recovery, and I must say a great recovery. Still fifth place, even dealing with an issue. So whoever that is that's dealt with that issue, very, very well rehearsed. Obviously something that has happened before. They know exactly what to do to fix it, and so they are still in the race. Enesis all over the track right now and nearly stuffing it into the barriers. In fact, definitely stuffing it into the barrier over bridge.
Yeah, as you've got to be careful. It's Rosti's corner out there, so to speak, John, because that was the Porsche curves.
Indeed, through the Porsche curves. The funny names for all of these. They do have individual names, but hardly anybody knows them, to be fair. The Porsche curves really catching everyone out, and R&R just forcing Negative Delta once again to the inside.
Wide.
Oh, yeah, they've just missed their braking point, and that's Enesis in the firing line once again. They'll be just thinking, please, 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 just keep us out of this. So R&R still facing the right way, but they've lost a good 5 car lengths.
Well, they now know they've got to try and gather this all back up, but it's okay. It's manageable for their championship here. The threat will be if Milen Milchev gets through in the 3.73 for off-track racing MDM. That's what they are eyeing up then in this race, and it is very early stages, not even 10 minutes in through at this moment in time. So there is still a long ways worth of running to try and decide who is going to end up with what. Absolute Motorsport Asilith currently with an 0.8 of a second margin over their nearest rivals behind, with mono competition TSSimshop.de. So they are pretty much set. The only thing that we can say is Parabit's a mile away. They're already 10 seconds down the road.
Yeah, Parabit continuing on where they left off the entire season, to be fair. They just found some pace in that LMP2, and they've never relinquished it right from the start of the season. So we're about to have a replay. Gassed Up Motorsports over the final 2 chicanes here. The 4th chicane coming up. What's going to happen here? Hopefully not onto the grass, but it's always tricky in the LMP2. Not much suspension travel, so if you clout the curbs a little bit too much, and it's just they've locked up going in there. They've gone way too wide, missed the braking zone, and they have looped it all the way around over the curb. Got it stopped though, so not into the barrier. Harm done in terms of time lost, but they're still in it.
Johan Eshev then with Gabriele Rossone. They understand the goal and importance of today's running between the pair of them as a team goes. It is very much a case of Racing Point are pushing them every single stage of the way, and that Negative Delta by Madness car out there, John, really important. 6 points between them in the championship. If it were to finish as it were right now, they would be tied on points at the end of the season, both understanding that they would have a win each, and a second place would go, of course, right now to Team Racing Point. But on the countback of 2 seconds to 1, Racing Point would have it. So they are managing second in the championship and hoping for Malaysia Maniti. So pushing right now is a really good strategy.
Yeah, I was about to say they're guaranteed pushing right now for the victory and just hoping that Maniti have some foul luck toward the end of this race. So it's just a case of, Racing Point were going in deep to that corner then. I think they got it stopped, but it was going to be close. Now, this is the interesting one. For the Pro Am car of Mono, they really need to keep themselves in the battle here in the GTP because they can be a useful ally to their Monaco competition TSSimshop.de car, the car in second place there, as you can see right now on screen, because effectively you can split the strategy, you can hold up the Absolute Motorsport car and just play all sorts of shenanigans, just trying to force them into difficulty. And when you've got teammates like that, it's just another card to play. As Endurotech in the pits serving
That's
a
early.
penalty.
That's
Is it a penalty? No, it's early.
That is a scheduled stop out there. So there is no understanding except we are going to come in, we are going to get service. There is no real understanding except that they do have some damage on the front by the looks of it, that maybe they've picked up and clouted somewhere. But for the time being, I think this is a case of can we get ourselves out and going and create an alternative stop. So I'm looking around. It's the front left that is exposed. So I'm wondering where they've had a hit on the barriers. And the answer is Porsche Curbs. They have gone into that safer barrier at a rate of knock.
Yeah, they've also come back out of the pits now with damage showing on the front as far as I can see. So they've gone for some sort of minimal repair just to try and keep the time down. So it's very, very unfortunate because obviously the Porsche Curves, if you've driven them, they go slightly uphill at the start. And so you can really easily understeer into the barrier on the second turn, which is a big, long left-hander. And it's so easy to just try and keep the throttle in. And then you just have no grip on the front end if the tires are not heating up. I'll tell you what, on the competition, putting Absolute Motorsport under pressure here right now. The Porsche versus Ferrari will be an interesting one to see play out, depending on which car has the better pace, which car has the better fuel usage. We're going to have to wait and see how that pans out. Meanwhile, the battle continues with Negative Delta and Team Racing Point.
Yeah, so for Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it, this is all about just trying to manage the expectations at this moment. They find themselves in third and fourth places, just getting through the laps, trying to tick them over one at a time and see, can I go and gain that back? So with Gabriel Ivanov happy then in the Aston Martin. I tell you what, it is very difficult to balance a performance here for this circuit because I think the Le Mans drives like nowhere else out there on the motorsport calendar. It's, imagine a bumpy, fast circuit where it is just either stop-start as you go or the speeds are just unbelievable. I think this is truly one of the fastest circuits that you'll see out there for a very, very long time. And again, very much like we see at various other circuits in the world, they won't make a circuit like this one in the modern day.
No, for sure, and it's one of those old school tracks that is derived from just roads that were pre-existing, that were used by everybody, and it's been modified over the years for safety, for better spectator viewing, and just to make the layout easier to install every year. But effectively, it is a straight line course. It's got a lot of long straights, Unodier being the fastest and longest one before they installed the chicanes. And you've only got the Porsche Curves and Sector 1, where there's any sort of high-speed turns that aren't 90-degree corners. So looking to balance a performance, really, you have to do a lot in terms of weight penalty or other penalties to penalise a car that is just plain faster on the straight. So I second that for sure, that it's so difficult to get the balance of performance right. And so if you have a performance straight line advantage, it will be useful. R&R Motorsport using the slipstream usefully to get ahead of Negative Delta into Indianapolis. Well done. Sure, the door slammed shut there. And Negative Delta getting a bit loose there on the approach as well.
Well, they have to be careful doing negative delta because they're also under investigation for clearing a slowdown penalty on the racing line. So they will also have that to note as they go by. The R&R aren't too happy about it as Francesco Iliano has to look from behind as Dylan Bittman slowly closes down that gap and keeps in range that mono combo, that Absolute Motorsport Acelith number 18 Porsche that is holding its ground, doing a really sensible job in the early stages. Now, we go back to what happened last time out at Daytona, John, and it was fireworks between them. There was a lot of unhappiness out there with the number 2 team out there and the 3 teams of mono that came out there to race. And I think Absolute Motorsport Acelith thought their championship was over. They thought they were really frustrated. Then the 11 team put it in the wall after the restart. And basically, it's a case of winner takes all here tonight over at Le Mans. So I think the understanding is that, you know, that Absolute Motorsport Acelith team wears their hearts on their sleeves and say exactly what they are feeling in the moment. But mono competition, no, they really let a great opportunity pass them by at Daytona.
Yeah, they certainly did. And I think we're about to see that approach to Indianapolis once again. Just the overtake there by R&R Motorsport. They got it done even before the turn. And I think it caught out negative delta by the door being slammed shut. And then the wake of the car just unsettling the front as they approached. They had a little bit of a wiggle, just as we see here. Just the rear end complaining a little bit. It looks actually better on the slow-mo, to be fair. It looked a bit more dynamic on the just the live view. But yeah, definitely going back to last time out. I mean, everybody made a mistake that last race, whether it was pressured onto them, like mono pressured Absolute Motorsport Acelith into a mistake, and there was a little bit of argy-bargy going on as well with Sorrento at some parts during the race. But mono had everything in their hands, and it just went out of their hands, didn't it?
That's a slowdown by Rosti Koshev, who has overcooked it somewhere out there in the early stages of the lap, and so has to give the spot back to Ivan Boromechkov to move through and take the place away. So once again, the chop and change in GT3 AM is making itself very well known at the get-go of this race, and there will be still a long way to go and get back and say, right, this is exactly what I want, what I need, and what I am going to get from all of the running that sets itself off into play. So you can see there the windscreen wipers going here for Ivan Boromechkov. Now, if you look at that and see it on paper, you think it's rain. Gassed Up Motorsports Proto have just gone for a little half slide down at Mulsanne Corner. But as you sit, you're trying to eye up when the rain is going to strike, when it is going to hit right now, and we're expecting it to be about an hour away. I don't see anything on the radar though, so for the moment, I don't think we're getting that arriving anytime soon. When it arrives on the radar, we will have the sense that the threatening rain might just be there. In sim time, by the way, is 20 past 10 in the morning, which will mean this track will get hotter as it goes about, as Dylan Bittman has to fight the steering wheel a little bit there, working through the first of the chicanes out there, sorry, the second of the chicanes out there on circuit. So really having to do a lot of work to get that through as we watch Matt Gatter's issue going into Mulsanne Corner. But the key will be you race till you see the rain, and then you have to race in rain.
Indeed, yeah, you've just got to keep yourself calm and confident. You don't want to be losing any sort of losing the car like this. Gassed Up Motorsports going for a little bit of a spin there, and I'd suggest there's maybe a little bit of an issue because the steering was still turning into the corner. So perhaps maybe a sim wheel issue there, right there, because it looked as if they had some sort of delay going on, which is not great. I think everybody will admit, but definitely they want to run it toward the rain and hopefully find out what their pace is like. If you lose confidence as a driver approaching the rain, you can lose tens of seconds once it starts raining because you just back off, you lift off, whereas in the rain, and unless there's a wet line on track, you want to just keep attacking, keep the tire temperatures high, and just go for it effectively as the grass getting collected by the Mercedes, the negative delta ahead, and that was a little bit wild there on the end of the Porsche curves.
Yes, and so for Koshev here, who sits currently in that second position behind Ivan Boromechkov, They are going to be keeping out an eye on how this is all going to set itself about. A warning has been given to that negative delta SRT 383, and it is a first warning out there for serving the slowdown on the racing line. You have to get off the racing line to serve it. The stewards understand that you can't be cheeky, you can't block when you do it. It's not safe if you're trying to deal with that in the regard of how it is. Now, I also note here negative delta by Madness and also Team Racing Point. They've actually passed that gassed up motorsports prototype that's really struggling out there. And so when you've got GT3s going by LMP2s, the one issue you've got around here is the LMP2's got it in a straight line. They'll just get the pass back.
Yeah, indeed, it can mess up your race, but it could also give you a useful slipstream if they're getting back past. I think the most concern is for the GT.
The back. Neshev's just run up the back of the gassed up motorsports prototype that has now gone around. So ultimately, if you can't carry any corner speed out there, you're just going to get run over. And I think there's no confidence in Matt Gatter here.
I was just about to say, would you know, that the danger is actually the closing speed. If the driver has an issue and they brake early for the corner, that can be a danger. It's happened even before I was able to say it, so that is very bad news for them, that's for sure. And hopefully we'll get a replay to see exactly what happened. But effectively, if you're not on it and there's some sort of issue, you've got to get it back to the pit somehow. But until then, you're a sitting duck, and you have no way of telling drivers around you effectively, hey, I've got a problem. I need to just get out of the way of you. Just don't fight it too much, effectively.
Well, Matt's got to do it on his own until his driver comes along to help him, and I think that's where he's struggling here. Just cannot find any run of consistency, and if that's how much he's struggling in the dry, I fear for everyone how much he will struggle in the rain. So we'll take a little look. This is going by initially to go and get the clearance. So the pass itself is fine here along the Mulsanne. It's going into that first chicane, though, the Daytona chicane, which I think is the critical moment as they set themselves up, because here they go on the brakes. Gatter just has no confidence in the car, so slows it right down, only uses mechanical grip through the corner. Neshev just carries a bunch more speed and ultimately runs up the back, not expecting to see an LMP2 that slow.
Yeah, that was very, very slow into there. I mean, you can't fault them for just going slowly if there's a problem, but that is always going to happen. And the issue there, literally, as you said, the LMP2 is designed to use the downforce, and if you only use mechanical grip, paradoxically, the LMP2 doesn't have much grip whatsoever because it's run on such a stiff setup. So the GT3s on mechanical grip will probably actually be better than the LMP2 a little bit, and that means that if you're running behind them, you have to lift off as well, which can create just chaos and catastrophe there as well. So hopefully not much damage to the front of that Mercedes, but yeah, not the ideal start that they wanted.
No, they still have the race lead, but critically, I do note that a tiny bit of the right side of the bonnet is showing a little bit of a gap, and the front right tyre is slightly exposed for Johan Neshev here. So that is going to affect, critically, fuel mileage, and that's one of the big keys of winning a race here around Le Mans of any length if you've got pit stops. Mileage, because this is a very long racetrack. It is an 8.5 mile behemoth, so as far as it sets, you know you've got to save 8.5 miles of fuel. That's never as easy as said done.
Yeah, there's a reason why in the 70s every car was covered by tape, just covering up all of the little conduits of air or anything that was just bodywork related, creating a ripple effect in the air. You wanted straight line speed, you wanted absolute aerodynamics. That remains the same today, even though the rules have been tightened on there, and Mono really getting stuck in there. Car number 11 just not wanting to lose any time and speed compared to the Absolute Motorsport Acelith car. Absolute Motorsport Acelith getting a little bit of a lead there, maybe 1 second gain, just catching them through Dunlop. So very, very good for Absolute Motorsport Acelith, and just Mono had to get stuck in and try and get the overtake done. Thankfully, no harm done, but it was very aggressive manoeuvres.
Well, had to get around the GT3 effort of Absolute Motorsport Ace-Lift, which really showed how tough it is. And look at the fog that has rolled in this morning, and it does mean that conditions are getting tougher and tougher out there to hit your marks and drive. Alessandro Porta fending Gabriel Ivanov, fending James Armstrong, and I think James will realise here, a group of 3 like this along the Mulsanne, very tough to navigate. And note as well how it's middle of the road right now for Alessandro Porta, because he is getting the best of the knife edge grip out there, as now here comes the Mono Pro-Am car that moves through and there's contact into the corner. Armstrong's going to get alongside now for Gabriel Ivanov, and Ivanov just drives it out a little bit wider and says, nah, you're not getting around the outside like that. You'll have to try again another day.
Yeah, indeed, and you can sense the championship there. You know, Miniti, just I think the orders there would be, if you sense a maneuver, try and go for it, but if they're resisting, just sit back and watch it happen. You could see that Armstrong was backing out of it a little bit there on the final position of the overtake. So, yeah, Negative Delta just doing everything they can to just slam the door shut. They've managed to do it so far. And I must admit, that fog is really setting in at the moment. Of course, this circuit is quite literally in the middle of a forest, literally surrounded by forest everywhere. And so that capacity to retain humidity and to have these sort of like microclimate conditions really throws a spanner in the works every single time we have a race around here. And quite frankly, as a driver, it means also you get more tired quicker as well, because you're having to spot the braking zone, you're having to pay attention for any details in the distance. And that, hang on a minute, that I think is the LMP2 off once again. Is that gassed up motorsports? I hope not, but that is an LMP2 in the wall.
That is gassed up motorsports, and that is an Indianapolis corner, and how quickly it can go wrong. He has just tried to turn in for the corner, and the car has just said, no, you haven't slowed it up enough for me to hit the marks. It's a very difficult banked corner left out there as you try and work through. So here you go, hits the brakes, trying to get it turned. It just doesn't turn out there. It just decides it's not going to do anything. If you can argue too much here, he was a little bit too gassed up with it.
It's a very good pun. I will give that a 10 out of 10. I'm just looking as well at the replay there, and it looked like they had some sparks come up just as they started braking. So whether they had a little bit of a brake problem from a previous incident or something like that, but it just didn't look like the car was braking at all, and so into the barrier they went. So very unfortunate. They've got a huge amount of damage, and I'll tell you what, Maniti now on a charge back up to P3. They've done 2 overtakes while we were watching that replay, and all of a sudden they are back putting pressure on everyone else.
Team Endurotech are 2 stops to naught right now with Parabit. They're over 2 minutes behind, and that time it's for a driver change. So Andrei Matejashek is going to get in behind the wheel of the slightly limping Endurotech 130, and they need a miracle at this point to stop Parabit getting what they want. They have been the nearest challengers this season, but I would say in terms of the challenge today so far, instead of it being a roaring success, this has been a bit of a whimper before even a drop of rain has come.
Yeah, look at the amount of steering they're having to put in. Just the car has no traction whatsoever. I know they've just come out of the pits, but you'd at least expect it to be glued to the circuit on the high-speed corners. Anything but at the moment. So straight line speed is good. You can see them catching the GT3s, but when you compare that probably to Parabit, it will look like a different car class at the moment. Parabit just demonstrating that consistency. We're about to see on the brakes, just no confidence to go in there. You should see the LMP2s out-braking the GT3s ever so slightly, but it's not happening today. Maybe the tyres not coming in to the right temperature just because of track conditions.
Well, I would note those track conditions as being quite cold at the moment, and it will only get colder when the rain comes. And I will note, John, I see a slither of blue in the top left corner of my radar screen, and that would indicate to me that first rain is going to hit the pit straight first.
You know, I was looking at that and I was thinking, if I don't look at it, it's not there. But yes, now that you've pointed out, I can't ignore it anymore. And that is quite concerning, because effectively, your chance to pit obviously is on the pit straight, and if the rest of the circuit is dry, you kind of just have to tiptoe through sector 1, because on the straights you will burn up a set of wet weather tires. You don't want to pit for those too early because you wear the tread out. So on such a large circuit, that is the type of racing that we see. If 2/3 of the track is dry, you can't pit for wet tires.
Yes, but here's the flip side of it. They know as well by looking at the radar, it is scheduled to only be, quote unquote, a shower. It's an absolute deluge. The heavens will open over the Pays de la Loire region here, John, but it's only expected for 45 minutes maximum. So it means that you are going to have to change your strategy up, but then you're going to have to immediately try and find the crossover between wet and dry. And when it's so humid out there, it's 98 degrees, we've got fog around out there. This track is not going to dry very quick at all.
No, not at all. And with the trees around, it just means that you've got that slight shaded patches as well on some parts of the circuit. It just all confides in. Oh, that was, I think, the Sorrento GTP just having a little bit of an argy-bargy with the negative Delta Mercedes there. So Sorrento really trying to not lose a lot of time. They've lost quite a bit in possibly a few mistakes in the opening parts of this race. They're trying to gain time back. Being aggressive with traffic, that's one way to do it, but this early into a race, surely not.
Well, Gabriele Rossone took the place away after what looks to me like a slowdown penalty going through the Dunlop chicane and to what is still the Dunlop Bridge here in iRacing, but will be now known as the Goodyear Bridge moving forward. So that then has seen the change of positions. Here is Alessandro Porta for Absolute Motorsport Acelith, because they now sit in 5th position here behind Gabriel Ivanov. James Armstrong has worked the Maniti Racing 278 straight through and has basically said, right, clean air is my best friend today.
Yeah, for sure. You really get a lot of understeer in these cars, especially through this first sector. You want a low downforce setup. As we talked about, straight line speed is the key to this circuit, and so any bit of setup tuning, any bit that you can find to get yourself an extra kilometer per hour on the straights is worth it, even if you have to tiptoe through the first sector and the last sector. So realistically, you want clean air just to have that lesser loss of downforce at the front, and you want to go for it and see what happens. The gap probably about 1.4 seconds, you start to really notice the dirty air from the car in front. So Maniti just pulling away from this duo right now, and that's what they'll want to do. They'll just want to make it difficult for everyone else. Worth noting as well that tyre wear is quite high because of the Porsche curves, so even though you're going a straight line most of the time, it can really catch you out. And you could see there the negative Delta Aston Martin just squirming on the rear tyres, just the tyres complaining everywhere at the moment.
Yeah, not really liking it out there, and part of that as well will be the fact that you have to trim out the car more than you'd want to. For the Porsche curves, for example, John, you want downforce. What do you want for this Mulsanne straight when you're spending 80% of the time at full throttle? You want a car that is slippery and quick.
Indeed, yeah, and the thing is also it changes the balance of the car. The most thing you can do for aerodynamic balance is remove rear wing if you want to go faster. That's the biggest thing. It's the most prominent thing on the GT3 car, and that means through the Porsche curves, you just start sliding on the rear axle, and there's nothing you can do about it. The more you try and fight it, the worse the tyre wear gets. So it's really a difficult balance for the drivers out there, and you see a lot of drivers just struggling with it, and the ones that are sort of, I'd say confident is the best word about it. The ones that are confident are just pulling away at the moment. Team Racing Point in first place, GT3 Pro at the moment, 2 seconds gap, and they are pulling away every single lap at the moment. Absolute Motorsport Acelith as well, the GTP class, pulling a bit of a gap as well, the tune of 0.2 of a second last lap.
Yeah, so the gap's starting to slowly creep open, but Gabriel Ivanov here sat on the back and trying to work out, right, how do I go and get this move? How do I get back by Alessandro Porta? Will be a little bit more comfy sitting behind the Lamborghini that has pulled a very nice line out of there at the moment. Goes the long way around Arnott. What? How many people try the outside of Arnott? That's like an impossible move.
Well, it looked vaguely possible for a split second, I'll say that much. That was confidence right there, just on the brakes. I think just recognizing that possibly the car in front was just a little bit slow on the last lap. And so Absolute Motorsport Ace Elite will be looking at that one thinking, right, we need to get our skates on into Indianapolis so as to not have that happen again. And you can really see the Lamborghini struggling at the moment through the corners. It's on the straights right now that the Lamborghini has an advantage. I tell you what, they could go all the way around the outside. No way, surely not. You can't do that into Corvette corner right now. They
Yes,
have.
you
They've
can.
got the inside. They've done it. Incredible. I've never seen that before from a GT3.
It defies belief sometimes, a pass like that. Gabriel Ivanov has pulled off, I would argue, pass of the season.
Definitely, I've got goosebumps, quite literally, from that move. That was absolutely incredible from Ivanov. That just caught us by surprise. I thought he was just sticking behind. Then a little bit of a twitch from the Lamborghini, and that was all he needed to go, I'm going for this one. And the response right now is to just try and close in. The Lamborghini sort of dancing right there. The balance and the suspension not working very well at the moment, I'd say. And so now their goal is to chase down Maniti. 3.7 seconds, that gap could come down.
Yeah, so keep an eye on that gap as Rosti Koshev, though, remains steadfast on the back of negative Delta SRT in the race for the GT3 AM lead. They've pulled 10 seconds here off of Off-Track Racing MDM. Now, I'm going to turn to the flip side here, John. You might have a car that's set up very well as Perabit come in for their first stop of the race after just 36 minutes of running. You might have a car that's very, very good in the drive. What happens, though, when it rains? How do you set up and compromise a car in conditions like today that are intermittent to allow you good wet weather running?
Well, there's a lot of things that go into a wet weather setup. You change the pressures of the tyres, for example. You change the ride height. You want a little bit higher ride height just to stop aquaplaning and stop the bizarre effect you get sometimes from puddles just with the car washing around a little bit. But also you change the balance of the car. In most cases, drivers might think you want a super oversteery car, but in general, you want a balanced, slightly understeery car, just so you have that sort of security to not be constantly fighting the car and catching the car. So you might see a few of the cars that are understeering at the moment. They have their wet weather setup fully tuned in. They haven't gone for a compromise setup, and they are just waiting and hoping that it pays dividends. But the main problem really is just maintaining tire temperature in the wet weather conditions. You can have a great setup, but if you can't get those tires into the operating window, or if you overheat them, if it's a changeable conditions scenario, then you're in trouble nonetheless. So this is where an adaptable driver comes into just God tier.
It very much is, and we will get our eyes on it. Dennis Zimmer's pit stop then done and dusted, and off and away goes Perabit. Expect the GTPs next, and then it is going to be a long run out there. Race control informs all teams and drivers. Rain is expected to arrive during the session. I'm absolutely sure of that, and it's not going to be any old rain out there. It is going to be at least Category 2 band rain, which is green band on the radar, and potentially a deluge of Category 3 yellow band rain I'm seeing on the horizon.
That's mildly concerning is what I'll say. That is just conditions where you are in survival mode. So a lot of drivers, if they're not confident right now, their confidence will plummet, and we may see some mistakes creeping in as the teams inform them of the conditions that are to appear. The drivers were informed before the race that there was going to be rain, so it shouldn't catch them too much off guard. But if you've had a bad season up until this point, it's your chance for redemption, or it's just another nail in the coffin for the season, effectively. So here is where you make your mark, and here's where we'll see some drivers go for broke, I think.
Yeah, Mono Am have come in and made their stop, and actually it's going to make these pit stops really interesting, John, if you think about it, because if you know that you've got a scheduled time for rain, you're looking to try and get to a time where you can switch the tyres and put all the fuel you want into the car. I am not going to be shocked here if you see GTP go for a full stint, or if you even see some of the GT3s, when they get to their stop at just shy of an hour, I reckon they'll only put in maybe half a tank, maybe even a quarter of a tank just to get to the point where they can put wets on.
Such a gamble. I mean, it is the fastest race strategy, of course, but it's a gamble in that you really need to... R&R, by the way, lovely last chicane there to record them all onto the start-finish straight, just getting very close. Maybe not close enough for a move, but that will just put them under pressure into the S's of Sector 1, up to Dunlop here. Not close enough, but they're just sniffing the rear bumper, effectively, of the negative Delta Mercedes there and putting pressure. So going back to the strategy, the problem is really you've got to calculate not only when the rain happens, but when it becomes wet enough on track to swap tyres. And so if you fuel and only go for half a tank and then it just stays the intermediate conditions for another 2 laps and you have to pit, and then you put the tyres on either too early or you just have to do another stop and do 3 or 4 laps on the same set of tyres, you're losing time. So it's about that finesse of, I want the fastest race pace, but also I need to hedge my bets. And so we may see 2 cars like the mono competition cars do completely different strategies, hoping that one of them gets it right. And talking about that, both cars in the pits.
And it's a very fine line down through this pit entrance. You've got to make sure that you hit your marks perfectly as you weave about, you cross over the Bugatti circuit, and then you're down in on pit lane, and they'll have to trundle down to the final boxes around here to go and make their strategy sorted. We expect Sorrento to come in and make their service as well. They've had a drive-through penalty, so this shouldn't put them back in the race lead as they work through the Porsche curves then on what is their 12th lap around the track right now, and understanding the conditions, and still some more side-by-side to be had as Negative Delta go back behind R&R Motorsport, who get the pass sorted over to the Michelin chicane. This is a circuit that has had a lot of history, good and bad, and part of that history, John, of course, has been 1955 and the accident that killed 57 people along the front stretch here at Le Mans, which critically stopped Switzerland from going out there and racing. They banned racing out there and racing circuits up until 2 months from now.
Yeah, they have removed the ban on circuits. There was an exemption given to Formula E a few years ago so that they could race there. But yeah, all competitions banned apart from select hill climb events where famously Richard Hammond had an oopsie daisy, as they say. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of historic sort of motorsports that has been lost by Switzerland. So that'll be really interesting to see how they develop that. But also that incident kept Mercedes out of motorsports for a very long time indeed, most crucially out of Formula One. So this circuit has so much history behind it that I think when you drive on it, you sort of relish that history, but also respect it. You know this is a track that catches people out. You know that this is the one which everyone fears a little bit going into the difficult conditions. And I must say, looking at that weather radar right now, I'm not liking the look of that for the drivers. It's a bit more severe than I expected for this first band of rain.
Yeah, it's the length of it that I think is critical, and it is an all-or-nothing rain out there. It's not a percentage chance of rain. This is a fixed weather timeline that has been run. It's, right, we will have rain, and it is, we will have all of it or none of it, because, believe it or not, we'll go from 11:45 to 12:15 on the radar, going from absolutely buckets of rain to absolute bright, glorious sunshine within a place of half an hour. Now nose to tail. Here comes the move from Dylan Bittman here to the outside for mono competition, and now it will turn to inside into the Michelin chicane. That changes the championship outlook on that one pass.
Yeah, indeed, and it's one of those things that Mono has to put the pressure on Absolute Motorsport AC Lift. Basically, of these 2 cars, whoever is in first place will win if they are a line astern coming across that start-finish line at the end. So this is literally moves for the lead moves for the championship. They know what's up. They know that they have to put pressure on. And if anyone makes a mistake or is forced into a mistake, that could be championship right there. So Absolute Motorsport has to go for it as well and just say, okay, you got me on this one, but I am going to get you back. I'm still here. It's a 2-horse race for the moment, and I'm going to make it as difficult as possible to do anything or indeed get away.
All you got to do is stay there and hope the strategy is going to play out in the long haul. This is a circuit where you can stay close and pretty much stay close for laps on laps on laps on laps as you work through into Indianapolis. Arnage soon following. I did actually note something that I read earlier on. I don't know if I read it this morning or last night, but there's also the fact, if you want to talk Mercedes and the choice of them racing or not, that they would have been out of Formula One completely, depending on the incident in 1994 for Carl Wendlinger, which happened, I think, the race meeting after the fabled race meeting of 94 at Imola.
Yeah, it did. It was Monaco free practice that Wendlinger went into the barrier and had a very, very nasty accident. I think it kept him out of motorsports for a year, if I remember correctly on that information. And I did see the same article, if I remember correctly, yesterday, Jake. So, yeah, it's one of those events, you know, especially Sauber being affiliated with Mercedes at the time. It was kind of like, oh, no, it's happening again. So it was a dark year for motorsports, and thankfully for us, Mercedes did decide, well, it was just a freak accident, and we will go at it again. I think Mercedes, the bizarre thing about Mercedes in any form of racing is they always enter with an engine first, and then the car comes later. And so I think that makes it easier for them to sort of pick and choose which type of motorsports that they're doing. Think Formula E, for example, or indeed Formula One. They started with McLaren back in the 90s, and they just continued onwards from that. So this Le Mans, I must say, actually, is one of the best ways for a manufacturer to get back into motorsports, because it's got so many different categories and classes where you can just pick and choose and go, okay, I want to start small, or I want to go in all guns blazing, as Hyundai are doing with Genesis right now in the GTP category.
I think it's really great. And actually, just touching on that point, how cool was that Sauber C9?
Words cannot describe how cool that era of motorsports, but especially that car was. I mean, that was engineering to perfection. Lightweight chassis obviously wouldn't be allowed nowadays because it was something like 600 to 700 kilograms, which is way too light. You had so much horsepower, and of course, with the turbo spooling and all of that, you had all of that sort of raw racecraft, no power steering either. So for the drivers, it was clearly a workout, and I think, you know, that is just Mercedes to a T, isn't it? Engineering perfection paired with Sauber. What more can you do?
Exactly, and I've got it down here, 820 brake horsepower, 905 kilograms. So that's producing, what, 880 brake horsepower per ton, somewhere around 900?
Yeah, it's ludicrous. When you think Koenigsegg, for example, was famed for their one-to-one car, well, the race cars back in the 80s and 90s were already doing that easily. And I want to note as well, that 900 kilograms is just because of the FIA rules forcing them to add ballast to it. And it was the start of the era where they were taking safety a little bit more seriously, and so you couldn't run the cars at ludicrous like 500 or 600 kilograms with a space frame made out of cardboard like Lancia was doing sometimes. So yeah, it's one of those eras where you just look back and you think, wow. But then again, you look at this era and you think, how refined is this? You've got the GTP cars, the hypercars, that have, you know, hybrid recovery, battery deployment, various different ways to extend the fuel stint. And you think it's brute versus finesse if you look at the two eras.
Yeah, and as that's wide, and this will be a change for your GT3 lead, as Johan Nescheb will get the launch compared to Gabriele Rossone, and that will put negative delta back into control. Now here comes the switch back, because I'll take some side draft from your side draft out there as they head to Michelin. So that is a really telling little bit of switcheroo that goes on forward to that next section of road. You are getting the sense, though, that GT3 style racing is now possibly the most populous style of racing out there, and that the categories that go to GT3 style racing have never seen it better, and it are basically becoming, for so many car manufacturers out there, the absolute de facto go-to if you're wanting to still try and prove that your car's better than someone else's, and you want to try and sell product and go, this is why I want this style of car.
Yeah, there's so many reasons that I think that is the case. For example, the GT3 cars can race at practically any track. They don't need a grade A FIA track to race at. So you can enter them in the national championship. You can then go to Le Mans. You can then go to the European Le Mans series, for example, and race in that if you want. And you can take your car to various different events and compete even in the DTM if you want. And effectively, you can just have one car fits all solution. Going back to the manufacturers as well, having so many manufacturers, will we see an overtake here? I'm just pausing, negative delta looking, showing the nose, as they say, but they were a little bit too late on the brakes right there, and they've managed to give up a car length. That was, well, Team Racing Point would have been looking in the background there, thinking, that was a little bit too close for comfort for me. But talking about that, manufacturers, you've got so many manufacturers in there, so you can pick and choose your car depending on, what sponsorship you get, for example. But also, if you're a manufacturer, as you said, Jake, it's a great way of advertising, because the balance of performance means that even if you're in a Lamborghini, which is a decade old at this point, the design of the chassis and all of that, you can keep it competitive. And so it means that, effectively, if you're investing in a race car series where normally it's 2 to 3 years before it's obsolete and you have to redesign the car, here you can invest and get a long-term benefit from it. So I think GT3s are just showing everybody or every racing series the way to go effectively, and it shows because competitions like the WRC are thinking along the same lines of the rule set.
I'm looking here at Dennis Zimmer, and came out of the pit fair ways behind. Andre Matejšek has caught him back up, and now this would be a pass for the race lead between these two. So Perabit now will be looking to eye up this one to get it back. They had over 2 minutes at one point, and I think they got stuck on a pretty sizably long pit stop, which is why that they've put themselves back to the position that they are in. Here comes the runners, GT3 Pro. All GT3 Pros are down in on the lane, and they can only last 50 minutes as the pass is made. Then as they go through, Zimmer gets by Matejšek for position. A battle of pit crews, and this is a really awkward pit window that has come along, because they are about 20 minutes away from rain.
Yeah, I'm looking at the weather radar. I think it may even be a little bit sooner than that. That rain is closing in and closing in fast. It seems to be accelerating even a little bit as we get here. And that tiny gap there, so to visualize it, there was a huge band of rain just approaching in a line effectively. And there was a tiny gap in the middle where there was a little bit of sort of drizzle conditions. That has now closed up. That was meant to hit the circuit first. And it looks like it's just going to go from dry to heavy rain right from the get-go. So this is going to be one where we're going to have to, in the commentary box, look for any signs of rain for a start, but also for the drivers and teams, you have to start thinking about your strategy. You have to start mentally preparing yourself for everything to go wrong at the same time, effectively. And here we go with the GT3, so R&R Motorsport and basically everybody else in near enough at the same time. I definitely think, Jake, now you're quite right. They probably will be doing a half fuel stint here. It's quite safe to say that rain is looking pretty conclusive.
Okay, it's Ladder 80 representing the Basque region of Spain, which is the northern part of Spain. Out there, if you understand where Bilbao and San Sebastian is, it's that area of Spain which is fabled for a lot. But this is a battle not for first, but for second now in category here, John, because an 8-second shorter stop from Johan Neshev and negative delta by Madness. So they've gone for a half fill. It's a much bigger fill for Gabriele Rossone, as they have to now scrap with the other negative delta car of Gabriel Ivanov.
Yeah, that's a puzzling one. A negative delta gambling on the fact that the rain is going to hit really hard and that they can come into the pits. And all the other cars just thinking maybe there'll be a crossover period. Again, that Aston Martin is so good on the brakes. It's nearly rear-ending the Lamborghini every single time. So you've got to really pay attention into the braking zone. But Gabriel Ivanov, once again, demonstrating he wants positions and he's ready to pull off the maneuvers like we saw last time.
And those maneuvers are going to be critical here, and especially because you want track position heading in towards a rainy period, which we're about to get to now. And looking on that outside is going to have to take a good drive here around this Mulsanne corner. They've got the golf course to navigate by on the left-hand side as they run up then towards Indianapolis corner. And this is just such a lightning quick section of track, and everyone understands how quick you're going to have to be. The speed so fast along this circuit. They had to implement those chicanes, John, to slow them down. And even at that case, Mark Webber decided he wanted to go flying once or twice.
Yes, that's a great case of when aerodynamics don't aerodynamic, and it's very terrifying when the front of your car loses downforce. Thankfully, that was the sort of era where aerodynamics were coming into full effect, and we vaguely understood what was happening. A lot of ground effect used. If you want an answer as to why ground effect isn't used in much cases of motorsport, we've got limited ground effect with the GTPs in Le Mans class racing, but effectively in the 90s and the 80s, if you're looking at Formula One, ground effect wasn't understood, and so you'd get this porpoising like we had in Formula One a few years ago, but to an extreme level, where if you lost downforce at a certain point, you go spinning off the track, or in the case of Mark Webber, if you go over a crest and you lose the downforce, then you go up into the... No way, he's doing it again? Are you kidding me? For the second time, Ivanov really just trying to punch the Lamborghini out. It's another Lamborghini. They've done it round the outside. They're going to have the inside for the Ford chicane. I can't believe it. They've caught us off guard for the second time. It's going to be a drag race, last of the late breakers, but Lamborghini has to cede the position. There's no way you can fight that one. And for negative delta, they are reaching peak performance as the rain is about to arrive. Ivanov is riding a high right now.
I would turn around, I'd look at that, John, and I think that you're going to have to contact the track owners here, which is also the City of Le Mans as well, and say, can we please rename this corner to Gabriel Ivanov Corner? I'm sorry, Corvette, you're not allowed your corner name anymore.
Yeah, well, I'd agree. That is possibly the most outrageous... you know, we said it was impossible, so he had to go and do it again, naturally. You know, always listen to the commentator. A little bit of a wiggle there, though, through the S's of Sector 1. But definitely, there's just so much confidence in that Aston Martin. And obviously the driver is doing a lot as well. But just to pull it around the outside and have enough downforce, have enough grip. Look at the gap he's already pulled. And, well... Team Genesis as well, just pushing R&R Motorsports as well through the last sector. So obviously the Aston Martin running well in these conditions, but to pull off double of the maneuvers like that is something that I haven't seen in a long time, if ever, to be fair.
Yeah, so that's going to be really critical as they set themselves about, as that was your race leader going by, Dylan Bittman, who gets himself the clearance. Asalith now down a couple seconds here as they go side by side off the X. Oh, that was miscommunication between the Italians there. Andrea Casson, who was looking to try and get by, had the option of going for the middle and ultimately chose the hard shoulder.
Oh, that was nearly championship right there for Absolute Motorsport Asalith, just pushing the limits, trying to not lose any time and nearly ending up in the barrier. I can't believe that. I think that is just drivers having an eye on the weather, having an eye on the team radio and trying to race at the same time. Negative delta once again all over the curbs. We saw what happens if you do that too much earlier on in the race, but the Lamborghini, again, just quicker through the high-speed sections. It's really on the pointy stuff that Lamborghini is good. And then through the last sector, the Aston Martin is better. So Gabriel Ivanov just pushing once again. 0.5 of a second is the gap. Meanwhile, R&R Motorsport has been overtaken by Genesis. Worth noting, they're not in the same car class, so they're just trying to help each other with the bump draft.
Well, I would say I need to get back to negative delta SRT, and so Robin Skelton will understand that Porsche will push Aston Martin about, and that Basque entry there in front of Akait's Larabati is going to just say, well, okay, matey, we'll pull away. And Robin Skelton will not really have too much to go with here, as Boromechkov has now got himself stayed in the car. Now, this is João Teixeira here, João Pedro Teixeira for Sorrento GT3. This is, again, Indianapolis corner where the dramas look like they're going to have, and the back did not look settled going in. And ultimately, a half-slide save.
Oh, no.
And yeah, you can see it saved it. The gravel just stops all the momentum, but spins it the other way around.
Yeah, if you ever want to know what rallying does, that is a perfect demonstration. Gravel can give you grip, but if you're going sideways, you don't want that, paradoxically. So this Sorrento Motorsports GT3 car has been very much tail happy, and that's just a case of running it over the curb as well. No grip to be found right now. Track conditions, track temperature continues to plummet as well. We're only talking a couple of degrees, but it can make a difference.
It'll be a lot more. That rain is imminent, and when I say the rain is imminent, I'm talking next 5 minutes imminent here right now. 23 degrees. You'll watch that track temperature plummet by at least 10 out there as it goes on when the rain starts to fall, and you are on an ice rink from that point, just hoping that you've got enough pace to go there. Now, when we see rain and we see sudden rain around here, we often get to see those crash compilations, John, where they just slide off and there's nothing you can do about it. Car after car after car.
Yeah, especially what you don't want to happen is you get to Sector 1 through the S's here, just where we're watching, and all of a sudden it starts raining on the entire circuit. It's a long way back to the pits, but obviously into the Porsche curves is where you see normally Indianapolis and Porsche curves is where you see most of the compilations, just because there's a change in elevation, so there's a big chance to accumulate puddles and everything like that, and so when you hit that with slick tires, there's absolutely nothing you can do. I've done it once in real life. It terrified me to the point where I said I respect all of these guys that race in changeable conditions, because there's just nothing. The steering wheel goes light. You can't do anything. You can't hit the brakes. You've just got to be a passenger and hope that nothing happens, and hope that if you do hit the barrier, it's just a glancing blow. So they'll be thinking about that. They'll be looking at the radar thinking, do I pit this lap? Do I pit next lap? Do I wait for the rain? Is it going to be big rain? Ideally, thinking about it, what you want to have is 2 cars on 2 different parts of the circuit that can relay information.
That would be the ideal scenario, but I also turn around and say iRacing does simulate rain in the sense that it does puddle at the points where it's lowest, and there's a little bit less at the higher sections of the circuit, so you have to be really precise and find the correct line that works out there for you. Rossone back through on Gabriel Ivanov, so it's clear that the Aston Martin has got legs. It's just a case of everything else out there, which I think is going to be the cause of concern. And that rain right now heading to that front stretch, it's literally, you can almost see it across through the fog where the rain is due to come along. I think they're about a minute away now from getting this 45-minute patch of absolute deluge to hit across the circuit, and they will be keeping an eye out on how quickly the track goes from dry to what is known here in the sim as very lightly wet. When you hit very lightly wet, John, that is what we would call crossover time.
Yeah, indeed. I was about to say as well, you don't need legs at this point, you need a boat. That would be a lot better solution. And so I think a lot of people will be just trying to survive, trying what you want as well. I'm just thinking in terms of racecraft, thinking back to the days where I was driving in competitions. You want a driver in front of you. So if, for example, you're negative delta by SIMGEAR in 3rd place in GT3 Pro, 0.6 of a second behind. This is the battle that we're watching right now. If you're Gabriel Ivanov, you just want to sit behind, because if there's rain, if there's a problem, the car in front of you is going to hit it first, and you can back off and save the car. So you've got to position yourself. It's something that will happen just due to race position and racecraft. You get lucky, sometimes you get unlucky with that. But if I'm Ivanov, I'm thinking the race is really coming to me today, so I'm just going to sit here and watch what happens.
And now watch out through this section of circuit, because
there
is the rain. And so now this becomes a case of struggle street out there. Race control, rain starts on the starting line is where you're first seeing it, and that's not a little amount, that's a lot as they work through. Neshev immediately is into the pits, and I think is going to bolt on a set of wet tyres from that race leading position. I think they've timed that really well. Rossone is going to come in, and Ivanov is going to gamble a lap.
Yeah, most of the GTPs staying out as well, doing another lap. They're all in Sector 1 at the moment, but it's looking a little bit squirmy as well. So Rossone nearly just clouting the wall there, just understeering. And I think, yeah, well, Gabriel Ivanov, he's riding that high of just absolute confidence with the overtake. So I don't blame him for doing another lap. Will he regret it? Let's see. Dennis Zimmer, Parabit Sim Racing. This is the LMP2. We've said how snappy this car is right now in race conditions. Does it look like the same car? Well, for Parabit, it looks absolutely planted. This is why they have had so much performance this season. That car is just on rails at the moment, and it's looking like they could even do another lap.
Well, they've got to get by Robin Skelton first and foremost. Track is declared as mostly dry. Tom Ballantyne then into the pits then for Sorrento. So I would look around and say there is a lot. Zimmer stays out, says I can go another. Robin Skelton in, Akaits Larabeti in, and I think they're going on the side of caution more here, John, because think about how long of a lap it is and just how bad one lap's difference can be around here.
Yeah, think of it, if you pit too early as well and you wear out the tyres, you have to drive an entire stint with effectively worn out tyres. So it's such a gamble coming in early. And, you know, but then again, I say to myself, it's a long race. Do you really want to be risking staying out too long? You can lose maybe a minute if you pit too early. You can lose the entire race if you end up in the barrier with irreparable damage. So Ivanov still carrying on right now. It's looking like no squirming on the straight, so it's looking like the traction is still good. The downforce will be good with the very high speed, but it's when you start braking, when you lose that aerodynamics right into the turns, will there be any problems through the Michelin chicane? Not really, actually. Looks like that car's still planted, the Aston Martin. Probably the best case scenario for the rain conditions with the good downforce.
Well, this rain is coming down. It's coming down quick. Larabeti leaves pit lane, and already you're starting to see a little bit of spray kick up then coming off of the rear tyres. So this is really setting itself up. There is Gabriele Rossone then, who has come out of the pits and directly behind Johan Neshev. So has obviously taken less fuel at that second stop because they took all the fuel at the first stop to give themselves the charge through. So you can see there the brake light there is flashing on and off. That's not an indication of a glitch. That is the rain light on the AMG Mercedes that says that's your indication of how tough conditions are going to be. And then you've got to use those lights on the left and right that say where can you go on the brakes in towards the Michelin chicane, and having to tiptoe around them as well is Tom Ballantyne, who's going to have to figure, well, where do I go out there off of the exit all the way to the right-hand side? That's where you're going to have to be a little bit cautious when the rain comes down more. It will pull to the outer extremities here along the Mulsanne, so even more of an understanding to get to the middle, except for one key fact. It's not racing paint in the middle, it's road marking.
Yeah, indeed. It's literally just the road course. That's
pass.
why it's around the outside. He's doing them dirty around the outside. Rossone just demonstrating why they are such a force to be reckoned with. That Lamborghini mid-engine, probably best scenario in the rain as well, just giving you more consistent grip. Worth noting that mono competition number 11. So in the pits with Absolute Motorsport Acelith number 18. Both of the championship rivals, they are putting on the wet tyres, and it looks like Absolute Motorsport Acelith has gained a lot of time in this pit stop phase because they were only 2 seconds behind just going into the pits. They were 6 seconds off the pace. That was a huge slide by Team Racing Point. They've gone wide once again. This is getting treacherous all of a sudden already. And it looks like Herbit's been off.
Yeah, so Parabit, who are on those dry tyres, they can't afford to go off the circuit right now and hold themselves steady. Gabriel Ivanov chucking it in a little bit deep, and Dennis Zimmer has done exactly the same. There is so much standing water already as they will head to the Porsche curves. There goes Tobias Pashko, but keep an eye on Dennis Zimmer now as he will try and get himself across then and over towards this section. Gabriel Ivanov now is going to get himself down into pit lane for the moment and try and get through. But look at Zimmer, look how much he's having to tiptoe 100 miles an hour through the Porsche curves. He's got no grip, no downforce. Boromechkov struggling out there as well behind. If he's not careful here, Dennis Zimmer, as he runs wide, and he is literally limping this one back to pits, he could be overtaken by Rossone and Neshev here.
Yeah, worth mentioning as well, on the lots of the outside of corners is AstroTurf as well. It's not even grass. It's even slippier than grass in the wet weather racing. So everyone that is on dry tyres into the pits right now. Worth noting that even on last lap, Mono, the car number 11 leading the race at that time was just not even faster than GT3s through the Porsche curves. And there's been a lead change as well. Absolute Motorsport Acelith in the pit lane were able to get out ahead, and it looks like that Porsche GTP is doing a lot better in the rain at the moment. Gabriel Ivanov coming out of the pits, 3rd place at the moment. So they've lost a little bit of time, but now out on the wet weather tyres. This has changed everything up, hasn't it?
It really has, and I think this is going to be one of those moments. We are in the depths of Category 2 rain. There is a threat to Category 3 on the horizon that they're hoping that they get on by. Neshev currently sitting himself right now, understanding his position here in this one as your driver in second position, because he's Johan Neshev, who will look at Racing Point and Gabriele Rossone leading out there. In terms of their championship open efforts out there, they need Maniti Racing Black to find a retirement. They've got Max Riedmuller currently in behind the wheel, as there into the car goes Bozidar Andreev for Negative Delta SRT. Where are R&R by comparison? They've got a very good gap as in comes Off-Track Racing MDM, which will put R&R Motorsport back into the championship position that they need here, John, to go and take the title by the time the checkered flag is flown.
Yeah, it's so tense right now. You're talking checkered flag. I think the drivers are thinking maybe 15 minutes in advance, to be fair. They're just thinking, can I survive the next 2 laps? Now, R&R Motorsport just really need to keep on doing what they're doing. The Porsche maybe a little bit clumsy in these changing conditions. You can see the rear trying to rotate it. It's a mids to rear engined car, that is, and so possibly not the best in these conditions. You're asking a lot of the rear tires, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of pace they can get from it. They don't really need to look, as you said, about the Negative Delta car. They're just trying to fight 4 points, so they're okay at the moment, but they can't afford to lose too much time. I'm looking at mono competition as well, just looking at the sector times. They're not doing too hot right now in second place of GTP. They've lost 3 seconds since the pit stops, and it's just all over the place. The car squarely into the braking zones, and possibly the setup not playing ball, as we discussed earlier.
Well, there's also this fact as well to consider here, John. Imagine jumping into the car, it's your first stint, and you've got this as your conditions to try and adapt to. Changing, rapidly wettening track.
It's kind of the golden rule of endurance racing. You don't change the driver when it's changeable conditions. And that works for either daylight conditions or nighttime. You can see they're struggling just into the braking zones. And you really don't want any sort of wet weather on the radar. And it's very common for drivers or teams to keep their driver in another stint just so that they have the conditions in check. Going wide once again from mono competition, taking I'd say the wet line, not losing too much through there, but you can see just on the brakes and especially on traction, it's not happening so far. So if I were a driver and I knew that looking at the weather conditions that it was probably going to be raining during my stint, I'd probably be trying to practice those kind of weather conditions if I can in any way. So for Nicholas Gessner, I think I'd be prepared for that, but it doesn't look like it at the moment. There's something on that car that isn't to his suiting.
No, so this will be just a case of trying and manage the damage in terms of what this stint can be and find a way to get back. As in front, there goes Matt Gatter. They've repaired the damage at Gassed Up Motorsports Proto. They've put a brand new clip on the front. They've had to do a lot with the linkage of the suspension, but ultimately, again, just running it a little bit deep and staying out of the way then with that issue out there. They are currently 5 laps down on the overall leader, and on their class leader, they're down 4 as it goes. So they are as dead last can be.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate race, but it's good to see them pointing in the right direction, because they've had a miserable... Oh, you can see just on the brakes, nothing happening, just locking up. It's worth mentioning that the driver assists are a little bit dialed back compared to every other class with the LMP2, so it's more of a raw driving experience, and it's one where you can easily trip up over yourself into the braking zones. And so, you know, for them to have setup issues or some sort of issue with the car in dry weather going into the rain, I wouldn't want to be in this car at this point. So for Matt, I just have to take my hat off and say well done for continuing, because this looks like a handful at the moment.
The other 2 championships right now, GTP and LMP2. In LMP2, Herabit know they've only got to make 75% race distance, as this is an OSIS Esports into the Porsche curves. Now, does the back step out here in the rain? That's going to be the question you ask. Yeah, trying to get the transfer. Oh, try to save it, and ultimately, round it goes into the grass. Now, does this find barriers? Oh, that's heavy. Bang. Sheds the rear bumper, sheds then the spoiler. And ultimately, for a Kai Maravati, the first victim of the rain, and they are trying to limp this back. And if they can't get that back, that's a safety car.
Yeah, indeed. The rear tyre is out as well. I think they've broken a drive shaft and the suspension of the rear right. So, oh, look at that. Gassed Up Motorsports locking up again into the barrier. That was just going nowhere. And the front left locked up. Reversing onto the track.
Safety car is out.
Safety car deployed. I'm not surprised. The conditions absolutely treacherous. And with multiple incidents, you have to say that's a safe call. We did have questions from drivers before the start of the race. What would happen? I think it's just Enesis dropping it again that has brought out the safety car. Let's have a look over the grass. You can see the car is crabbing. You can see that wheel is heavily damaged. And even just keeping it on track at this point is a challenge. Looks like they're keeping it in what? Oh, they're fighting the car.
I think. Yeah, I think it's because they're slow and they're trying to limp that car back. They have obviously assessed that as a danger to other drivers who will be approaching them at great speeds. And so I actually think that's a really good decision out there to throw the safety car, because there was no way under their own power that they could safely get that one back to pits. And this was Maniti going around. So they have found the barriers through Tetra Rouge. Max Riedmuller then just nosing it in, and that is not a mistake we have seen from them in the Aston Martin at any time this season. Just got out on the paint on the outside of Tetra Rouge and has smashed the front in, but ultimately I think they've got away with one with how slow of an impact it was.
Yeah, the one thing that they can't afford to do is not finish the race. So for them to be Mr. Consistent every single time this season and to drop it like that, you have to say from the driver's perspective, there's not much they can do about it. Treacherous conditions. You can see that just from the overhead that we saw there. But yeah, that is going to be a lump in their throat down at Maniti, that's for sure.
It certainly is, and it is on lap 22 here of 100 that we see the change and the safety car out for what are some horrible wet weather conditions. It's my turn to step outside of the commentary box right now, but joining you now alongside John Harris is Mr. Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. John, I've just been keeping an eye on what's been going on. The track conditions here at Le Mans, they do say that weather does find this particular circuit, don't they?
I think this is the literal definition of it's raining cats and dogs, to be fair. It is one of the most trickiest conditions that I've seen at Le Mans, and definitely in the racing. The last time I can remember this was in the 2010s. So you had Cadillac, just videos that we saw online of all of the cars going off at the start of the hypercar era, to be fair. So drivers, they'll be just clenching every time they turn into a corner right now, and I think the safety car is very warranted for everyone as Parabit going way deep into the corner, even under safety car conditions.
Yeah, especially with Ladder Beatty, as you rightly pointed out, having that right rear suspension and drive shaft damage, and then Riedmuller absolutely losing, having a big pucker time right there through Tetra Rouge, and just getting away with just shaving the front bumper against the barrier. But I mean, what a time for me to join the broadcast, to be honest with you. Big thank you to Jake Sperry. He's been a very, very busy man this week, and it's a pleasure to be alongside you as well, John. It has been. It's one of those races where everything is on the line. I mean, especially when we look at Absolute Motorsport Acelith, who continues to lead the GTP division ahead of mono competition TSSimshop.de. I mean, it was just one of those things where you thought, okay, when is the rain? Not if, when is the rain going to come? And look at the standing water. We're going to have a look here at an onboard replay with Max Riedmuller in the 278 Aston Martin, and that car is just aquaplaning, understeering like nobody's business. He's trying to keep it on the track, and this is the moment where the car just steps out on the back end, smacks into the barriers, light front contact. I think just about got away with it with superficial damage to the front bumper.
Yeah, well, the good news on the wet weather driving is that if you do go toward the barrier, because you're aquaplaning, you also bounce off of the barrier rather than embedding yourself in it. So you can get away with it, although I'd say it's one of the golden rules of racing, isn't it? When it's wet weather, keep your tires off of the white lines and off of paint. There's a lot of paint down at Tertre Rouge corner, that's for sure, on the outside. And so, yeah, Maniti doing the one thing that they can't afford to do. Looking at that front end, it looks like it's actually scot-free, and they're just testing the grip once again. I don't know why they do that under safety car conditions, but there you go. Just want to point out as well, at the front there, Absolute Motorsport Acelith, they are probably kicking themselves right now with that safety car because they were pulling out a lead over Mono, and they were putting on the pressure.
That's always the thing. The safety car under these kind of conditions is always that great equalizer, and you know, Absolute Motorsport Acelith, you know, it is so nip and tuck between them and monocompetition TS SimShot.de. But effectively, if we get to 75% distance, which will be 75 laps of this 13.626 kilometer circuit, right? Now we've got the 388. This is the off-track racing KPS with Dimitar Palawazov coming down one part of the Mulsanne, and this might not be pretty for this particular car. You can see there's
I think they've rear-ended.
They've rear-ended the car in front, and then it's a bit like a traffic jam on the M25 on a Friday night where you've got too many cars positioned, like literally rubbernecking, and one doesn't see what they're doing, and bang, straight into the back of somebody else, who goes straight into the back of, I think that was a GTP.
Yeah,
So
I'm
got
trying
away
to.
with that one.
I'm trying to understand. Sorry to interrupt you there, Alex. I'm trying to understand why they stopped on the straight, because they looked like they came to a complete halt, and that was the mono competition number 2. So currently in third place with the Sorrento alongside as well. So 2 GTPs, and so you wouldn't expect them to stop under safety car conditions. So hopefully no damage for anybody, but yeah, a bit of a weird one, I'd say.
Yeah, as we've just clocked an onboard with Tobias Pascoe for the mono competition Pro Am entry. In the number 2 car, which is currently P3 in the standings, obviously not taking into account the points at the moment on 188. And that rain is still significant. So I think it's what you said earlier on, John, that with these conditions, I mean, look, you could just about see out of the front windscreen, let alone seeing how big the rooster tails will be, especially when the GTPs and the LMP2s go to green. That is going to be a nightmare for the GT3 Pro and GT3 AM categories.
It's going to be just, well, you're going to have to use instinct, because as we're looking through mono competition number 2 in third place right now, your peripheral vision is gone for a start. So you've only got the little bit of windscreen that you can see out the front. So good luck looking at your mirrors to see if there's anyone alongside you. You've got the flashing lights, but honestly, with all of the spray that's generated at racing speed, will you be able to see them? Probably, but you won't be paying attention to it. Missing the brakes and missing the markers for the corners, especially on the Hunaudière straight, is a thing that I've seen far too often, as I think we're getting some cars unlap themselves as well while we're at it. I want to point out as well, I've gone looking right now at every car's onboard, and I'm seeing some really big damage to the car that we're on board with right now, to the rear. The left rear is completely caved in, the tyre exposed, and I think that's from the hit that we just saw on that replay. So that is going to be a concern for them if they restart. If the camera pans, you can just see the rear tyres exposed, and the light is definitely deformed. So that will be hampering their aerodynamics, and on the restart, that may be tricky.
Yeah, especially with the rear downforce. I mean, it looks like the diffuser's taken the brunt of the hit. It was that 3-car fender bender that we saw just a few moments ago, as we are getting the wave-by procedure here at Le Mans for the final round of the 2026 SIMGEAR Endurance Series here at the 100 Laps of Le Mans. I mean, when Jake said to me, yeah, are you available? I was like, well, I don't mind Le Mans. It's a great circuit, but to come in and folks, I jumped into the Discord booth literally about half an hour before I came on air, and I was just watching just how bad that rain got, and I mean, the thing is, this circuit, part road, part normal public road, and I had the opportunity back in I think it was July 2021. I was actually working at the Le Mans International Karting Circuit, which is right by the Porsche curves and the and Corvette. And it is 80 kilometers an hour. The Hunaudières can't even be used, as in the chicanes. You go straight down, and then all of a sudden, I've gone through Mulsanne, turned right, and then gone, oh, curbs, Indianapolis. And I'm like thinking, these curves are going to be so treacherous right now in these wet weather conditions. As Pasco pulls the number 2 mono competition Pro-Am GTP into pit lane. So under these safety car conditions, it's the right way to get that car repaired and get them back to where they're going to be. But that's going to give Sorrento Motorsports GTP, I think, in the 33 third position.
It is indeed. More to note as well, for the championship, that's not crucial. That's not the mono car that is in the championship. I think they're pitting for repairs just to be able to be in the fight effectively. You want to be just harassing the Absolute Motorsport Acelith car for your teammates effectively, so that they can gain an advantage. So they want to fix that damage, be in full condition to go for an assault effectively to get up the order. And yeah, just saying about the track, you did a very great description of it. To be fair, it's an old school track. There's a lot of bumps. It's a natural road that's used every single day by thousands of commuters, and it's just one straight line that just has its natural curve to the road to get water off. And so it means it's such a difficult course to race, because you're encountering 4 different types of tarmac in one lap. And let alone if on a dry track, on a rainy track, as that doesn't look like rain. That looks like we need like the Arc or something like that to go in these conditions. So the safety car will stay out for the time being, I'm sure, as drivers will voice their concerns. I want to point out, just as a final thought, I'm looking at the Sorrento Motorsports GT3 with João Teixeira, the one that made the contact, as far as I could tell, with the mono competition GTP, and there's a huge amount of damage on the front of that car, so it was a heavy impact, as we saw in the replay. But with the slow motion, I don't think it did that too much justice. So whether they'll have to pit for repairs or not, that's as a good a guess as anybody's at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, especially with they always say that the wet weather is a great equalizer, but here, when you need that front aerodynamic purchase, especially in heavy rain, I mean, we saw by the drone shot there, or the helicam shot there, that the rain is not abating by any stretch of the imagination. And what does that mean for everybody out on the circuit? Yeah, it's time to just grin and bear it, and just make sure that you get through, make sure that you hit your marks, mind out for those painted lines, painted road markings. But still, the safety car lights are on, so we've not yet had a notification as to when we will be going back to green here for the 100 laps of Le Mans here for this final round of the series. But still, it really does, like you rightly said, John, it equalises the fact that Absolute Motorsport Acelith in the number 18 car had started building close to a substantial lead, and here at Le Mans, it can giveth and it can taketh away all at the same time, especially when a safety car's called.
Yeah, they were struggling for a pace in the dry very early on. Mono got a lead of about 3 or 4 seconds. Then the rain was a great equaliser, even before the pit stops, before the safety car. They gained all of that time back. They jumped them in the pits somehow. So it's the great equaliser performance. But if you've got a good car under you that is handling exactly as you want, you can gain tens of seconds. And I just want to point out as well, according to the radar, and I know the radar can lie at some point, we are halfway through the rain, and it may start easing up in around 3 or 4 minutes' time. So it will continue to downpour, and the drivers will continue to be worried about it. But I can't stop chuckling, Alex, that this is your introduction to the championship. This is the crescendo of a championship finale. This is the cherry on the cake, as I should say.
Well, that's the thing about Le Mans. There is always unpredictability, and that is what we love about sports cars and endurance racing. I mean, for me, you can't have a better place for a finale like this circuit here, but it's more to the point of the drivers and the teams. They're going to be chatting now on their radios and saying like, okay, right, what is our plan of action? Do we, you know, the rain is so significant. If I was if I was on a team, I'd be like saying, okay, right, let's just not make any mistakes and see how the race comes to us. There'll be those that will think, well, let's go for a little bit of a push strategy. Some might decide, well, let's just hold back a little bit and see if we can save some fuel. I mean, they're going to be saving a lot of fuel on this safety car phase. So from that perspective, you've got so many strategies that are going to be thrown up in the air, and you're going to see if you can get if you get lucky number 7 or if you get snake eyes.
Yeah, for sure. You kind of have to start talking to your driver, don't you, and just reassuring them, saying you're doing a great job. And for people that have been in the wars or been a little bit unhappy, like Nicholas Gessner and the mono competition car that was very under the weather, let's say, in terms of pace right before the safety car, you've kind of got to give them like a pat on the back, saying, look, you haven't made a mistake, you're still in the race. Let's focus. Let's try and find grip. You can do that behind the safety car. Find or start looking where there's a dry line or puddles of water. No dry line visible, that's for sure. But you can start seeing where the danger zones are for a restart. And definitely one of the problems, I think I'd say, is just keeping yourself concentrated. When you've had a long down period, you kind of settle into the pace behind the safety car, and then when it's green flag racing, it's, oh, I've got to actually get on it, and then you've lost 5 seconds in the blink of an eye. Just want to point out as well, we have had some pit stops. So we had the Sorrento GT3 in the pits repairing that damage, and I think one of the LMP2s in, although I will admit I missed which one it was, so I will go looking for that information. But I think people that short-fueled on the fuel in the pit stops looking to gain track position, they've been caught out by the safety car, and they're going to be shuffled to the back.
Yeah, that is another sort of talking point, because if you short fuel, you think, okay, yeah, we're going to have the advantage. But I would point out something here as well, John, that if I wanted to get behind the wheel of the car for the next stint and it's wet like this, you know what I'd rather want to have? A lower center of gravity, which means I want that tank filled to capacity and brimming with fuel, because that's going to help with regards to purchase in some respects here, even though we've seen it where cars have understeered, cars have had a little bit of a tail happy moment on the back end. But you want that car to be as close to low to the circuit as possible, because you want that purchase, you want that ability to, okay, you're not going to go full throttle, give it the berries coming out of the turns like, say, Arnage or Mulsanne, for instance. You want to have that confidence that you know that you can wait until about halfway through the corner, then a little bit longer, just to compensate for these significantly saturated conditions we have here at the South, to put the power down easy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, being a rally driver, primarily, I'll say, these conditions, rain, you haven't seen rain. This is not rain. You can race in these conditions. But for sure, with such low-lying cars to the ground, it's such a fine line between having that ultimate grip. You want to run as low as possible, as you've just said, for it just gains everything in terms of benefits to track time. But if you run it slightly too low, you start aquaplaning because the tires are no longer in contact with the surface, or you get water under the car, and it just creates like a tidal wave to lift it up, and you stall the aerodynamics because there's no air passing underneath, and then you start spinning off as well. So I think a lot of drivers anyway will have had a wet setup on the car right from the start, because this period of rain was known right from the get-go. But it's the case of how aggressive do you want to be, and I think that's where we've seen some drivers struggling. Definitely the LMP2s have run it a little bit too low. I think Gassed Up Motorsport's really falling foul to that, and I think the mono competition cars caught out by that as well. But I'd expect to see some people into the pits just to have enough fuel, effectively, to get to that crossover period as we reach about 2/3 of the way through the rain. So the rain should start decreasing any time now, but it will be so long until the track is even remotely dry the humidity and the temperature is just not high enough to dry this track out.
Yeah, and we've seen it before in races whereby the track temperature is actually lower than the ambient air temperature, which does not promote dry lines showing up on race circuits, and that is going to be a real problem for some of those drivers who think, yeah, I think I've got the car underneath me, and then they find out they haven't got it, and then all of a sudden something goes wrong, and thereby again they're on the back foot. But we're now seeing, I think maybe there was, I think, was that one of the LMP2s, I think, that just darted into pit lane and has just decided, you know what, we're going to top up the fuel tank.
Yep, just looking for which team that is. It could be Team Endurotech. Just having a look right now. It looks like it's Parabit, actually, that is in the pits. It is Parabit into the pit lane. Probably, I think they short-fueled, so that's why they might have to top up with a little bit of fuel. They did indeed go 10 laps, actually, on their stint. So actually, they were about to run out of fuel on a full stint. So they were one of the first teams to pit. Worth noting that they went for the most cautious strategy, as I'd call it, just because all they have to do is finish the race to get the championship. So they're not too worried. They have the pace advantage, and so they are just playing it oh so cautious. But I think in this scenario, I mean, I'm not sure how much driving experience you have, Alex, but I definitely just be focused. I'd be focusing on warming up my tires and making sure that everything is good at the moment. If you're pitting like Parabit are doing, and then you come out on cold tires because you probably take an extra set of the wet tires, you need to make sure they're back up to temperature, otherwise you'll go for a very big spin.
I have to say, though, negative delta by SIMGEAR.it, Gabriel Ivanov in the 281 did a really good job. I think they've got that car up to P2 now, just because of the fact that Gabriel decided to go for an additional lap when everyone else decided to bolt into pit lane. And that has been, I think, probably a very good strategic coup for the crew as well, because you don't see it that often, but when there's a driver like Gabriel that can have that confidence and go, right, I'm going to stick it out for another lap, and if the race comes to us, well, it has come to them a little bit. So it just goes to show that you can make a little bit, you know, a decisive, take that risk. And they've now got a little bit of a reward because they're now right behind the GT3 Pro leaders in the race at the minute. So that has helped them. But considering the fact that they are quite a way back from Maniti Racing Black, who we did see with Riedmüller having a little bit of a problem. There you see it. I mean, Team Racing Point, they are right behind them pretty much. So this is going to help. Let's see, has the number 2 car, I think the number 2 car has effected repairs, so Mono Competition Pro Am, and there is Gabriel Ivanov in the negative delta by SIMGEAR.it. I've seen them on other endurance series before, and Gabriel Ivanov is actually quite a good hand to have behind the wheel, but I think it's just now where we are coming up to a quarter of the 100 laps of Le Mans here on the SimGear Endurance Series for 2026, and there is still 3 quarters of the race left to go. This is what I like about a championship decider here, John. You don't know how the race is going to play out until we probably get until maybe the last 10 to 15 laps, truth be told.
Yeah, this is the kind of race where I think they've turned the dials up to 11 on everything. It's just happened that the weather has thrown a spanner in the works as well. But you've got so many teams, as you mentioned, like Team Racing Point and negative delta by Madness, that are currently in front of Maniti, just trying to gain that first place position and hope that Maniti stuff it into the barriers once again. But it's one of those things of a championship finale. You have the pressure already, and you don't need anything else to make it a great race. And now we just have a standoff in terms of the driving conditions, in terms of the rivalries on board with, or looking at Gabriel Ivanov, who's just been making up positions left, right, and centre by some daring overtakes through the Porsche curves around the outside stuff that I've never seen and that I would not be able to replicate myself. And I will say, for anybody watching, with Alex's comments just earlier, and also mine right now, if you think you can do better than what the drivers are doing on track, it's so difficult. You need to be a pro in these conditions. I've done 2 races at Le Mans, both of them in the wet rain or the rainy conditions in iRacing, and both of them ended up spinning off backwards into a barrier. So it's safe to say that for me to drive correctly, I need 4-wheel drive. They don't have that nowadays in the GTP or the GT3 class, and I bet you they will be using the traction control and using anything they can to make it a little bit easier, as we are now starting to see a little bit of a drop in the weather. It doesn't look like it, but I can guarantee you on the radar it's now becoming lighter rain. So safety car in this lap, perfect timing, as if race control was listening to the commentary box. We are about to go racing again.
Yeah, as we are about to hit a quarter of a century of laps here at Le Mans for the final round out of 5. And this is where things are going to be, or nerves of steel are going to be tested. Driver skill, pressure, there's so much. And then, of course, standing water, traction. So we're waiting either for Noah's Ark to come along or for Moses to come along and part the seas. However, when the Mustang pace car pulls into pit lane here at Le Mans, it will be the Absolute Motorsport Acelith number 18 Porsche 963 hybrid that will lead us back to green here at the final round of the series. And this is where now we see everyone has been told by their crew chiefs or their race engineers, right, now is the time to start warming up the tyres, warming up the brakes. And I'm going to use a quote actually from the second ever individual in sports car history to be called Mr. Le Mans, Tom Christensen. If anyone has seen the Truth in 24 series, Truth in 24 2, every second counts. He was one of the advisors for the team of Marcel Fessler, Benoit Trullier and Andre Lotterer when there was one Audi R18 e-tron Quattro against the mites of Peugeot, and he said, okay, you might have a puncture on the right rear, but you want all your weapons sharp. And that's what these drivers are now starting to do. And this is going to be the litmus test here, John. And more to the point, it is about who has done the warm-up cycle correctly. Because it's not just the tyres. Because as soon as you warm up the carcass of the tyres, it permeates through to the wheels. Then also
Whoa.
the residual heat. Yeah, I think there are a couple of pucker time moments there because some of those drivers do not want to weave over excessively because that could mean maybe an unscheduled trip into the pit lane.
Yeah, car number 11 there, the mono competition car, the one in the fight for the championship, nearly swapping ends at Indianapolis, doing a great big drift. That's one way to heat the tyres, as you say, Alex, that's for sure. But it's a difficult thing, isn't it? You want to heat the front tyres, but you need grip in the rears as well, so you've kind of got to do more of both. Now, the main problem is actually behind safety car. You can't really gain up the speeds to heat the rears correctly. You can't just endlessly floor it. And as you can see, weaving side to side, that's great for the front tires, but the rears, especially on the exit of the Raccordement, the second chicane just onto the start-finish straight, and then up into Dunlop, the propensity to swap rear ends because one tire isn't up to temperature is so high. And I'll tell you what, for once, if there's any car I'd want to be in at the moment, it's the Ford Mustang safety car.
I have to second that that statement as well, John. I mean, you just want to be the one who can just say, right, we're going to let you go all charging into Dunlop. So this is, we've had a bit of an extensive safety car period now, which has been close to half an hour. But I'm sure that the drivers are very much chomping at the bit. Look at the standing water heading to the Porsche curves. That is nigh on biblical, and they've got to be very careful because these GTPs will take them at about 240, 250 kph while still accelerating. But in the weather that we've got now, you're probably looking at about maybe 200 kph. Okay, lights off on the safety car as we will get back underway. It is going to be the Absolute Motorsport Acelith number 18 Porsche 963 hybrid that will lead us back to green followed by the number 11 mono competition tssimshop.de overall. And this is the moment where it is sink or swim in these wet weather conditions. Wipers still going on the cars, so the GTPs have a little bit of clearance between themselves and everybody else. And this is going to be crucial right now, because they're going to come through out of Ford and into Raccordement, which will then bring us back
Green flag, green flag.
Finish straight. And let's see, the red lights are back on the gantry here at Le Mans. We're back underway for what is now going to be 75 laps out of 100 remaining, and a good start by the Absolute Motorsport Ace-Lift car. And look at this, Gaster has got absolutely no visibility whatsoever, heading up the hill through into Dunlop. And then it's going to be the 130 Team Endurotech car that leads us back to green for LMP2s. And you could just see the spray is absolutely biblical here in this part of France. And again, Gaster is just going on pure feel. As now we go back to green, Team Racing Point squirrels the rear tyres, gets a little bit squirmy under traction. Ivanov, negative delta by SIMGEAR.it, has got the GT3 Absolute Motorsport Ace-Lift car right behind it as they go up the hill for the first time. This is just so much nip and tuck. It's feel, it's confidence.
Whoa.
As Ivanov rips it through Dunlop, manages to hold on. He got away with that one very, very quickly.
He's been all over the place, but quickly, has Ivanov. He's just been looking. It's Formula Drift. It's not Le Mans racing for Ivanov. It's just in a different car class. It looks like the supreme confidence to just plant the throttle, even if you're going sideways, and just saying, "I'm recovering this one. I don't mind whatsoever." In second place, but it's, you know, you'd expect him to be challenging for first in these opening laps. And I just want to say, like, these GT3 cars are loving the rain, but the drivers aren't. They were leaving so big gaps there on the entry to Dunlop. It was like, after you, sir. No, after you. I don't want to get caught up in anything. And for Arnar Motorsport, to be fair, they're caught now in a gaggle of cars just saying, I'm not in this car class. I'm in the GT3 AM class. I don't want anything to do with this. I just want to fight with negative... Ow, that's Gassed Up Motorsports. I think I made another mistake there. The LMP2 car all the way into the gravel trap, and their day just goes from bad to worse, it seems like.
Yeah, that is not exactly what you want to have happen at the first of the two chicanes here at Le Mans, down the Mulsanne Straight. As you can see, Kotsev just trying to hold on in the RR Motorsport 902 GT3R as they head down at high velocity at over 270 plus kilometers an hour. And I'm seeing the gap. Oh, change for the leading GT3 Pro. Ivanov is through, so mistake made by Gabriele Rossoni in the 227. Let's have a look at the replay. So Ivanov is just closing. Oh, look at the dive bomb and the confidence. He went off the track to make the maneuver. So that's going to give him a slowdown penalty to boot, I'm sure. But Ivanov deciding, you know what, I do not want to go into the back of the car in front. I'm going to make sure I go exit stage left, stay out of the way. If I've got to take a slowdown, so be it.
That was a pure case of, oh no, it's gone wrong, and now I panic and see what I can do about it. Just chucking it over the curb, thinking, please, I hope that I don't hit Team Racing Point. And that would, to be fair, that was well avoided. That if there's one way to do it, if you lock up under brakes and avoid, you don't want to hit anybody. That's number one. You don't want to bin the car into the wall. That's number two, and I think they'll quite happily take the slow down penalty. Neshev with the negative delta by madness. The Mercedes car just skipping through the gravel trap. Very tricky because it's bouncy, and then you bounce and onto the tarmac, and that's precisely when it starts spinning, when you grip up once again back into the gravel. So it's just been a loss of time, but it's better to do that than to go into the barrier. You want to be testing the grip, because ironically, you're better off losing a couple of seconds doing that and then gaining the confidence. So this is Gassed Up Motorsports. Matt Gatter on board at the moment. I think has been right from the start of the race. And I must say, something has been wrong with that car throughout the entire race, because once again, locking up and having no grip whatsoever and just barely being able to avoid the barrier this time. But it's been a terrible race from their standpoint. They must be thinking what they're doing wrong.
Ivanov really getting up close and personal. The back end switching through the Porsche curves as he battles tooth and nail with Gabriele Rossoni from Team Racing Point in the 227 Lamborghini Huracan. This is the battle for the lead in the GT3 Pro division, and look at Ivanov. That is just unconventional wet racing lines by the Aston Martin. And Rossoni is like thinking, how on earth am I going to shake this man behind me off my tail? And in this wet weather conditions, the Aston Martin has got a lot more power. Oh, to the outside he goes, and through the chicane, another bump and run, and Rossoni has to go off the track, goes sideways whilst applying the power. And what is Ivanov going to do? He's going to slot back in behind, just says, okay, right, my bad, I started the chain reaction, I'm going to keep you in front of me for the moment. And so, again, a sporting gesture by Gabriel Ivanov. But look at the overspeed by the Aston Martin, because I think Rossoni just had to serve a slowdown penalty as Ivanov sideways again. The man's an absolute animal.
That car, oh, this is starting to get personal between the two. I think there'll be a lot to say in the stewards' room at the moment if I was Team Racing Point, because that was very argy-bargy into the last couple of chicanes. We'll have to wait and see what is said about that one. But Ivanov is just on another level with the car in terms of keeping it under control. But if I was everyone else, I'd be saying there's only so many laps that he can go into the corners just twitching with that Aston Martin before he bins it into the barriers. So fast at the Porsche curves, that's where he went round the outside. And I tell you what, Team Endurotech have found some pace as well. They're a bit under pressure right now. The two LMP2s fighting for the victory at the moment. All Parabit has to do is finish the race, but they want to fight for the absolute victory in all races at the moment. Parabit just forcing the issue, just trying to close the door into the chicane. This is into the Michelin chicane 2 on the Hunaudière straight, and Parabit really mashing the throttle. A little bit of damage for Endurotech, nearly a little bit more as the Squirrely on the exit, still on the grass, still trying to recover it. Incredible scenes, but that's how hard you have to push the LMP2. There is no half measure with this car. It's purely old school. You have to just get on with it, but they nearly found out, as they say.
Yeah, Andre Metacek doing a really good job just keeping the team Endurotech car. And that is straight on. That was straight on at Mulsanne, and that means Team Endurotech now take the lead in the LMP2 division. And this, I mean, the thing is, even though Endurotech are 34 points behind, I mean, even if we get to 75% race distance at 75 laps out of 100, it's still not going to be enough. And if Endurotech have a drama and they don't make it to the end of this race and Endurotech win the class, well, that's it, game over. They've just got to hope that the chaos surrounding them works to their favour. And that is the big thing. They just have to be very careful. As Jonas Weider from Germany in the 176 Parabit sim racing car, you know, managed to only get it through the gravel. He didn't end up sliding off the circuit, and that's what we've been seeing, especially with these GTPs and these LMP2s here, John, is that once you attempt to brake, and especially take, for instance, Indianapolis, what we saw with Gatner, the car, he just turned it in under braking, and the front end was aquaplaning, and now we've got a real battle on our hands because Absolute Motorsport Aislith has now got the mono competition TS Simshot.de Daro Gassner right behind, and then the Pro-Am mono competition car is only about 9/10 off. So we've got a battle for the overall lead in GTP, and that's covered by less than 1.5 seconds as we ride on board. Gassner cannot see for Toffee, just going by feel. And I have to say, the man from Germany doing a really stellar job. The wipers on full, nothing can be seen apart from the local tree line. He pulls to the left-hand side to keep out of the spray just to get some visibility. And now back through again, and you can see here, down the gearbox, into second, 75 miles an hour, make that 60. And you can see the cars is just getting that little bit twitchy as we go through the first chicane here down the Mulsanne Straight. And then the acceleration, absolutely brutal in the GTPs, 260, 270, 280, nearly hitting well, look at this, 300 plus kilometers an hour in 7th gear, make that 310. Gessner absolutely flying blind by the seat of his pants on the run down to Mulsanne.
Yeah, indeed, and it looks like Andrea Casson ahead is just struggling a little bit with the conditions, to be fair, and Gessner was the driver for Mono that made a few mistakes just before the safety car came out, didn't lose position, but that has obviously helped them gain a little bit of confidence on this restart, and so this is the key stage of the race in terms of the rain, because it is stopping around most of the track. As you can see, there is a lot of standing water as Parabit and Team Endurotech go at it once again. Parabit around the outside. Endurotech trying to defend, a little bit of tap, a little bit of an argy-bargy. I think Parabit couldn't get the steering turned on the curb there on the inside. And Parabit take the lead for the moment, but Team Endurotech still in this one. There's a long way to go until the track is dry, but the weather band has passed. And looking at the radar, there is no further rain for the moment on the radar. We are getting news that there may be some later on in the race, but for the moment, they are looking to the dry conditions to gain some confidence. And once again, Endurotech really great on the brakes. Parabit a little bit all over the place, but have great traction when it's needed, gaining a car length. So this LMP2 battle is, well, lighting up. And the only thing we can see is the lights of Team Endurotech, but they are piling on the pressure at the moment, as they say.
Yeah, as Endurotech get out of the spray once again, and we return to the battle for GT3 Pro top honours. And look at the amount of water that is just coming off of the front, the bonnet of the car, and also the plenum chamber of the negative delta by SIMGEAR.IT 281 Aston Martin Vantage GT3. And look, there, as he gets into the braking zone for the chicane, he's right up close and personal to the Sonic. Ivanov had to really get on the brakes very, very late there, but what we'll also see is a little bit of, you know, not straight away going onto your brakes, because that can, as you rightly said, John, it can lock up the fronts and you can go straight on and hit the local scenery. But sometimes some drivers will use that little bit of lift off first, let the car settle quickly, and then hit the brakes, because that means you've got a little bit more purchase. And then we see Ivanov so deep on the brakes on the Aston Martin. That car's front end must be pointing downwards, and the front splitter must be scraping across the tarmac every time he throws the anchors out the back.
That's what you want to do. They've pulled a 7-second gap, and I just wanted to point this out as well. Absolute Motorsport Asolith coming into the pits. They were 1 lap shorter on the stint. They've done 12 laps, even with the behind the safety car. So they are the first to come in for a stop. We're expecting Mono perhaps on the lap afterwards, but this is now the chance for Mono on that low fuel to maybe get the overcut and just take control of this race. We'll have to wait and see whether Absolute Motorsport Asolith can do anything with the strategy. Will they short fuel a little bit? Will they try and change things up? It's a question mark when the crossover point, if we get a crossover point, because sometimes the track just doesn't dry out whatsoever. Be interesting to see what happens. And Bozidar Andreev at the moment, negative delta SRT. I think we're going to see a little bit of a moment. Oh, a little bit more of a moment, because that's either been contact or they are facing the wrong way into Indianapolis. They've scraped the barrier, lost a little bit of bodywork on the front, and that has not gone well for sure. So that was R&R Motorsports that we saw right next to them as well. I'm not seeing any damage on the side or on the front of their car, so possibly it was just going for position. You can see the Porsche, though, sliding through the Porsche curbs, aptly named for this kind of driving, but with all the standing water on track, you have to say they are teetering on the edge of disaster every single time. And it's mesmerizing to watch these drivers. They are just so good at what they do. Here we are with the 2 mono competitions, car 11, car 2 following it. So car 11 is the one that is important for the championship. Car 2 playing the backup role at the moment. They are getting their skates on. They are just trying to get the laps in on these worn tires, but on lighter fuel. Let's have a look at the lap times. Can they do it? Yes, fastest lap of the race at the moment goes to Mono Competition 11. So they are putting in laps. They should come out ahead of Absolute Motorsport Acelith.
Oh, but Mono Competition Pro-Am in the number 2 has had warning for stops on track and causes damage with multiple vehicles involved. So that would have been the 3-car fender bender that involved Tobias Pascoe in a couple of GT3 cars when it looked like the Pro-Am car had actually stopped out on track. And Pascoe just getting so squirrely on the back end. And that was not going to be easy going through into Indianapolis. It's one of the places you don't want to have that happen. Okay, and now we're going to see a replay with Andre Matejczak in the Team Endurotech car, and he is going to go straight. Oh no! On the curb, the 130 spins 180 degrees just before the final chicane, and luckily enough, able to keep it out of the barriers. That is very, very important, but it might have caused a little bit of duress with the tyres. Meantime, what am I seeing here? Brightness on the circuit here, John, as we got Sorrento Motorsports' Joao Teixeira in the 255. He's closing in for 3rd position in the Pro class, and he's right behind the Absolute Motorsport Acelith GT3 entry, and that is a battle for position. And let's be completely honest, I mean, Absolute Motorsport Acelith GT3 currently on 151 points. Sorrento Motorsports GT3, well, they didn't have a good one at round 2, didn't score any points there at all, but we've seen Teixeira in the wars here today at Le Mans so far, as we are getting ever closer. We're 2 hours in, and if you say to me, well, how long is it going to take to complete 100 laps of Le Mans, I'll tell you this: how long's a piece of string? Because with the weather we've had so far, I think with 2 hours completed, I think we might have completed maybe about possibly 40 laps if we didn't have a safety car, if we didn't have light rain that turned into a biblical downpour here at Le Mans, John.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a change of weather. It's a complete sunshine. Oh, Sorrento into the back of Absolute Motorsport Acelith. They're just a little bit of a tap, and that car has been very aggressive in terms of its stance on the road, and I think they're just able to carry the brakes a little bit deeper. You got Maniti in the background as well that does not want to get involved in this. They're just quite happily plodding around for whatever time it takes. They are quite happy to measure the string as long as it takes for them to get this championship, that's for sure. Bozidar Andreev just attacking the BMW in front. That's off-track racing BMW, just in the lead as far as I can tell at the moment of the GT3 AM class. No, in 2nd place, my apologies, as R&R Motorsport pops back onto my screen. And yeah, it's battling for 2nd place, battling for pride, I think, more than anything else, as R&R Motorsport needed disaster. And I wanted to point this out, so I wasn't sure whether it was an issue with my timing screen or not, but Absolute Motorsport Acelith have been in the pits and have not come back out of the pits since I mentioned them going in. So it's not a scheduled pit stop. I didn't think it was a scheduled pit stop. They were in far too early, and this is a disaster for the championship. This is going to put everything onto the Mono Competition number 11 car, the one leading the race at the moment. All they have to do is continue around, and it should be okay. So hopefully not too bad a problem for Absolute Motorsport Acelith, but they are dropping time right now in the pits.
Yeah, and well, we just had a notification under review, avoidable contact between cars 383 and 322. So that is R&R Motorsport. Oh, right, and negative Delta SRT. So there was an assist as Gabriel Ivanov for negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it pulls the Aston Martin into pit lane, which means Gabriele Rossoni will continue for Team Racing Point. There's Max Riedmüller in the Maniti Racing Black, Aston Martin. Also, they've got some really talented drivers, a couple of which I've had the pleasure of commentating on before, like Ryan van der Hype and Dan van Zutphen. and they seem to be getting on with the business at hand because they are now closing in on Sorrento Motorsports GT3, and they've gotten through on them, and that is underneath the Dunlop Bridge. So well played to Manisi Racing Black for getting through. And then they look at this. It's just like we saw earlier on with Team Racing Points and Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it. Lamborghini Huracan versus Aston Martin Vantage. Ding ding, seconds out. It's another round that we've got to play by here.
Lamborghini is just cruising on the straights thinking, this is easy work, gets to the Porsche chicanes, and all of a sudden the Aston Martin lights up the timing board, that's for sure, especially in these raining conditions. The stability of the Aston Martin just seems to be much better. And Maniti, once again, the masters of consistency, apart from that little blip that we saw earlier this race. So once again, they don't really need this position, but they're kind of forced to fight for it as they are in a battle with everybody. And so the Sorrento Motorsports car behind them will be saying, well, I actually want in on this action, so either you get a move on or I'm going to get past you. I want to point out as well some very important news, as you just saw in the background briefly, as we take a look at Team EnduroTech. But Absolute Motorsport Acelith GTP is back racing. So they are back out on circuit, and Team EnduroTech seem to have a little bit of damage on the front there already. The car not lining up in terms of the lights, and they're forced to straight line the chicane, not going well on the brakes. Hopefully they do recover it, but they do look like they're spinning out on this replay. They just stop it in the gravel trap before the barrier. Very nice. And Maniti under pressure now. You can see the squirreling of the cars. That Lamborghini is under so much pressure. Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Just want to point out, it's a 1-2 for Lamborghini at the moment. Team Racing Point just ahead of them as well. So that mid-engine layout is working very well.
Yeah, but there was a big wobble from the Sorrento Motorsports GT3 Aston Martin right behind Max Riedmüller. And that was what caught. That's why you lot heard that sharp intake of breath as. Now we've got, Tom Ballantyne has managed to thread his way in between both of the mono competition cars, and it's a straight-out dogfight. Ballantyne getting a really, really good amount of performance. He's going to go for the race lead. They've got an LMP2 car just in front, and that is going to be the Gassed Up Motorsports 119. Ballantyne through for the race lead on lap 30. He manages to get the job done. But now, how close do you want to make it trying to get through on an LMP2 car? It has to exit stage left. Tom Ballantyne with cat-like reflexes. I think he must have lost one of his 9 lives just then.
The battle between Sorrento and mono competition has been full of fireworks, let's say, especially on the last round. So it wouldn't surprise me as well if this was them just sending a message saying, you're battling for the championship, we have nothing to lose, I'm going for that position, even if it takes me out of this race. So Sorrento just saying that if you want to make the move, you can make it done, but you're going to be biting your teeth or biting your tongue or gritting your teeth or whatever combination of that just to make it happen. And definitely the confidence there in overtaking the LMP2 is a little bit above what I could do, that's for sure. A little bit wide, once again, just drifting, but they're making it work, as they say.
Coming out of the Porsche curves. Oh,
terrible.
That is one way to try and keep with Absolute Motorsport Acelith and Manisi Racing Black. Sorrento went for a big old spin, kept it out of the barriers. Oh, that was definitely a code brown. Clean up on aisle 3 for the Sorrento Motorsports team. But hopefully they've got that. We're going to have a look at the replay here. So just watch. Turns it in, back end steps out, and that is Teixeira. I did say he's been through the trenches here today, and that's something he definitely didn't want. Little left tap with the barrier with the front left of the bumper. So not, very much superficial there for Teixeira, but he was very, very lucky. That was not a harder hit there.
There's still a lot of standing water, as you can see, the track not drying too much, but that Sorrento Motorsports GT3 has been just on edge all the time, as we got number 383 and number 322, no further action. So just probably a tap there between the two cars of the GT3 class. So not too bad for them. They can continue racing. But yeah, for Sorrento, their car has been in the barriers and in the wars, as they say. And it just looks like that car has had no traction the entire race. A bit like Gassed Up Motorsports. A bit of a question mark as to what's going on there. But sometimes it just doesn't go your way, does it? And that's just what you've got to do.
But also now, what do we see above us? Well, the weather front has gone away into the distance, and we have blue skies here at Le Mans, which means, even with rooster tails, you actually have a lot more visibility as Max Riedmüller closing in on the back of the Absolute Motorsport Aceless GT3 car. And a little bit of gravel being flung by the diffuser of the Lamborghini Huracan as it gets up to speed. And there we see, I think that is going to be the Ionosis Esports car that is a lap down, as here comes Tobias Pascoe on Tom Ballantyne, and this is going to be a brave move by the Mono Competition Pro-Am car around the outside.
Oh, no!
And a little bit of a tap because Ballantyne had nowhere to go. Pascoe tried the risk versus reward, and it did not pay off.
The one mono car that they can afford to lose in this race is going for risky overtakes, and it was just swapping rear end effectively just on the traction zone, and then got tagged by Sorrento, to be fair. So damage once again on the number 2 car on the left rear. That left rear, they might be running out of spare parts by the end of this race, unfortunately. And once again, Maniti, no way past the Absolute Motorsport Aceless car, and in fact sliding there into the end of the Hunaudière straight. So just swapping and trying to maintain the traction on the ABS and managing to get it pointed in the right direction. Still in third place, still sitting pretty in terms of championship. Team Racing Point, though, is demonstrating why they've been a contender for their championship by just blasting off into the distance. 20 seconds now, the gap. So let's have another look at that. So Pascoe goes very deep in on the brakes, closes off Sorrento. He's allowed to do that. He's ahead, and it's just swapped ends already. So he's already in trouble there. Maybe a little bit of a tap. We can't really see it, but that just induces the pendulum effect. And I don't think there was too much of a collision there, but it was just the fact that Sorrento just having to put on the brakes and wait for them to spin and see where they were going.
Yeah, Ballantyne just really had nowhere to go and just sort of kept it nice and straight. We're going to see it on board with Pascoe himself. So he's going to go round the outside. You see how close they are. And I think there might have been
a little bit of a touch, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think so. So I think it might have just been the slightest glance, but that to me would be more than likely a bit of a race, possibly a 50-50 racing incident, if I'm completely honest there, John.
Yeah, it's very, very aggressive turn in around the outside. And we've seen this in the past with the stewards, is that you've got to leave racing room. And if you're going too aggressively, you can't just act as if there's no car on the inside. And yeah, I think I'd agree with you there. 6-1, half a dozen of the others. Number 2, again, getting very loose. So whether there's damage there, whether it's just they're overdriving the car. Oh, this is not going to end well. Can I get it stopped? Just about. Thank goodness for ABS and great brakes on these GTP cars, because that was near enough disaster. Hopefully they don't rejoin in front of the BMW. Oh, that's a bit of a risky rejoin there. I think the off-track racing team might have something to say about that one. But again, just in the wars a little bit, maybe trying to gain back lost time. And that's one thing you can't do, is act as if you haven't lost the seconds and just push 110%, because that's when the mistakes happen. Maniti are pushing Absolute Motorsport Aceless through the first sector at the moment, but there is no way past. They've lost 2 seconds on the last lap alone to Team Racing Point.
Yeah, and after that spin for Pascoe, well, Sorrento Motorsports GTP, 7.4 seconds up the road. Riedmüller just putting on an absolute clinic when it comes to just putting pressure on the Absolute Motorsport Aceless car, which is not in, well, is not in the fight for the GT3 Pro standings, but still both cars are running in the top 4 in both respective GTP and GT3 Pro classes. So a very, very good consistent kind of performance from the team. But Riedmuller, the back end steps out a little bit as there comes the Sorrento Motorsport GTP overall race leader coming through. But now we're getting into that back market traffic situation here, John, a little bit. And what that means is that the GT3s and the LMP2s have to hold their line, and it's down to the GTPs to make the moves nice and safely, whether they have to use the inside, whether they have to use the outside, or use a bit of discretion as the better part of valor to wait and then get their opportunities to overtake.
Yeah, it's all about using the car. As you got a huge puddle on the exit of Michelin chicane there that Maniti just went through. That won't help your traction whatsoever. It won't help your acceleration. And effectively, you've just got to look at what your car is doing at the moment. And for example, if you're in the Aston Martin, say you need to be as close as you can through Indianapolis and Arnage, as we've got the number 11 mono that will want to get through, but won't find a way past. They're just happy waiting at the moment. To be fair, if I'm mono in the number 11 car, Absolute Motorsport Acelith is a lap down. I don't need to worry about them. I can just cruise my race even if I lose positions. It doesn't matter right now. They are safe on points as far as I can tell. So it would be 1 point advantage right now to mono competition. So they're okay for the moment. But yeah, in terms of the GT3s especially, you've just got to look at what the car is doing, where you're strong, and play to that advantage. If it's struggling in one area, right now at the crossover point, or where the cars and the tyres especially are starting to struggle, maybe even overheat, is not the point where you want to start pushing and start finding out what's going to happen, because we've seen with Sorrento, that's exactly what happens when you just overpush the limit.
Yeah, and this weather front has dissipated very, very quickly indeed. And with the sunshine now beating down on the track, we could see, maybe I would say, possibly depending on how and when we get to that crossover point with the lap times, will depend ultimately on when we're going to see possibly a switch back to slick tyres. But it's also going to be down to who is confident that thinking, well, we're going to try and risk it. I think Gabriel Ivanov is one name that springs to mind anyway in the negative delta by SIMGEAR.IT Aston Martin, as Riedmuller goes through 2 big patches of standing water as Tom Ballantyne now brings in the 33 Sorrento Motorsports GTP car. There's Pascoe. Is Pascoe going to stay out? Yes, that is the case in the Mono Competition Pro-Am number 2 car. And you can just see even the GTPs are having still problems getting the traction down coming out of the final chicane. And that is going to be the case of, look, now there's Matt Gatter has come in. Right, that is going to be the sister car that has just come in. That is car number 11, which is going to be the Mono Competition TS simshop.de. So that car has come in. Now, obviously, depending on how long they stay in the pit lane, well, Sorrento Motorsports GTP are now, I think, making their way out of pit lane as we ride back on board with Tobias Pascoe. And he's got the R&R Motorsport car, which is still leading GT3 AM, and that is by 23 seconds. And R&R Motorsport have been keeping their nose very, very clean here indeed. And looking at it from this perspective, they have to finish 3rd or higher to take the GT3 AM title effectively. I think it might, no, I think it, on my maths, for those wondering, I'm actually commentating from my hotel room in the Netherlands. I've had a very, very early start, which was a 2:30 wake-up call to drive to Stansted, catch the 6:20 flight, and I've been on my feet all day, so it's nice to actually sit down for a change. So maths at the minute is not my strong point, so I might have to get the calculator on the smartphone out here, John.
He's an absolute trooper. That's what I'll say about Mr. Alex in the comms box with me. And just to do the maths, they are in the lead of the championship. So at the moment, out front, they don't need to do any maths, to be fair. It's a case of a 10 points difference. So negative delta SRT are in second place. But even if it was to swap around, effectively, they'd still be okay. It's if they drop to third place that it becomes a little bit dicey in terms of the points, especially if Negative Delta are in first place. But for the moment, they're looking okay. I don't really see at the moment any reason for R&R Motorsport to drop down the order. They have a tiny bit of damage on the front, but it shouldn't affect them too much. The real story of championship right now in terms of drama is still the Absolute Motorsport Acelith car in P4, and that realistically is looking at another safety car period to swoop by and save them effectively, because the number 11 car is in P3 at the moment, but they are still, I think, okay by 1 point is Mono for winning the championship. So yeah, Absolute Motorsport Acelith needs to pray for some more drama, hopefully not or involving them, I should say, and then they can get back into the mix. But I'm just glad to see that their issue, whatever happened, has been fixed. And I want to point out as well, for one Lamborghini, it's going really well. Team Racing Point still 26 seconds the gap, but Absolute Motorsport Acelith are really struggling in terms of traction in the background right there. Same for Maniti, so interesting to see. Meanwhile, the Negative Delta cars are 5th and 6th after their great starts to the event at Le Mans here. They are now struggling as well, so we're now seeing possibly the setup differences come into effect.
Yeah, and I think touching on to that point now, you've probably got to factor that maybe and that is Nicholas Gessner has had a big moment in the number 11 mono competition car, and he's come out right in front of one of the off-track racing vehicles, I think. Again, we're going to see here, now this is into Indianapolis, turns it in, back end decides, I'm not playing ball. He skirts his way four-wheel drift through the kitty litter, kicks up a big old dust cloud, brings the gravel onto the track, and it's the off-track BMW, the number in seventh position in the class, has to go, oh, right, on the anchors, throw them out the back, hold on for dear life, and ride the roller coaster out. But Niklas Gessner was very lucky indeed. As Rostislav Kotsev for RR Motorsport comes through, Tobias Pascoe nearly goes into the back. Oh, and that was the Team Racing Point GT3 Pro Lamborghini he nearly rear-ended there. And bearing in mind that Tobias Pascoe has been rear-ended in that incident that got the team a warning from race control, he nearly ended up in the back of the 227 Racing Point Lamborghini, as Max Riedmuller is now starting to once again start to stretch the legs on the 4-litre twin-turbo V8 Aston Martin Vantage of Maniti Racing Black. And Absolute Motorsport Acelith might be under significant threat right now, because here comes the closing rate of speed as they've exited out of Tetra Rouge and towards the first of the to Ralentisseur, the first of the two chicanes here at the Mulsanne Straight. And the gap is closing, but at the minute, Riedmuller is not close enough to be within striking distance. Maybe if he can get the traction down, depending on what the Lamborghini does in front, which has a little bit of a twitch on the rear end as the power is applied. But again, that gap goes up because as you rightly said, John, mid-mounted rear-wheel drive cars seem to handle well in the wets, and the Lamborghini is doing exactly that. But now you can see that naturally aspirated V10 just stretching its legs and saying TTFN to the Aston Martin behind for the moment.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see the amount of spray that's still getting just lapped up by the cars and the tires. It's not close to dry conditions, even though we've had sunshine now for a solid 30 minutes. So it's puzzling really at the moment, and I think a lot of drivers staying out on these tires thinking, I need to come in for tires, but I don't want to come in until it's right for dry tires. You see, on certain parts of the track, especially when there's an elevation change, there's not much rain or puddles on the circuit anymore. Maybe on the off areas, just on the side of the road. You really don't want to be going over those anyway, as that's the Sorrento GTP just getting past at the moment in P2. So they're slightly out of a pit stop synchronization. But you can see when you get up to speed, you've still got a lot of standing water. So pitting right now for tires might be very, very difficult. And I think as a driver, this is probably one of the worst periods, apart from the rain increasing when you're on slicks. This is another one where you just have to sit tight and just hope that the pace comes to you. But the propensity of making mistakes, like we saw from the number 11 and number 2 mono cars, that is what you have to avoid. And especially for number 11, we saw it last time out. Last time out at Daytona, it was already, they had it in the bag. They could have scored great championship points, and then they binned it essentially by themselves and have created this championship scenario, to be fair, for the last race. But again, is it another case of the pressure getting to them a little bit, and will we see more errors creeping in toward the end of the race?
Yes, and that is another thing that, you know, in the early stages of a race like this, where you've got 100 laps of Le Mans to contest with, there is going to be that point where, depending on how many drivers you have on your lineup, and obviously with the entry list on the SIMGEAR Endurance Series, I've seen as many as anywhere between 2 to 4 drivers. So on a race like this, you want to have, you know, drivers that have been tested under battle. And what I mean by that is, can they do a single? Can they do a double? Can they do a triple stint? And with some of the teams that we've got here, especially with Absolute Motorsport, Mono Competition, Sorrento, you know, they have decided to go with 2 drivers for a lot of them. But at Le Mans, it is, you know, you're looking at the best part of maybe 2.5 to 3 times the distance here at Le Mans in comparison with, like, say, Daytona last time out for round 4. And that is and Nicholas Gessner again, just, he's, I'm gonna say it like this, Nicholas Gessner has had so many get out of jail free cards that the Monopoly board has run out. Like there's been so many times where there's been a moment, and it was like we saw when he went straight off, brought out the kitty litter coming out of Indianapolis, as Marcello Caserta comes out for the Absolute Motorsport Acelith GT3 team. So that car now has come out behind. Well, that means that Maniti Racing Black, with Max Riedmüller behind the wheel, is now leading the Pro class, which is exactly where they really would like to stay for the remainder of this race. But we don't know what's going to happen over the next 65 laps, truth be told. There's so many things that you could say about mental and physical exhaustion. And I'm going to bring up this topic where some people say, oh yeah, sim racing, it's just like playing a game. No, whoever says that, I think needs to have a quick educational course of how detailed sim racing is. And it's, I mean, I don't have a simulator at home, but I understand the technicalities of motorsport in general, being an IRL commentator and working, you know, within sports cars and within one-make series. You kind of understand, and you ask for information to really understand the nuances of the skill sets that these drivers and the engineers and the teams, how they go through setting up for any kind of condition. And that is what is so impressive, that the professional attitude towards what sim racing has evolved into now is a far cry to when we saw the Corona boom back 6 years ago.
Oh yeah, in terms of professionalism, in terms of in-depth detail of understanding of everything, it's just on another level. I'd say it's another planet. I just want to point out as well, in the pit stops there, Absolute Motorsport Acelith have actually passed Team Racing Point there. So Team Racing Point taking a long pit stop, maybe taking a different set of tyres. They've dropped time as well, 4 seconds. So we'll have to wait and see what is going on, because Negative Delta by SIMGEAR right now on screen is right behind them. Christian Novev in the car. That's number 2. Tobias Pascoe in the pit lane mono competition. The car slightly out of stint length with everyone else, so they are in the lead of the race, but they will relinquish that position. There's a lot of gravel getting spewed up. I think the car has been briefly off the roads there, not exactly sure which one, but it looks like it might have been the Lamborghini. Yeah, thinking about sim racing, back during the COVID times, I was doing esports in the World Rally Championship, and the amount of analysis and sort of optimizing that we did back then is completely different to right now. And like, if you did the same amount of effort as Negative Delta SRT, they'd been in the pit lane, now out on fresh tires, different feeling on the car, and it swaps ends just in the puddle next to the curb and clouting the barrier. A little bit of aerodynamic damage on the front, sadly, so they may have to pit again, but they may also stay out and just say, well, in the changeable conditions, it won't affect much. The main problem that you have there is affecting fuel mileage, which can make a huge problem for your race. But definitely, Alex, I think I agree with you, and for sure, it's a far cry from what it was before, in that it's gotten so much more intense, and you have to put in so many hours to understand just the basics of sim racing nowadays. As Tobias Pascoe comes out of the pits, still in P2, Sorrento chasing them very close behind, but it looks like they're in the pits as well.
Yeah, so that might give an opportunity for the number 18 Absolute Motorsport Acelith Porsche, as Tom Ballantyne doing an absolutely brilliant job for Sorrento Motorsports GTP. As you rightly said, that the number 33 Porsche has got absolutely nothing to lose, and what we've seen from Ballantyne so far in just over the last hour is cold tyres, cold brakes, a little bit of a moment there through Dunlop, but no harm, no foul for the number 33. Yeah, it's just so impressive, and you know, I think well, you mentioned about the WRC sports. There's a good person that I know from a certain little country that has a tree on its flag from Lebanon. Sami Joe Abinakle is a good friend, and he's been, you know, he's now really starting to move from sim racing into IRL, and we're seeing a lot of that transfer now, as Guillaume Gualbu now is behind the wheel of the 227 Racing Point car, and there is the oh dear, it's happening again. It's like deja vu, only we've got 2 different drivers behind the wheels of the respective cars, and we get the onboard from the just over the engine cover, the 5.2 naturally aspirated V10, and again, it's another car that has now got a replacement, because obviously now the new Lamborghini Temerario has hit the GT3 world, but still there are still teams that that are running at the 54th rank of the Ravenol ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, that are still entrusting it to the Huracan Evo, which has been a wonderful talisman car for Lamborghini. But in the meantime, it is Aston Martin and Aston Martin leading a 1-2 for the brand. And just a few moments ago, John, it was Lamborghini 1-2.
Yeah, for the moment, the 2 Aston Martins at the front have yet to come into the pits. We're expecting them basically any minute now, to be fair. The Sorrento Motorsports have managed to go 1 hour stint, to be fair, so they must be taking the maximum amount of fuel possible out of the car. I mean, they're probably just scrounging around with the hose to try and get another lap in, so I'm expecting them in the pits, that's for sure. And it's incredible that they've managed to do that, probably just lifting and coasting. And it's worth mentioning also in the rain that you use less fuel because you're quite simply fewer times on the accelerator fully. So they will be consuming the fuel right now, as you can just about see that spray is getting lesser and lesser. There's a dry line sort of slightly taking shape. on some parts of the circuit. So it's around this point that drivers will start questioning, are we about to come in? What do we do in terms of tyres? What is going to happen? But yeah, just you mentioning that name, Alex, Sammy Joe, the amount of talents, the amount of drivers, especially youngsters, that we have in sim racing right now is so good. And from racing against him, even when that was when he was younger, so he's more formidable now. Even off in the background, Absolute Motorsport Acelith. That's the GTP. Hopefully hasn't hit the barriers, but their day is not going for, well, it's just going from bad to worse. Let's see what this is. Sorrento. So has Sorrento had a problem as well? Is it getting tricky for the Porsche GTPs at the moment? We've seen they've been a bit tricky in terms of traction, but this is just sliding wide. Oh, they are going to have a moment sliding wide onto the rumble strips. There's no grip out there. There's a huge amount of standing water, hopefully not into the barriers. They've done exactly what Team Jota did a few years ago while leading the race. And that is a huge loss. The front left tyre completely off the car, the bodywork on the ground. That's going to be a very lengthy pit stop.
Yeah, the left front steering and suspension absolutely decimated as Tom Ballantyne in the Sorrento Motorsports GTP Porsche cannons into the barriers. Literally a passenger at that point. That is a real shame for what we've seen from Ballantyne as Teixeira pulls the sister GT3 car. Well done, Tom Ballantyne, for getting that car to the pits. Not taking a tow, thinking, you know what, we've got everything to gain, nothing to lose. And after probably, I think, one of the most dramatic stints for this man here, Joao Teixeira brings the Sorrento Motorsports GT3 Aston Martin Vantage into pit lane. Now, I just saw the Sorrento Motorsports car get dropped off the jacks. So, is there being a decision? Is a decision being made by the team in the number 33? That is going to be crucial because that is not going to polish out, first of all. Second of all, how long is the repair time going to be? And there we see it, very lightly wet track conditions. So the humidity and the sunshine is starting to bring a little bit of that crossover point as Teixeira again will go out for another stint in the 255 Aston Martin. I'm going to be interested to see, John, who decides to make the first Jensen Button call when we're just on that precipice of the lap times where they can say, yeah, it's good to go to slicks.
Oh, well, your guess is as good as mine, to be honest. It's such treacherous conditions out there. From what I'm seeing, the last sector looks as if it's still quite damp, and especially through here, through sector 1 as well. But the Unitier Straight and all the way to Indianapolis, it looks pretty dry. So it's so tricky. Oh, that is the off-track racing, I think, MDM car that has gone and spun round. So that's P3 in your GT3 AM at the moment that is off the track. It looks like it was a relatively low-speed spin. So they've lost it going through the S's. They've tried to recover. They've gone over the curb, and that paradoxically has unsettled the car on the brakes. And that's so unfortunate. So that incident has happened a long time ago. And sadly, I think they've gone straight into the barrier there as well.
That's just off Petra Rouge coming through the S's.
Yeah.
So that would say to me, possibly left front will have been absolutely obliterated because that was not at slow speed. That was at high speed. And with a tank slapper like that, you are a passenger and you are going to understeer into the nearest barrier. So, Bodymeshov for negative delta SRT into the first of the two chicanes.
Oh no.
This is not going to be good for the 383. Back end steps out whilst he tries to turn left. It's going to over-rotate through into the strewn gravel over the circuit. Makes it...
Oh.
How about that for the slightest little kiss to the barrier? Well
like
held, I have to say.
Incredible.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
I can't believe I won't say luck because it was well held, to be fair, in terms of spin, but it's so easy to do it. Oh, that's a mistake, nearly. Car number 11, your provisional championship leader in GTP, nearly stuffing it into the barrier there, just easing off with the brakes and just trying to go wide, had a little bit of a snap. So what you're seeing into the chicanes right now for GT3 and for the hypercars at the moment is they're going in on the brakes, they're having a snap into the chicane, and then they're saying, oh, it's all okay, I managed to recover that. They turn the other way to go around the chicane, and all of a sudden the rear tires that are overheated or overloaded just snap again in the other direction, and that's when they go around. It's so tricky to recover that as a driver because you need to take the chicane, otherwise you're going into the barrier. So it's the lesser of two evils to let it spin round. What car 11 did there was very risky. They got away with it, but how many times will they get away with it? Look at that track. That track is really dry right now, and the sunshine, not a cloud in the sky, as they say.
Yeah, the only water that we're actually seeing is coming from the bonnet and the plenum chamber, just by the front wiper blades here on board with the number 383 negative delta SRT. So, and as they accelerate down the Mulsanne, okay, there's still some standing water on the circuit, but here comes Bodymechov to get through, and that is going to be on the off-track racing MDM that we did see have that tank slapper. So looks like the MDM car did not hit the barriers, might have just probably just about saved things, and that BMW could have found itself in pit lane with a big amount of left front damage. But again, like you said, John, we're now seeing the crossover point getting closer and closer, and we are not that far away from lap 40 being completed out of 100, but there's still a lot of this race left to go, and it's anyone's guess. I think the term unpredictability is going to be the one that I'm going to mention here, as off-track racing MDM now dive into pit lane as negative delta SRT in the Mercedes carries on its way. And I'm wondering, oh, hang on a second. Yeah, negative delta SRT now 1 minute and 22 seconds behind R&R Motorsport, who continue to dominate proceedings by about more than a quarter of a lap. And you can see here that Kotsev doing a really good job behind the wheel of the leading GT3 AM. I mean, the Porsche really now starting to hit its stride a little bit here, as these conditions are going to start to come to cars that have that nice balance between wet and dry setup compromises that the teams have had to make.
Yeah, the R&R Motorsport Porsche has always been sort of piloted by drivers that every time we've interviewed them, they've been just cool, calm and collected. No matter what's thrown at them, they've just sort of lapped up the pressure, and that's been the defining scenario for them. Look at that, no spray whatsoever as far as I can tell coming from those tires. So maybe just a hint of it. You can see it on the right tire there. Just as you approach going into Indianapolis, that is where you start to get a little bit more spray. So again, not quite ready, I think, for slicks, but you need the slick intermediates, as they say. That's the best tire for these conditions. Sadly, they don't have those, so they will be running these tires right down to the canvas. But you can see the puddles of water as you approach Indianapolis. From this point onwards, it's still significantly damper. And anytime you go off track or next to the curbs, there are still puddles of water. We saw it on board through the Porsche curves as well. Still a lot of dampness on the exit here. There's a huge puddle. So it's that tricky condition where just over pushing the limit will catch up with you. And I think that's where the gaps are starting to happen for the two monocars, for example, in GTP. 15 seconds, as you can see there on the top right-hand corner. And top left-hand corner, I should say. Whoopsie daisies, that's why I'm a great rally driver, because I don't know my right and my left, apparently. But yeah, it's one of those things where you have to be just cautious. Maniti in the pits then. So that is probably the last driver that we have yet to pit in the GT3 class. And that means everybody of the GT3 class is on around about the same strategy. So Maniti managing to take it to that lap, not that lap, that hour stint. of laps, which is incredible. Once again, that is a huge amount of stints. Normally, we expect about 50 minutes of racing on one tank of fuel. They're managing to do the difference, as they say.
Yeah, that could be. Oh, that was a bit of a big old hit on the sausage curves coming out of the final chicane, and that is. Well, now that is the Absolute Motorsport Acelith GT3 car that now takes the lead in GT3 Pros because of Maniti Racing Black, and well, the balance has rearranged itself. Lamborghini 1-2, anybody? Here we go, served on a silver platter as Maniti Racing Black rejoin in the Aston Martin, the number 278. So this is, again, we're now going to see that it's the battle of Gaydon versus Sant'Agata Bolognese when it comes to GT3 Pro. And don't worry, it's not an Italian menu I'm sprouting, folks. It's the location of where the cars are actually produced in-house at Lamborghini Squadra Corse. And some great machinery that stable has produced over the years. And again, just still some residual standing water puddles here, John. And from a driver's perspective, especially when you're on these, you know, if you're still on these wet tyres now, they are going to be begging for mercy because they'll be right down to the canvas, and then all of a sudden you'll get yourself through a corner as that was a wobble, and I think that might have been, that was the gassed up 119 LMP2 that just had a bit of a wiggle on the back end. That just probably kept the driver awake a little bit, said, oh, that was the caffeine fix I needed.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a problem there because I'm noticing some tyre wobble. Now, I think, is this what we're seeing? Some cars coming into the pits for some dry tyres. I'm just trying to look at the stint lengths. I definitely think this is. They haven't gone a full stint length, and that is the Pro-Am car, I think, coming into the pits first to try and tell the number 11 car, the one that's important for the championship, whether or not it is ready for the dry tyres. So we might see a flurry of pit stops right now, and definitely anybody else that's still out there on the wet tyres. I'd say the majority of the track is dry, and it's better to go out there on dry tyres now and just avoid the puddles. If you know where, you don't swap the drivers, the driver will know where the puddles are at this stage, and so they will be able to just avoid them, maybe go wide in a few places, and the dry tyres will still be faster at this stage, because look at it, only a spray in a few areas where there's a puddle. You can easily avoid that and just gain track time. So we will probably see a lot of people in the pits right now, and it wouldn't surprise me if already a few cars are already on dry tyres.
Yeah, and there we're seeing on the right-hand side of the timing tower, well, number 11 is still on wet. Absolute Motorsport Acelith, number 18, still on wet tyres. Gassed up Motorsports 119 LMP2. 3 out of the top 4, so Maniti Racing Black have gone to dry tyres. And yeah, looks like Off-Track Racing KPS have also decided to switch to dries, so we are getting to that point. You're going to see the closing speed of the 119 Gassed Up Motorsports team closing in as we've got this wonderful onboard from the right rear wheel arch of the Porsche GT3 R for RR Motorsport, and again just through the Porsche curves, and yeah, we're now seeing that these dry tyres are really going to be the optimum for the teams to go for, and this track is so bone dry now, it's unspeakable as Kotsev comes into pit lane in the 322 R&R Motorsport Porsche. So this might give an opportunity. We could have a replay here. Tobias Pascoe, oh dear. First chicane, drifts out a little bit wide. What's going to happen here? Because those curves are still going to be very, very damp. Oi, 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 oi. Code Brown clean up on aisle 3 for Tobias Pascoe. Oh, the right rear's taken a hit against the barriers. That right rear, well, that rear end of that car has had more damage than I can shake a stick at right now. That car has again been another one that's gone through the trenches.
Well, the only good news you can say about that is that if there is damage, it's at least equal on both sides now. Now, I'm not sure that will be reassuring for the drivers whatsoever, but it's another thing where you have to say, if you're car 11 right now, you'll be saying, do I really want to take the risk right now? So just way too deep in, getting already on the wet patch, right on the inside of the chicane there, and then just over the puddle. So you collect the water, there's resistance with the water, and it just drags the tires in, especially seeing as they don't have any grooves effectively. So you're aquaplaning, whereas the other side is still accelerating, and the differentials just swap the car around, and there's nothing you can do about it. So that's what I was referencing earlier on, is okay, you go onto the dry tires, but you have to remember to avoid the puddles that you haven't been avoiding. And that is a classic sense of just a little bit of lapse in concentration. Once again, with the tricky conditions, some of the drivers might be a little bit tired right now, or just in a phase of not paying enough attention, and there it can go so easily wrong so quickly, and by the time you figure out what's happened, it's way too late. So we may see, so Mono, actually the other Mono car is in the pit, so they're deciding, even with their teammate making a mistake, you have to go for it. Absolute Motorsport Acelith staying out, so I guess just trying to err on the side of caution, trying to keep themselves in the race and hope for some late drama, as that is the Sorrento Motorsports GT3 coming out to the pits, also on dry tyres now. So this car will be very happy. That GT3 will be very happy to get back on the dry tyres, because it has not had a good time on the wets. So there you go. That is our race leader coming out of the pits, car number 11, onto the dry tyres, just tiptoeing around, trying to get them back up to temperature. And this is the last GTP on the wet weather tyres, the Absolute Motorsport Acelith car, a lap down in third place at the moment, as Sorrento, I think, have just repaired their damage and are back out on track in P4.
Oh, that's about what? That's a long old repair. That was probably, what, north of 15 minutes worth of damage that has just been replaced or repaired on that 33 Porsche after that big off for Tom Ballantyne that we saw, where he was quite literally a passenger. And again, you said about standing water puddles. Don't use the curbing on the outside of going through into Indianapolis, folks, because that will definitely be squeaky bum time right there, as we just saw with the 119. But it comes back to what you said earlier, that the number 2 mono competition car is, as you said, the sacrificial lamb. So they can say, well, number 2, Tobias, you need to come in and go on dries. I don't want to. No, you've got to go on dry tyres. Track's drying up. We need to see what's going to happen. And unfortunately, Tobias has been the guinea pig that has played well to mono competition TS simshop.de. And we can see on board here the 2 cars lining up in formation at the moment, coming through the chicane. So 1.6 seconds apart. But, I mean, obviously, the big thing is that when we saw Absolute Motorsport Acelith come into pit lane, and they were there for a significant amount of time, there's still an opportunity for them to try and claw that lap back. And I think it's just about, have they got enough confidence in the car? Because the Porsche will grip up like every other car will do on this circuit. Let's have a look here. Kuala for Team Racing Point in the 227. Let's see, is there going to be a potential of standing water? This is coming out of Indianapolis and heading into Arnage. Turns the car to the right. And, oh, that's a bit of over-rotation. The Lamborghini ends up pointing in the wrong direction. But well played for not going through into the gravel, because we have seen it where cars have gone over the gravel, especially the GTPs and the LMP2s. But when we saw the spray, we also saw gravel being thrown skyward as well to boot.
Not ideal. You don't want a mix of that on your tyres, that's for sure. And especially with the slick tyres, it will be even worse. So all of the cars that have been dragging gravel onto the track, they may fall foul of their own mistakes. Now, this is curious, actually. The number 11 car being caught by the number 2 car that still has damage as well. So clearly the confidence is there. And you can see them just skirting that puddle on the inside on the turn lane that is part of the Porsche Curves called karting, because that is where the karting track is, as you previously referenced, Alex. So there's a huge line of a puddle there on the inside that if you hit that, you are automatically probably going off into the barrier. So it's high brinksmanship stuff, as once again, the number 2 mono car with the damage has paradoxically got faster. And Nicholas Gessner at the moment under pressure at the moment. To be fair, at this stage of the race, just let your teammate pass and hopefully let them drag you along. It's much easier to follow a car than it is to be under pressure for one, especially as you haven't reached halfway distance at the moment. You just want to keep plodding along and just keeping the lap counter ticking at the moment. And if with a teammate, as you can see, if you hit a puddle, you want to be the car in second place because you can then react to it and hopefully not make the same mistake. But Gessner really just happy to maintain the lead and control of this race, happy to have the teammate defending, and they are the only 2 cars on the lead lap in GTP. Meanwhile, in GT3 Pro, I will say that Maniti have gained a significant lead, and negative delta by SIMGEAR and the Mercedes are now P2. So the Lamborghinis, with the dominance in the rain, they have dropped back a lot to P3 and P4. Parabit are the ones in really the domineering position in LMP2, as they have been all season, as Team Endurotech have had a problem. It looks like they are in the pits with some, or they were in the pits with some problem, as they've lost 5 laps. GT3 AM as well, very close at the moment, negative delta SRT. We've seen them had problems, but they are still in the lead. R&R Motorsport tracking them closely. So there is your lap your standings recap as we approach the 3-hour mark of the race. And this is Gassed Up Motorsports. Hopefully not another mistake, but there, it is another a little bit of a twitch of the car. I mean, it's lovely to see them pointing in the right direction and saving it, but there's still something clearly not right with that setup, is there?
No, I think Matt Gasser has been. Oh, he's locked up straight away, understeered through into Arnage. Yeah, I think you're completely right, because I don't think that car, in the conditions that we're in, well, it is. I think it's irrespective of whether it's the wet or the dry conditions and having to make that compromise. That Matt Gatner has just been like thinking, I will just be so happy when this race is over. Poor soul. But that is the thing, when you know. When I joined in, when we had our only safety car intervention so far in the race, I think that the composure of the drivers and the teams under significant duress, where they're having to perform at these high speeds. Now, obviously, we saw Nicholas Gessner piloting the car in the number 11 mono competition entry behind Absolute Motorsport Aislith in heavy rain conditions with monumental spray hitting the front of the number 11 car, and he was still going down the Mulsanne straights at 310 kilometers an hour in 7th gear, just going on by feel. And now we have got a little bit of thick in front of us, so they've got to be very careful. Oh, he just about got away with that one, and that is on the 299 car. That is Absolute Motorsport Aislith. That might have been a little bit robust as all. That was a big old wobble by Gassner out of the final chicane, and you can understand why the 299 is flashing its headlights as if to say, look, mate, you didn't time that right, because it was a bit of a hip and a shoulder check.
Yeah, it's bizarre that the number 2 car is putting the number 11 under pressure. They're meant to be teammates, to be fair. And I think the number 11 is just pacing the laps at this point, because the Sorrento Motorsports car that is effectively was 2 laps down has just breezed past them as if nothing was going on, as if they were in a different car class. So I understand why they're doing it. I know they're just trying to get to the end to secure a championship, but backing off and not running the full race pace can equally put you in danger, because cars anticipate that you will take a certain line at a certain speed, and at this stage of the race they've gotten used to that line. And look at the number 2 trying to go for an overtake as the number 11 goes past the R&R Motorsports Porsche. That could have been a disaster for the teammates, and it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen them come to blows with mono competition, because they have had a little bit of argy-bargy earlier in the season, but you'd expect them to be playing the team game at least a little bit right now. But for sure, if you're a GT3, the worst thing you want is a half-speed GTP approaching, because that makes them unpredictable. And at this stage of the race, where you're trying to run your own race, that can be, one, terrifying, but also devastating if you do come to blows. Effectively, you only want to be battling with cars in the same class. So, for the moment, it looks like number 2 has a lot more speed, as it looks like Sorrento made a little bit of a mistake there, or got caught behind, I think that's negative delta SRT, so GT3 AM car. So it ebbs and flows, as they say, in Le Mans multi-class racing.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there, John. It just, again, just showcases, like, if they're saying to Gaston, okay, let's get the car home, we want to win this. Yeah, and at the moment, with the way things are going, is that with Absolute Motorsport Aislith a lap down, they do not want to start putting both cars at risk. Yeah, use one as a sacrificial lamb, use the number 2 car as that sacrificial lamb, but then you have to consider about what strategy you are going to play. And with the fact that we are just under 60 seconds away from the turn of 3 hours for the 5th and final round of the 2026 SIMGEAR Endurance Series, and yeah, I just think that they've got to play it smart. They cannot be a bit rash. And, well, Tom Ballantyne has been, you know, despite what we saw earlier, where he went, unfortunately, from hero to zero with that mistake that was, you know, in some respects affected by the standing water puddles. You know, he's, again, just showcasing how competent he is, because that Porsche, in these conditions now, it seems to play to the Porsche's advantage, whereas the Ferraris of both mono competition cars, they are losing a little bit more speed and momentum carrying through the more medium and fast speed corners. There you see Gessner just bumping over the sausage curbs, and it's unsettling the 499P a little bit there.
Yeah, the main worry, the main issue I have with, well, not issue, it's up to the team to decide, to be fair. It's not my race, race to manage, but effectively, if you slow down and start to ease off the pace, we've seen this so many times in so many championships, it can be so difficult to turn the wick back up, to really get back up to race pace, because you've settled into that sort of just pacing it. And so if you get a late safety car, or if something happens and suddenly you have to push 110%, that's when you can make a mistake. That's when you can just get breezed by someone else, because you know, you've no longer got your eye on the prize. So yeah, it's interesting to see. Looks like number 11 has taken the pace back up a little bit, so maybe something in the pit stop that they weren't very happy about, maybe a balance issue that has resolved itself via just changing a few settings, changing ABS or traction control mode, something like that. Yeah, it looks like it's going okay now. They're still behind the Sorrento car, still tracking them, so they can effectively use the Sorrento car as a target in terms of pace. Keep them at a distance. You don't have to overtake them, but just keep them in your sights. That means you're running a good pace compared to everyone else. So that can actually be very useful. And you can see the number 2 cars dropping off a little bit. Probably that damage not helping them at this stage. But definitely the Ferrari, over the course of the season, the Ferrari has looked like the twitchier car, has looked like the a sort of more off-balance car most of the time, whereas the Porsche's looked slightly understeery all season, and that is Absolute Motorsport Aislith. Marcello Caserta off the track, and that is through the first chicane. That's through Dunlop chicane. Maybe has just locked the brakes and has gone through the gravel trap. So on their own, let's have a look at what happens. We'll have a view of the steering wheel as well, hopefully. So gets it turned in on the curb, on the puddle, tries to turn and it's just going to be on the puddle on the inside. You saw it there, and as soon as the wheel touches, they go around and around, and hopefully they're going to be able to turn it back. Yes, okay, they get it stopped and they turn it back around so they don't hit the barrier. Well recovered, lost a bit of time, lost a lot of confidence, I can guarantee you that, but they are still in one piece. The tires, however, are quite square. I'm not sure that will be great force feedback.
Yeah, that'll definitely be stepped on a multitude of levels for Marcello Caserta there. Bruno Carrera now is behind the wheel, having... Oh, and someone's just had a little bit of a moment just before.
It's Gassed Up Motorsports, I think, in front.
Oh,
They've
dear,
had a little bit of a slide, haven't they?
Oh dear. I think the thing is, it's more like a dance partnership between Matt Gantner and the 119 Gassed Up Motorsports LMP2 car, which now leads the class as we run aboard. So Bruno Carrera taking over from João Teixeira in the 255, and they're now currently running P6 in GT3 PRO division, tracking about 15.5 seconds behind Absolute Motorsport Acelith, who round out the top 5. So but I'm going to be quite interested to see as there goes the Absolute Motorsport Acelith car flying through at in towards Indianapolis, and you can see just by that onboard camera shot how rapidly a GTP flies, and I don't mean just goes past, it flies past with the greatest of ease past a GT3 as if it was standing still.
Yeah, and that's the point that we were emphasizing earlier, is if you're a GT3, you expect them to overtake in that scenario before Indianapolis. Chuck it up the inside, and the GT3 just carries on around the outside, no problems. If you get a car that's hesitant or that's just trying to get to the end of the race, suddenly you don't turn into the corner, but the GTP stays on your inside and trail brakes or just doesn't go in flat out. And then all of a sudden you've got a problem on the apex where you've got two cars going for the same bit of tarmac. So it's very important to be predictable in the world of multi-class racing. And so that is why, as when you're playing the team game, it can be so detrimental to just back off. And you can see there into, I was about to say, into the Ford chicane, there is a huge puddle there just on the curb on the entry to it, and Parabit nearly fell victim to that. That could have been an expensive conclusion to their championship, let's say. But they recovered it once again. They are still chasing, from what it says, they're chasing Gassed Up Motorsports. I'm not sure that's correct, but they're having a nightmare of a half of a lap right now, just having to straight line the Dunlop chicane as they go through right there. And I think really it's just a case of they're running their own race again, but in these changeable conditions, you don't need to race anybody else. You can just trip up over yourself.
Yeah, Jonas Vaida definitely having the pole meter going into overdrive at that point. He was definitely not feeling comfortable then. But again, you know, Parabit Sim Racing have had 4 straight wins in a row from rounds 1 to 4. And again, it's just a case of at Le Mans, it's about getting to the end, and it doesn't matter. I think in a lot of respects, yes, there are teams battling for championships here, but this is a big but. Case in point is that even if you don't win a race in your class at Le Mans, to get to the end of the race, I mean, 100 laps is like north of 1,400 kilometers of racing, and that is in its own right a big mountain to climb. And every single team, every single driver, they will breathe a collective sigh of relief and go and relax after this one. As again, Matt Gantner in the 119 Gassed Up Motorsports LMP2 car, just having a little bit of a twitchy moment. I'm wondering if that LMP2 car is going to end up being a very good samba dancer after here at Le Mans.
Well, I mean, It's not what it's designed for, but looking at how it's going in the racing, it might need to be retired into that at the moment. It's looking like a very tricky beast to drive. And on that subject, I'd gone looking at some statistics and indeed what's gone on with Parabit, because last time I checked, they were in the lead. They now are back up into the lead because Gassed Up Motorsports made a mistake just in the background on the Huno Dier Straits. It was 2 pixels, but they were facing the wrong way to our camera there. So still having problems is Matt Gatter. And Parabit have spent best part of 25 minutes in the pits recently with possibly some damage. So they've had to stop for repairs. It just speaks to how much lead they had, that they came back out near enough in the lead still of LMP2. Team Endurotech still in the pits after about 1 hour's worth of pit stops. So whatever damage they had, they were in the barrier, if I remember correctly, missing a wheel. So they have taken a huge amount of time to repair that damage. So it leads to the interesting statistic that after 3 hours and 8 minutes of racing, all of the GT3 class, both GT3 classes, are ahead of all of the LMP2 class. And that is a statistic that I don't think will be repeated in the world of sim racing for a very long time, but it just shows how difficult that LMP2 has been to drive in the changeable and wet conditions. You will see probably with Parabit that the pace will catch up by now and they will be overtaking GT3's 4 position. But yeah, it's been a case of survival, and the LMP2s have not survived, that's for sure. Meanwhile, for Mono, you got Nicholas Gessner as we see the very shrouded shrubbery area of La Sarthe circuit, and that's what that contributes to the weather as well. But it means that the cars can't always see each other around the corners as well. It's always shrouded in darkness, this circuit, a little bit in terms of where you are. So they will be aware that they can see each other as teammates 6 seconds, but unless the race engineers are giving updates, they won't be aware all of the time of how big a lead they have. And I think we're seeing now the mono competitions probably just have a race between themselves. Nicholas Gessner, all he needs to do is get the car to the end, even in second place, and it will be enough for the championship. So they can be free to do whatever they want apart from bin the car. The problem is they've had a propensity, all of the GTPs, of binning the car.
Yeah, and as you can see by the weather details on the middle of the right-hand side of your screen, folks, 23 degrees air, 36 degrees centigrade track temp, humidity 42%. Wind is picking up, however, 20 kilometers an hour, and it is clear as far as the eye can see, a far cry from what was nearly 2 hours ago. When we were under safety car conditions, after the Enosis eSports car decided it was going to rotate, and then the rear end lost not only the bumper and the wing, but also the right rear upright suspension and drive shaft got a rearrangement, let's say, as Nicholas Gessner is just still... GTP does not like going over sausage curbs, and Nicholas Gessner is probably just finding that maybe just to help him get through that final chicane, he needs to be a little bit more brutal on how he throws the car around the circuit.
Yeah, it's the classic trope in sim racing or even in real world racing. You set the car up for driving at 100%, and you will set the car up to be oversteery on the limit. Say you want the car to step out just a tiny bit so that it's not understeering. And the problem is with the setup like that, which is statistically the fastest setup, is if you underdrive the car, it is horrendously understeering because you're effectively not getting the rear tires to lose a bit of traction, or the front tires aren't getting up to temperature. And so, paradoxically, like I was saying earlier, what can happen is you effectively slow down the pace because the car is, quote, undrivable. And then effectively you slow down the pace more, it becomes more undrivable. And then you slow the pace even more, and it spirals. So, yeah, The car will be tricky to drive. Enesis, again, I hope this isn't going to be a mistake. They've had a torrid season in terms of mistakes. They've hit the same puddle as Perobit, and that's a bit more dramatic as they are heading toward the barrier. Can they recover it? This might be a heavy impact. It is a heavy impact into the wall on the inside of the Ford chicane. Dearie, dearie me, that puddle. I think because it's unsighted, or you're looking at the curb, you're not looking at the puddle, and then you go straight over it. He's going to put both of the wheels over it, and there you go, aquaplaning, and around you go. And the problem is, unlike Perobit, you're not heading straight. You're heading straight toward the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, which is just on the left-hand side there. But unfortunately, you're in the race, mate. You don't have to end there straight away.
Yeah, Lara Beatty doing kind of a, well, if anyone might remember a particular mile where an Aston Martin ended up in the barriers at the same point, and that was Paul Della Lama in an Aston Martin, and that was with 1 hour to go. We're still not even at the halfway point of this 100-lap race, so we are going to be with you right up until the end of it. And I still cannot believe that even with the lap times that we'll see from the GTPs, which will be in the 3:20, 3:25, well 3 minute 25 sort of bracket, it is going to be a tall order. And you can see now that Niklas Gessner has been told, right, you can now go and have at it and extend that gap as hard as you can. But we've got Andrea Casson for Absolute Motorsport Aislith in the number 18, and after nearly 3.25 hours, you can see the amounts of marbling on the front of that what was a very bright white nose of that Porsche 963 Hybrid. It is considerably dirtier than what it was when we went to green, just under 3.25 hours to go, and there's going to be more of that happening over the course of the race. But with sunshine above here at Le Mans, again, it's just now about what can Absolute do. If they can get that car to P2 by the end of the race, number 11 is exactly where it is. That is pretty much going to be the fact that Absolute have got to go for broke now. They've got to push. They've got to just try and find, not exceed the limits of adhesion here at Le Mans. But that depends on many things, and that could include the weather. That could include drivers getting mentally and physically fatigued because they're pushing so hard around this circuit. And people might say that the Mulsanne Straight is a great place to have a break. No, you've got two chicanes right smack bang in the middle of it. You're not given chance to breathe here at this 13.6 kilometer circuit with 38 turns. You've just got to be so careful. And you can see even Casson is just chancing a little bit of standing water, manages to keep the throttle pin, keeps it on the black stuff, stays away from the pointed white lines, into the final chicane. Now that is how you approach the final couple of chicanes. And again, just like we saw with Gessner, Casson is just pushing as well. So Absolute Motorsport Aislith have got a point to prove here. They are saying, right, we might be a little bit further down than we would like to be, but we're going to give it everything. We're not going to stop trying to see where we can end up come the checkered flag, because there's still a long way to go.
You know, this reminds me of a race a few years ago at Le Mans where you had the Ferraris. I don't think it wasn't last year. I think it was the year before, where you had Kamui Kobayashi and Toyota in the closing race or the closing stints of the race versus the Ferraris. And the Toyotas had problems, had been in incidents. But in the terms of Absolute Motorsport Aislith, they are effectively the Kamui Kobayashi trying to chase down everyone else. They are the fastest on track at the moment by a few tenths of a second per lap. May not sound like much, but if you put pressure on like that on continuously, eventually the other drivers do have to respond. I'll remind you that the number 2 mono competition does also have to finish ahead of the Absolute Motorsport Ace Lift car just to make it a little bit more comfortable for Mono. So they'll definitely want to do that. Oh, the gravel on the outside of Indianapolis, that is terrible. You can see the tires just struggling to cope with it already, and we've got halfway to go. So, yeah, I don't even want to consider what is going to happen there. But car 11 is now pulling out the gap compared to car 2 in second place. So they've definitely turned up the wick. But if you're in Absolute Motorsport Ace Lift's territory, you had great pace in the rain, and I'm going to throw a little bit more info in the mix. According to the weather report that I was sent before the race, there could be another stint of rain in the closing stages of the race. So if you thought it's over, definitely not until the closing stages of the race. Right now, it's a case of keep your eye on the prize and keep going until the going gets tough once again.
Oh. As soon as you said there may be some rain inbound for the end of the race, kind of reminds me of the 2008 Le Mans 24 Hours where Christensen, Lamar, and McNish Aiello ended up winning. When Howden Hayes did that perfect call of I don't know if I can use the term, but Tom Christensen was on the radio to Howden Haynes, and he said, "No, these tires are great. It's dry here." And Howden Haynes is in the pit lane, and he's on the radio to TK, and he goes, "No, in the pit lane, it's absolutely peeing it down." And they put him on those sort of like grooved intermediates, and Christensen comes in, switches over, goes down the Mulsanne, and says, "These tires are perfect." So that is also going to be another conundrum for the teams to probably, well, they'll be thinking like, okay, we've had a really, really big amount of downpour, and then it's sort of like, there may be spots of weather coming in at the end of the race. They'll be like this, they'll be like, oh, we've done this amount of laps. They'll just be going like, oh, not again. And it'll be like pit stops aplenty down at the stoppage straights for all the teams and drivers.
That is a great story, and I think definitely it's one of those things in motorsport. You can calculate everything, right? You can make sure that you have a strategy for everything, but if you don't apply it at the right moment, it doesn't mean anything. And there's so many races that I can think of that if you get down to the last minute of the last second and you make that wrong call, well, it doesn't mean anything because you're off track. You've made a mistake, and so someone can swoop in and just take it off of you effectively. And I think the beauty of Tom Christensen was he always was sort of had that intuition about him of how you manage the race, how you manage the strategy. And effectively, he was a pit wall member, but in the race car. So you could ask him about a lot of, whether it's ready for the tires, whether the car is set up okay for a specific portion of the race, and he'd have all of the answers. And if I'm sat on pit wall or helping out any of the teams right now, I'd be asking a lot of questions in terms of the car balance. Is the car feeling okay? How is the setup? Do we need to maybe adjust the tire pressures or adjust anything that we can during a pit stop phase in anticipation of anything going wrong? Maybe try and revert it as close as possible to a traditional dry setup to get the best out of the car before the rain. But it just goes back to the thing of everything becomes more complicated when you add data. And when you start analyzing everything, it's very easy to make a mistake. And I guess the driver nowadays just has to drive the car and leave it up to pit wall to make the decisions, because with so many things like track weather radars, with all of the temperature sensors, pit wall has more of a clue what's going on with your car than you have driving it nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the history of Le Mans, Lena Gane was the first ever female lead engineer at Audi Sport and that was with Truth in 24-2, every second counts. And for those wondering, who was the narrator of the Truth in 24 series? It was none other than a man that was the transporter, Jason Statham, of all people. But also, one of the interesting things was, I was looking through a little bit of history, actually. This is where being a person that loves his endurance racing and racing in general, you have to sort of look at the history that Messrs Christensen, Capello and McNish had. Nish's first win was not with Audi, it was with a sister brand. Just so happened to be the Porsche 911 GT1 in 1998 with that wonderful Mobil 1 livery. Capello and Christensen, the only two drivers to win races in all 4 generations of the Audi prototypes. Now that's a bit of interesting trivia there. You know, when you've got like the, you had the R8, you had the R10. Well, no, you didn't have the R8. Well, you did have the R8, but you had the R10. You had the R15. Oh, and now that was a bit of a late move there. That's the 282. That's one of the, I think that's Negative Delta by Madness car that was just trying to get through on Robin Skelton for R&R Motorsports, who's still leading. And get this, lead gap, it was at one point just over a minute. It's now come down to about 56 seconds, but that was a bit cheeky by the Negative Delta by Madness crew to try and go, yeah, let's see if we can get through on this car in front. It's only a Porsche, what can it do? Well, it's leading, and at the minute, well, R&R Motorsports are, look at this, Robin Skelton is bringing the fireworks back to the to the Negative Delta High Madness car. This is great, and this is another thing I love about GT3s. You stick pros and AMs together, cry havoc and let's slip the dogs of war and just see what happens and unfolds. This is just absolutely glorious, as just about 6.5 minutes before we hit 3.5 hours, we are now halfway. Another 50 laps to go, John. That's this is going to be a long innings.
Yeah, but I'm enjoying every single minute of it so far. It's just that kind of race where you've had that drama at the start. Everyone's settling into the racecraft right now, and then toward the end we're going to get some extra spiciness as well. So it's all the story. The book can't always be interesting every single lap, but if you forget about a few laps, the end of it does not make sense. And I think, just talking about R&R Motorsport for a second, this is a demonstration of their problem all season, is that they have had the pace in GT3 AM. The denominations between Pro and AM have mainly been done down to iRacing, essentially. So the drivers have excelled. Roman Skelton in the car, for example, right now, they have outperformed themselves, and so to the point where they are competing against the pros, and the pros just want them to get out of the way. And R&R Motorsport are just saying every single time, sorry, can't do that. You're going to have to pass me on track. So we've seen many incidents this season where R&R Motorsports has just been a cat amongst the pigeons, as they say. As Gassed Up Motorsports goes past, it looks like they're having a better time. Right? Well, I say that, and they've now slid through turn 2. So they are keeping it in a straight line. But once again, it looks like they're locking brakes all the time. But they are finally making up time, and it looks like they might actually pass some of the GT3 cars. Off track, though. Whoa, that was close through the puddles. Once again, just not being able to turn the car. So I'd say chronic, if not catastrophic, understeer was the causation of that. And I'm trying to figure out exactly what that could be on setup. Maybe damage, maybe just a setup that is not tailored to the driver. But I have seen them out of sorts at some point this season, but never like this. The car has been well sorted in the other events, so something has happened to that car very early on for it to be handling so poorly, and evidently it is not fixable. So they are just racing to get to the end of the season. I don't blame them, to be fair. But yeah, going back to what you were saying also, Alex, I think the fact that you can have a driver race in all 4 eras of the Audi dominance just shows how long the Audi dominance went on in the category of Le Mans racing.
Definitely, and you know, I think when you look at how strong sports car racing is now, you look at the amount of manufacturers that are involved in the hypercar class of the Polytures Championship. Yeah, we are gonna now lose another one because we are going to lose Alpine at the end of the season. But then we got Ford and McLaren coming in. I'm like, Oh, it's 1966 all over again. Hello, McLaren. Hello, Ford. Hello, Ferrari. So it's just like, it's a sports car fan's dream. And yeah, I think, well, yeah, funny enough, you mentioned about obviously karting. There are 2 circuits actually located in the inside of the Estes de Karting right by Corvette. You have the Le Mans Karting International Circuit, and right next door, you have the Circuit Alain Prost, named after the man who won 4 Formula One world titles, then probably retired in 1993 after securing his 4th and final title with Williams. And he had a veto on his contract, meaning that Ayrton Senna could not be his teammate. And then, obviously, history took a turn for the worse in 1994, the year afterwards, when the regulations got changed to stop the all-dominant Williams Renault package with the likes of Patrick Head and the late Sir Frank Williams at the helm, and including also a certain Adrian Newey. But yes, sports car racing is just one of those classes where you can really enjoy how the battle works out, and still we're only halfway through this race, and I don't say that's a bad thing. The reason being is that there is so much of many chapters that will be written, that will be part of this book, that is the last hurrah for the 2026 SIMGEAR Endurance Series. But it's one of those stories that sort of matures as it goes along its path.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of those things where I think the beauty of endurance racing is the fact that it is a story that you have enough time to let it all play out. And especially in the world of races getting shorter and shorter, and everything trying to be condensed into a few laps, sprint races happening in a lot of competition formats now. It's obviously the endurance racing sort of staying and maintaining its position of everything that is good takes time to develop. That's always been the case, and I think effectively you can't tell a good story without having all of the build up to it. And right now, for example, for Mono, the build up is the disaster that they had during the rain, and then the masterclass on the restart to put everyone under pressure and to now build that lead. By the way, the Mono Competition Pro-Am in the pits for another round of pit stops, but the gap was up to around 20 seconds. So the number 11 Mono Competition by the simshop.de has been just, well, plastering on the pace, let's say. And they are just in a commanding lead at the moment. But also, I want to point out something that's quite intriguing, because the weather radar has had a little bit of an update, and I am now seeing that clouds could be appearing. Now, it's not soon, but it's starting to give us notifications that clouds will start to appear in about an hour and a half's time. Now, I can guarantee you the race will run at least an extra hour and a half, so that rain will be possibly inevitable. And hopefully all of the cars won't be Thanos snapped out of existence when it does start falling. But also a gap that I'm willing to talk about right now. Negative Delta SRT in the GT3 AM class, they are chasing down off-track racing MDM. That BMW has been a tricky one so far this race, and the gap has stabilised around 2 seconds, but they are tracking. They are keeping everybody, or the team of off-track racing MDM in their sights, and so you can see them just ahead. To be fair, we are on board with them at the moment. Positar Andreev in the car, very fast racer for the entire season, and so they will be hoping, as the gap closes briefly to under the 2 second mark, they will definitely be hoping that they can apply some pressure and put the pressure on R&R Motorsport for the championship.
Yeah, nice. Thank you very much, firstly, John, for the weather update there, which means Le Mans Cat Amongst the Pigeons, anybody? Yes, it could be coming soon to a screen near you. Right. Yeah, it's one of those things. The weather itself is always, I think, what was it? you know, where you just don't know what's going to be the next curveball thrown at you, as we did see Anthony actually putting on the wipers, so there are still some standing water puddles out there. And one thing that I'm loving is the fact that the cars are now at full racing speed. There's Panayot Karpachev for the off-track racing KPS car. There's Mavrodiev for the MDM car, now currently running P2 in the GT3 AM division in the BMW M4 GT3 Evo. But still, R&R Motorsport doing a pretty good job at the minute. Now, one of the other things that I wanted to point out here is that, well, number 11 is back in the pits. So what does this mean for car number 18? Well, it is at the minute an indicated 3 minutes and 3 seconds behind, but that gap is now going to start to be truncated. Hopefully, for the betterment of Absolute Motorsport Acelith in the number 18 Porsche 963 Hybrid. So, the race is now starting to get into that flow where we've got these dry weather conditions now here, John, and everyone is going to be loving this. Going to go like, oh, Le Mans, it's dry, it's fast, it's rapid, here we go, now start. And as I say that, Absolute Motorsport Acelith in the number 18 Porsche have just pulled in as the number 11 has just pulled out of the pits. And there we go, Niklas Gessner once again being mugged as Tom Ballantyne brings the Sorrento Motorsports GTP number 33 Porsche back onto, I think now that is the lead lap.
I have to say, they will be smiling at Sorrento just for the fact that the number 11 mono competition car now has to stare at the rear of the Sorrento car for another racing stint. So, yeah, that's another one. And as you can see, the GT3 category is coming in for most of their pit stops right now. We've had negative delta by Madness in this lap. Velin Vitanov in the car right now. And off-track racing, MDM in as well. With Milan Milchev in the car now, as it's just swapped over as I was reading the name. So there are some driver swaps. Probably the best chance to get a driver swap in stable conditions. Most of the puddles gone on track, so not much danger of a driver getting in the car and not knowing exactly where to go. But a lot of drivers extending their stint. Maniti, I mean, we can't talk more about them than the fact that they have just cruised off in the distance. Hang on a minute, Cast-Up Motorsport's going slowly. What has gone on there? I think there might have been another bit of a lockup or a mistake there, just as we were switching to them, so that's very unfortunate. Still in second place, though, Team Endurotech still in the pits. They've been in the pits for 1 hour and 30 minutes, sadly, so it looks like they have either called it quits on the damage, or it's some damage they're trying to get fixed and that is not working to their liking, something or other. I mean, after such a shunt into the barriers, I'm not surprised. There you go. You see the stops on screen, so you can see how many cars are yet to come in for stops. Maniti being one of the cars that's a little bit out of stint because they decided to extend, if I remember correctly, during the rain, and so they have made one less pit stop. So they are really making it work out there, as they say. And Max Riedmüller still in the car, still trundling around, still setting fastest lap times, nearly a minute in the lead.
Yeah, and I was mentioning this a little bit earlier on in the broadcast, that you'll have these experienced individuals that will know what it takes to just keep on plugging away. And, you know, there's an opportunity for these teams that have just two drivers in their crew. And you'll always want to pair two experienced hands who can deal with any kind of situation that's thrown at them, react on the fly, and then also still be quick around a lap consistently. And that is something you brought up a little bit earlier on as well, John, that it's about that consistency factor. And there have been teams like Maniti Racing Black who are now 1 minute and 9 seconds ahead of Team Racing Point in the GT3 Pros. Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it are in the pits, so that is going to allow Absolute Motorsport Acelith in the Lamborghini to go up to P3. Gessner crosses the line, and that gap is still continuing to extend. And that is, well, at one point it was 1.5 seconds when Tobias Banco was behind the wheel of the number 2 car, and now it's 18 seconds as Gessner again just having to position the car where he needs to just to get through on the back marker traffic. And we're now seeing Gessner really get into his stride, and just take a minimal amount of risk in that number 11 car. The more minimal risks that car can take, and the more that the small wins add up, it's going to culminate in hopefully what could be the title from that. Big shout out to Mono Competition in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much for the wonderful comment. We do appreciate it. Oh dear, Mr. Gatter is now the brunt of another replay, I'm afraid, in the 119, and this is going to be going in towards the chicane at Dunlop. Okay, turns it in. Oh, the back end steps out once more, hits the sausage curbing, and manages, thank goodness it was not wet, because that car would have been straight off into the gravel and into the barriers, I would have thought, at that rate of speed.
I'll be honest, Matt Gatter in the Gassed Up Motorsports car has to be my most impressive drive of the race. Now, bear with me on this, because I can guarantee you, after about, I'd say, maybe an hour and a half, I'd give it at least a little bit of patience, but after an hour and a half of spinning out and not understanding why I'm spinning out, I probably would have thrown in the towel. So the fact that he's still there after 3 hours and nearly 40 minutes of racing and still hasn't given up, still plodding along, still trying to improve and figure out what is going on with the car, that is a form of respect that can be bestowed on only a few amount of drivers, because just to be able to just keep going and never give up, that is something that is special with a drivers. We saw the negative Delta cars at Linus Stern as well. They're carrying on plodding around at the moment. For the GT3 Pro classes, not gone their way at the moment. They're in 5th place and 6th place, but in 2nd place in the GT3 AM, so that is going well. You see the that is Gassed Up Motorsports just overtaking the R&R Motorsports car, and you had number 2 Mono Competition go past as well. You can see in the braking zones, it's really in the braking zones that Gassed Up Motorsports is really missing out, because R&R Motorsports is basically all over them, and I think they've locked up and gone wide once again. Yeah, I'm not sure, Alex, what your opinion is of it, but I have to give my utmost respect to Matt Gatter right now for just persevering.
Yeah, I mean, he's been in the car now for, what, 3 hours and 40 minutes? Chapeau is all I'm going to say to that one. I completely agree. I think at the end of the day, there are some drivers, I might be a little bit controversial saying this, you have to be a little bit insane to race for that amount of time in a sim rig. And Matt Gattner, credit to him. I think anyone that has the internal and intestinal fortitude to do that, in other words, the latter part being well, you can shorten it to a 4-letter word beginning with G and ending in S, and it's called guts. Just to, I mean, I know he will be needing probably the longest, coldest shower after getting out once the race is concluded. But yeah, I completely agree. I think, to have that opportunity to go through as this is Panayot Karpachev. This is going to be at the Dunlop chicane as well. And this is the off-track racing KPS 388 BMW. Let's see. So he's going to... he's turned it right, and it's already started going around. And Karpachev, being very, very lucky, stops it with the front wheels just touching the gravel. Rolls the car back ever so slightly, so knew that he had space to play with.
Stopping on the racing line, though, not ideal.
no. But if there was another car coming up quickly, they would have been told in the driver's briefing to hold their brakes, as Sorrento Motorsports GT3 is back in pit lane. So this is going to mean that Negative Delta by Madness is going to take 5th position from them, and that has just been confirmed by the timing tower. With Velin Vitanov in the wheel of the 282. Robin Skelton rejoins, and that means that our Motorsport go back down to 2nd position, exit pit lane about 13 and a bit seconds behind Negative Delta SRT, as Adrian Ruiz Hernandez takes over from Matt Gatner. Shout out to Gatner for how long he stayed behind the wheel. As change at Sorrento Motorsports GT3, Teixeira back behind the wheel in the 255 Aston Martin. That car rejoins in around about 6th position. So let's see if Adrian Ruiz Hernandez has a little bit of a better time. Maybe he can try and see if he can work with the car, because with the setup that you have to try and do is to try and work with it. And you can see here Hernandez starting out of Tetra Rouge to weave from side to side. Get those tyres up to temp, but just don't go too crazy on the weaving, Adrian, because you might end up spiking it into the barriers.
Well, it'll be interesting to see right now whether there is a problem with the car, whether it's a setup or a mechanical problem with someone's sim gear. No, they've gone straight on. So whatever it is in that car, it's not healthy. There's definitely something going on. I think Adrian is probably just trying to warm up the tires, trying to figure out, okay, is it a tire issue? Is it a suspension issue? Is it a setup with the brakes? Because that is the problem they've had, is just locking up the brakes every single braking zone. So still warming up the tires. Let's see, into the Michelin chicane. You want to brake right about now as you go down the gears. Turning in, looks good for the moment. They've made the corner, and it does look planted. That is good news for Gassed Up Motorsports. They have made, I'd say, normal line of the chicane, which, again, I'm not trying to throw shade at them or anything. It's literally the fact that I'm glad that the car is handling well for them, because it looked like it was an absolute handful in Matt Gatner's hands. And I just wanted to also do a recap as well of the stints and what's going on for various people up and down the order. So for the GTP class, everyone is on the same strategy at the moment, minus 1 or 2 laps effectively. So they are all, as it shows on the leaderboard, that is the current true standings. So you have mono competition, tssimshop.de leading, car number 11, car number 2 mono, number 2 as well. The Pro Am mono competition car, Absolute Motorsport Acelift P3, is a lap down as it shows, with Francesco Iliano in the car once again. Sorrento Motorsports with Tom Valentine in the car also. They are just trailing Absolute Motorsport Acelift. What's happened with Sorrento? I'm just about to talk about them. I'm worried for them now. It's very easy to get out of sorts, but it may also just be a slow-mo replay of Sorrento. Oh no, they do lock up a little bit, just turning in and doing the correct thing, to be fair. Noticing that it has, hang on a minute, they've stopped on track. That's not ideal. But they're just recognizing that the car was getting a bit loose and then just deciding not to turn in. So that is it for GTP. They are all running the same strategy. In the GT3 Pro competition, before I switch to the LMP2s at the end, because they are still running at the end of the order, Maniti has been in the pits, and it is Absolute Motorsport Acelift that has pitted the last as well, as we've got Gassed Up Motorsports back in the pits, not happy with what is going on still. So hopefully they find a solution. So the only car that has not pitted is the number 5, so 5th place, which now promoted to 4th, Negative Delta SRT car, which is, no, actually, that is the leader of GT3 AM. My apologies. So Negative Delta SRT is the only car on a different strategy at the moment. They have done a shorter stint, so they are halfway through their current stint. So R&R Motorsport is probably still in the net lead of the race right there. Velin Vitanov in the car. but R&R Motorsports definitely racing them for this one. All of the other GT3s have pitted in the last 3 laps or so. And meanwhile, in the LMP2 class, you have Gassed Up Motorsports currently in the pit lane sorting out the problems. Parabit Sim Racing have just pitted, but again, they stayed in the pits for a long time, 10 minutes, repairing some damage. So it has been a terrible race for the LMP2 cars. They have all been in the wars or in the barriers, sadly. And for Team Endurotech, it's now 1 hour and 40 minutes in the pit lane, sadly, without exiting it. And there's your recap for the moment, just commenting on the gaps as you see them.
Thank you so much for updating us with regards to that, John. Very much appreciated indeed. And yeah, I think it's just that case. We you know, I'm going to sound like a broken record by the end of it. I'm not going to start talking about my age, because then I really will be. I'll be feeling like the OAP of the bunch here, to be honest with you, which I probably am anyway. But it's just as Hernandez has come back out in the Gassed Up Motorsports LMP2 119 car, and again coming out of the Dunlop chicane, going underneath the bridge, you can see that the back end is running a little bit loose. I mean, once Hernandez tries to put down the power, you can see that the back end is kind of twitchy. And yes, you do want you do want momentum and rotation through a corner, but then you have to sort of complement it with the aerodynamics of the Dallara P217. And sometimes that is a very, very difficult task to complete, especially here at Le Mans. And I'm wondering whether there's still a big standing water puddle going through into Indianapolis, as we've got an onboard with negative delta by Madness's Velimbitanov, currently running P4 at the moment in the Mercedes 282. Now comes out of Arnage. I think that's the Enosis Esports Simdeck.app car that's in front. So looks like it could be putting a lap down on the car very, very shortly. Yeah, there's still just these small traces of particular standing water puddles, and I would imagine, well, the white lines will probably be dry by now, and also the road markings down the Mulsanne Straight, but then there's still that possible what if kind of situation referenced the curbing, and you can see coming out of the Porsche curves, there is a big standing water puddle on the right hand side of the circuit going through the sweeping left.
Yeah, a huge amount of water in the whole of, I'd say, Sector 3. We're starting from Indianapolis onwards. That was where the rain stopped last, so it does make sense that there's water there. Also, a lot of camber through those corners, whether it's negative or positive camber. So you've got to pay attention on that. The opening parts of the track can indeed, obviously, on the Mulsanne Straight, and all of that is basically flat, or where the water drains quite well, apart from the chicanes, once again, where it collects near the curbs. Now, it's important to note also the lap times here, just having a look at some lap times. So negative delta by Madness is currently well ahead of Team Enesis. Enesis is trailing the rest of the GT3s a little bit. They've had a little bit of an unlucky time, and it's the same story with Team Enesis. They have great pace. They are lapping in the 3-minute 54s, and that is a mid-54 as well, which is well in line with most of the GT3 Pro category, at least until you get to the top 3. The top 3 are in the 3-minute and 52s, and the problem is that, the consistency isn't there. Negative delta by Madness just going past. I think they're letting them by, and they are in a different race, to be fair. Negative delta by Madness, lap ahead, effectively by now, and they are just punching above their weight. Negative delta by Madness at the moment. They are the fastest on track, apart from Manatee, which is a lot better than what they were doing in the rainy conditions. That Mercedes has definitely come on song, and so looking at the gaps, you may think that's big gaps, but in the course of a couple of hours, you can definitely close that down. And Velin Vitanov behind the wheel, we've seen how much pace they have at certain points throughout the season, so it'll be one to watch, as they say. That negative delta by Madness has been a fast car all throughout the year, And I think they will just be wanting to topple Manatee, even if Manatee do end up seizing the championship today.
Yeah, very good point you make there, John. And yeah, the Mercedes is a bit of a boat in the wet. Let's be completely honest. I mean, there's more weight, even though the naturally aspirated 6.2 litre V8 is slightly positioned behind the front axle. As soon as you see cars hit the brakes hard, it's the Merc that normally has the biggest amount of, of when you hit that brake pedal hard, throw the anchors out the back, the nose just completely plummets on the front end of the car because there's all the weight on it on that aspect. And then the Aston Martin is still keeping with the Merc. So Vitanov, okay, yes, might have just overtaken the Enosis Esports Aston Martin, the 208 car, which is at the minute tied on points with Arete Esports on 148 points apiece. But Arete Esports didn't score at Daytona, and Enosis Esports simdeck.app, the 208, they've averaged, I think they've averaged over the previous 4 rounds, 37 on round 1, 40 on round 2, 37 round 3, last time out at Daytona 34, so an average cumulative consistent score of 37s across the board for the number 208 crew. When you look at the maths on that kind of thing, and that will help them in some respects, but then you look at where Sorrento is at the moment. Sorrento, okay, yes, has got Joao Teixeira back behind the wheel, but that car has had, a lot of problems. But now with the dry weather coming into the fore, as we are now very close to hitting 4 hours of this race. How long did you on that weather update you did a little bit earlier on, John? What was it? Probably in about an hour or so, we might have a little bit of potential weather front coming in.
It looks so. It's saying about an hour on my weather radar as far as it says at the moment. So unless it's lying to me, which it could well be, it looks like they've still got a little bit to go until the rain.
Yeah, which means that there is going to be plenty of opportunity to chalk up as many laps as possible, as Niklas Gessner continues to lead the way and will now complete lap number 59 out of 100. So 41 to go. What am I thinking? 61. It would have been if we were 39. We did 39 laps out of 100. We did that quite a way ago, folks. But still, again, Gessner just throwing the car into the corners, just really grabbing the Ferrari 499P for mono competition simshop.de by the scruff of the rear wing, pulls it along, kicking, roaring up the rev range. But again, just Gessner is just getting on with the job at hand and just doing that thing that he needs to do, which is the consistency, and that is crucial. If he can keep within a second of each lap every single time he crosses the line, and as the race goes into the last 25-30 laps, that is where we're going to see the wheat separated from the chaff. Who's going to be able to just power through the tiredness, the adrenaline spikes, the energy being sort of sucked out of you as you're mentally sort of calculating, okay, let's see, because the drivers will, and as we both know, the drivers will have a set target to hit. And when you look at Gessner absolutely flying, then into the second of the chicanes, the Michelin chicane, on the run down to Mulsanne corner, it's that there's so much that is going through the mind of a driver of, are you going to have to sort of sort out the brake bias on the fly when you're flying down the straight at 300 plus kilometers an hour in a GTP car before you head into Mulsanne corner? Are you going to have to make that possibly a brake balance bias adjustment, maybe to the front, to the rear of the car? Oh, someone has just gone straight
Sorrento
on And that would have been Tom Ballantyne, I think, once again. Let's have a look here. So he's got the yeah, this is going to be a big lick of speed. So it's through into Mulsanne corner. Ballantyne takes the inside. And then what is going to happen here? He's trying to turn the car right. It is understeering, hard under brakes. All the back end swaps with the front, and into the gravel he goes.
Too late on the brakes there. Very lucky to get away with that one. I think just pushing to try and catch the mono competition car. They were ahead of them after their pit stops on track, not in terms of time. And it just demonstrates once again, mono, they have this great pace that we have seen every single time out. It's just the races that they haven't won or where they've done badly, it's literally been mistakes creeping in. And so I think also this one for Sorrento just braking too late, in my opinion. So they knew they were in trouble. They panicked on the brakes a little bit, and hopefully not another one. Oh, a little bit on the brakes, a little twitch onto the puddle of water as well. Oh, it's like a domino effect around. Oh dear, that's going into the barrier. Oh, she just managed to get it stopped, I think. So I hope they managed to get going afterwards. The replay ends there. But yeah, for Sorrento, that has not ended well, let's say. So just try and get more information on where the Sorrento car went after that. So I think perhaps the Sorrento car has had a little bit of a problem right there, as we have a safety car called. We have a safety car called for trying to get info on what it exactly is for, but perhaps debris on track, perhaps a car in a bit of trouble. But that will put pay to a lot of the dominance I was about to talk about from Mono, because they're going to have to probably do it all over again. But let's have a look again. I think this might be...
Look, well, Niklas Gessner is going to be picked up by the Mustang safety car, I would think, very shortly. So we're on to 40 laps remaining of the race itself for the 100 of Le Mans here for the 5th and final round of the 2026 SIMGEAR Endurance Series. Thank you so much for everyone that's been listening to the warblings on by myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and John Harris. Big shout out to Jake Sperry. And it just another safety car, and well, they've got to be very, very careful now, because these gaps, like we saw when I joined, oh my goodness me, I can't believe I'm going to say this, nearly 2 3/4 hours ago. The time has absolutely flown by as we are just about to turn over the page into hour number 5, as we've got the safety car board, well, the Digi flag on board with Adrian Ruiz Hernandez's car. So that is now going to equalise things and close everyone up together. So this might give the opportunity to Absolute Motorsport maybe to get back onto the lead lap if we do have the wave round procedure occurring. So this is where, right, okay, so there we have Niklas Gessner for Mono Competition number 11 car, picked up by the iRacing Ford Mustang safety car here at Le Mans. So second safety car incursion, as we are just turning the page, and now we are officially 4 hours in, 61, lap 61 out of 100 underway. And this is going to be rather crucial on how things proceed from this point onwards. So the drivers now have a little bit of a wonderful respite, so to speak. I'm wondering, John, if it might be because of Tom Ballantyne, because that car went flying off, and I think that might have gone into the barriers.
Yes, I'm just trying to look for some more information at the moment. Not much coming through, but definitely it was a big incident into the barriers, and it looks like they may have had to go back to the pit lane. So a lot of gravel on track, a lot of possible debris on track. So the safety car coming out for that. That's for sure. And I mean, it was a tricky incident. They'd made a mistake before. They were probably nervous going into Indianapolis, and then to have the double whammy, a twitch on the entry to Indianapolis, just in the little kink that just approaches the corner downhill. And then to basically understeer into a puddle, which sets you sideways into the barrier. I mean, in terms of bad luck, you couldn't make that one up.
No, it's sort of like, as the old saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Well, it's more than once bitten, twice shy for Tom Ballantyne, because that is the second biggest incident he's had, and that is within the space of the last 2 hours. And the car was in the pit lane for over 20 minutes getting repaired after the front end was obliterated to smithereens, especially with the front clip and the left front wheel ending up hanging on by a thread, as in the front steering rack arm that was connected to it. And but still, Ballantyne's managed to be a driver that was capable and confident enough to get that car to the pit lane without a tow. And I have to give Ballantyne a bit of a shout out and a chapeau on that one, because that is something that is not quite easy to do. So you've got to be a driver that's completely self-confident, self-reliant, and saying, I am not taking a tow. I do not want to add at least another 60 to 90 seconds onto a damage repair pit stop.
Yeah, and it's a lot of time, to be fair, and that is one of the things that drivers consider. If it's safe enough to get it back to the pits, you always try and get it back to the pits, because effectively you are gaining a lap or two in terms of on-track time. Now, it wasn't looking good from Sorrento's perspective anyway, but it's that kind of thing that just keeps you motivated in the race, so I can't blame them, that's for sure. And just looking at the track, the amount of gravel on track is just making it so tricky for just everybody to negotiate, even in dry conditions. So hopefully, if we've got some marshals with some brooms, they can sweep some of it back into the gravel trap like we see every year at Le Mans. But yeah, it's a difficult one, especially into Indianapolis. Can you see there's still puddles on the side of the road, which doesn't matter for the straight, yes, sure, but approaching Indianapolis and for the whole of the last sector, that is still catching drivers out. So on these slick tires, especially once you got the temperature into them, the problem crossing over a puddle is that you lose temperature in the tire. It can take 3, 4, maybe even 5 corners if you're unlucky to get it back up to temperature. And that's where the mistakes have been creeping in. Paradoxically, because drivers aren't looking out for them anymore. Now, in this case, you have a chance to reset once again, like we had earlier on in the race under the rain. Maybe you've lost a bit of confidence, maybe you're pushing the limit too much. In the case of Gassed Up Motorsports, you're given another reprieve to figure out what is wrong with the car. And for the case of Mono, you're given another stint to curse everything under the sun, because your lead effectively has been wiped out. And I think we will see at some point the Absolute Motorsport Acelith car given the wave around as well. So it may be a case where they can at least have some sort of a fight for the championship. But if I'm not in that car number 11, this safety car is the last thing I would have wanted.
Especially if your name is Niklas Gessner. That's all I need to say on that one. He is going to be like going, oh, it built up of more than a 15-second lead, and it was looking so good, and then safety car gets called. Well, now there we go. The wave by is now being affected by race control. So this is going to allow the GT3 AMs, GT3 Pros, and so that'll mean that there you see the prototypes, the GTPs and the LMP2s will keep to the right-hand side of the circuit, so the wave rounds will happen with the other cars going by on the left-hand side of the Mustang safety car. Again, this is now there is one thing that we haven't mentioned, which is the all-famous, all-kerfuddling commentator's curse. Now, I am one of these people that does not believe in it. It's just fate of circumstance. I mean, you were talking about Matt Gantner at one point, John, and we then have a replay, and I'm like thinking, you know, you're talking about it, but then we have a replay, and he has an issue, and like people say to me, yeah, you just you know, commentator's curse. No, it's just fate of circumstance. You're just talking about somebody and something just goes wrong. It's not your fault that you're talking about it. It's just like there's the subject matter on your screen right in front of you and it just happens.
There is circumstance, yes, and then there's correlation. Now, if anybody's
Oh,
watched
no,
any of
no,
my
no,
commentaries
no.
over the years, you'll find out that every single time I tend to do that, something bad happens to the driver on screen. So, yes, it may just be circumstance, but to the drivers which it happens to, I'm sure they'll say, could I stop talking about them effectively? But yes, it tends to happen quite a lot, let's say that much. And we'll see drivers in the pits right now. Number 2, mono competition coming in just to get a free pit stop with fuel. Number 11 staying out. They've probably only done half a stint, so probably just splitting the strategy. Probably too early to think about that rain as well, so this is just a case of one car pits one lap, and I guess the other car pits the other lap.
Yeah, it's sort of, as we said, the sacrificial lamb has now entered into pit lane when it comes to mono competition. But, I mean, you know, we might laugh and we might joke about it, but it's always that strength in numbers game, and that can be very, very true when you have two teams, one of which is going for the championship, the other one, which is currently P3 in the standings and is quite a chunk of points behind, actually 30 points behind its their teammates in the number 11. But again, it is just that case of if you can split a strategy and you put the number 11 on the optimum strategy, see what else you can throw, not including the kitchen sink, of course, at the sister car, you might be onto a little bit of a win-win situation for both parties, because you can throw the book at number 2 and go, yeah, right, try this, try that, see if it works, see if it doesn't, let us know what happens, and then at least that information can then be shared with the sister car to say, okay, right, mind out for water on this corner, this corner, this corner. So it's like the number 2 has become the scout for number 11.
Yeah, for sure. And any risk that you want to take in terms of strategy, in terms of setup change, you really want to make it on that number 2 car, because effectively, again, they've got nothing to lose, and especially with the rain arriving late in the race, possibly, you want to make sure that the number 11 car is all up to spec and has the maximum chance to go for the championship. We have to wait and see whether the Absolute Motorsport Ace Lith car will get its lap back effectively. I haven't really read the rules that far in terms of that. I didn't expect it to happen, to be fair. So we'll have to wait and see. But for sure, in terms of confidence, in terms of a team, in terms of mono, I think they will be still riding very, very high in terms of just the play out of the year, I think, and the play out of the entire season. They've been on top in terms of strategy and on top in terms of performance, and I definitely think that they have enough to bring it home. It's just whether they, let the ball go at the end, because we've seen it at the start of the race. In the rain, they were in trouble, so it's not over yet. Look at all of that gravel. Incredible stuff. I don't know how many people have gone off into the gravel trap, but that is looking like a race that has run 24 hours.
Yes, rather than 4 hours and 10 minutes. it's just like 1/6. And yeah, it's just like that rain really put a lot of people off their flow and off their step. And that is just how much things can change.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely. I think one of the things that makes this race really interesting is that it would be a straightforward race, like we've seen in the majority of cases this season, where performance is everything. Whereas this time out, we've seen driver confidence has been everything, and we've seen drivers slip up. Gassed Up Motorsports having a lot of problems, but again, I do apologize if I've commentators cursed them, but they have been battling car issues, and I strongly feel like once they get the driver's confidence back up, they can start to perform, and Parabit have been in a few problems as well. In fact, Gassed Up Motorsports are leading LMP2 at the moment because Parabit has been in the barriers, has collected a few cars, I think, in terms of damage. So, yeah, it's all to play for. And ironically, for Gassed Up Motorsports, it might be the one thing where just keeping it on track, just keeping it going round, might be a winning strategy. And that's the beauty of Le Mans, is because it's such a unique circuit. It's such a unique old school venue that the old school strategy of just keeping it on the tarmac actually still has a part to play.
Yeah, and that is where we are now seeing the drivers start to weave from side to side. We haven't had yet a notification. Right, safety car is going to be in this lap. So this is going to be the case that Nicholas Gassner for mono competition, TS simshop.de, is now going to be leading us back to green. So we are on lap 62 out of 100. Here for the final round of the SIMGEAR Endurance Series 4 2026. What a season it has been. But it is going to now be the case of who is going to make the best of it on the restart. They just make the leaders make their way through Mulsanne, and then we'll head down to Indianapolis and then into Arnage. And that is going to be the case of how can the drivers get these tyres and brakes up to temp. The same will be true of the LMP2s and also the GT3 Pros and AMs. So coming up to just 2 minutes shy of 4¼ hours here, as we have been broadcasting for quite a bit of time now here on the SimGear YouTube channel. If you haven't already, please give us a like, share and subscribe whilst you're at it, and keep a hold of that notification bell being on. And Gassner just taking it nice and easy, not going too crazy on the weaving. I've seen it before on a race at Daytona road course, and it was GTDs all round, and someone decided they ended up into the barriers off of the tri-oval just by weaving too excessively, with plenty of gusto and enthusiasm. But this might give us a little bit of a precursor of what might happen over the remaining 38 laps, as we will complete lap 62 when we go back to green. Still waiting for the lights to go off on the safety car, but that will be as we will head into, more than likely, the Porsche curves here at the 13.626 kilometre, 8.46 mile circuit. Of course, it's not that long away from the real 24 hours of Le Mans, second weekend of June. So one more lap under the safety car, so looks like we are still getting a few more wave rounds as the Ionosis Esports SimDeck.app 208 Aston Martin makes its way past the Ford Mustang safety car once again. So 4¼ hours completed so far in terms of total time, not including any formation laps or any rolling starts thereof. So still a little bit of standing water on the inside line of the first left-hander through the Porsche curves, and still some patches here or there. And with the fact that the circuit is now pretty much bone dry, there's still going to be some little bits and pieces. Another big cut, you know. That is plenty of standing water there. And that is heading through, I think, yeah, out of Corvette and heading into Maison Blanche. So the time keeps on ticking here at this wonderful circuit. And just to think, nearly 3 hours ago, we were under a deluge of rainfall, waiting for Noah's Ark to come along, or Moses to make sure he could definitely try and part the seas, but we are going to have another full lap under the safety car conditions. Right, Absolute Motorsport comes into the pits. And I think that might have been, yeah, Petrobit Sim Racing, the LMP2 championship leaders, now into pit lane to take on board a routine service stop. So whether that is going to include a driver change, whether that is also going to include tyres. And also, depending on the tyre model here on iRacing, depending on the setup that the drivers and teams have been working towards ahead of this final round, tyres can be one of the big differences between winning and losing this race, but then also, more importantly, the losing the opportunity of winning the series itself, and that's going to be quite crucial, because these drivers, these teams, or the schedule that has been going on for the for this series has been quite significant, and there's always that case of when some drivers might think, oh, another safety car period. Some people just want to say, I just want to get on and get the race done and dusted. It's one of those. It's one of those things where you put so much hard work, you put so much, blood, sweat, and tears into this series, and the drivers will be thinking, okay, it is going to be a little bit of a hard slog. That's what we signed up for. That's what we need to do in this particular case. And when you think about it, it was the 1:30 of Sebring back on February 28th, Road America 4 hours, March 14th, Spa 120 on April 4th, and then 160 laps of Daytona back on April 25th, which was 3 weeks ago. So very, very compact schedule, just shy of 2 months. And I have to, well, it looks like we have got a little bit of the gassed up motorsports fans in the chat on YouTube, and Alino has already just done the multiple double hands up, so there we go. There's somebody watching and cheering on the 119 gassed up motorsports car as we head down the Mulsanne. So at the minute, it is going to be the case of mono competition. TS simshop.de leads in GTP. Absolute Motorsport Acelith GT3 leading in the GT3 Pro side of things. Gassed Up Motorsports leading in the LMP2 division, and Negative Delta SRT in the lead of the GT3 AMs. However, RR Motorsport and Off-Track Racing MDM are not that far behind. So this is going to really close up the pack. So once that safety car peels into pit lane, we will once again be under starters' orders. And it won't be easy for these drivers. They have been put through the ringer for this season finale. It is once again the calm before the storm. Niklas Gassner, the man behind the wheel of the number 11 mono competition car at the minute. If the race does conclude with that car being the winner of this 100-lap race at Le Mans, and Absolute Motorsport Acelith stays in third position, the number 11 will win the GTP title by just one single solitary point. There are no drop rounds. There are no There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. And now the lights are off on the safety car. So we are halfway through our second lap, well, our lap that is going to bring things back to green. So now the weaving starts off in earnest. Be rather interested to see how things are going to go. I mean, because let's just say this. MANS Racing Black is the Aston Martin meat in a Lamborghini sandwich right about now in the GT3 Pros. And then they've got negative delta by SIMGEAR.it, so it's Aston versus Lamborghini. I think I've lost count of the amount of times. As, well, welcome back, John Harris. Safety car coming back in this lap, my friend. They've had an additional lap to get some more wave rounds done.
Indeed, I was just getting some refreshments myself, so I've been in the pits, I've been in the box, I'm ready to go now on some fresh tyres.
Yeah, I was going to say you're fully fueled, driver change, new set of primed, stickered, slick tyres, my friend.
The good news is that I'm outstinting even the GT3 cars. My last stint was a 4 hours and 10 minutes, so that's not quite bad. As far as I can tell, I think I can one-stop this race, which is looking like a good strategy, to be fair. Not needing to change tyres actually helps you in the commentary box, would you believe? But yeah, good to see green flag racing once again in a minute. And yeah, this will be, again, I think just one of those things where a lot of drivers will be ready to get going just, before the rain happens, effectively.
Yes, that magical word beginning with R and ending in N. Well, I mean, the thing is that at least, John, you're giving people updates, and also I'm getting the reliable first-hand information. Whether it be correct or not, I'm not going to blame John on that one, so there's no hashtags here.
Well, me, knowing myself and Rain and everything that goes on, to be honest, I wouldn't put it past me for misreading a report or indeed just being fed bad information. I was doing this was a joke. I want to emphasize that, but I was at an event where part of the organizer's sort of gimmick was to feed the commentators bad information and make it into a very interesting show. And the worst part is the drivers could actually hear the information, and some of them pitted on the false information. So it made it more of a fun event than an esports event. But it was very, very funny for us at the time, seeing as there was nothing serious on the line. Now, the drivers here will want the reports to be very accurate, and they will not want any shenanigans. They'll want to know the precise second which the rain starts, which they won't get, of course.
No, it's kind of, you'll find out whether it's 5 minutes ahead or 5 minutes behind the actual detailed information that you might have, whether it be the weather radar or any reports coming in. There is so much information that can be, well, maybe to your betterment or maybe to your detriment, as we'll see how things will be parlayed into the next few moments of this race, because the lights are out on the safety car. We're going through the famed Porsche curves, then into Virage de Pont, the S is the karting, Corvette, Maison Blanche, and then of course Ford and Recordement, which will then lead us on to the start-finish straight. And this will be now the opportunity for these drivers to go hell for leather. So the first restart was under full wet conditions. We now have a significantly hotter, drier, and more adhesive circuit to battle on. And this will be, again, like I said, the restart after we had that massive amount of range on. This is another litmus test that the drivers have to go through. And look at the amount of rubber pickup I've just spotted on all white panels on the Absolute Motorsport Acelith number 18 Porsche. That car is absolutely caked. And the good thing is, with mono competition, they went stealth black. A good call on the livery, I would say.
Yeah, I was about to say psychological advantage. There's no pickup on our cars, and so they pace car will come in there, slotting right for them. And here we go for the GTP restart. They'll be able to go in absolute motorsport ace lift jumps and almost, I think, jumps the green light zone. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But it was very, very close, that's for sure. Flashing of the lights there. Obviously, the mono competition thinks that there was some wrongdoing, but obviously up to second there, definitely still a lap down as far as I can tell. So Mono just trying to fight a clean race here, but Absolute Motorsport Acelith wants to get a move on, and you can see they are out of the box and they are fighting.
Yeah, and here we go with Parabit Sim Racing waiting now. I did notice, because I also got the YouTube feed up at the moment at the same time as well, which means there's a little bit of a delay. And I could see that, yeah, Absolute Motorsport Aceless Sim Racing did not wait until the checkered flag or the start-finish line to pass. You could accelerate, but I think on a restart you cannot overtake until the start-finish line, and I think it might have been a quarter of a car length ahead. As here we go, Manisi Racing Black. Oh dear, and one of the Lamborghinis, I think that might have been Absolute Motorsport Acelith GT3 that just tried to robustly get through on Manisi Racing Black and ended up with the shorter end of the stick.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. Just trying to see. I think actually it might have been Team Racing Point that was spun round. So that is a big one right there. The people that have been leading right from the get-go during the race in the wet conditions, they have been punted all the way back to last place as far as I can see on the standings. So that's really, really unfortunate if it is them. Looking at the Absolute Motorsport Acelith are indeed in the lead of GT3 Pro. The timings are updating, so it was Team Racing Point. Now, they are back going. You can see them in the background just at the far end of the shot. But Maniti under pressure here for P2. Look at the gap Absolute Motorsport Acelith have got with the Lamborghini. They've just punted away. Enesis up the inside as well. That can't end badly with Sorrento. Surely, oh, Sorrento's off into the gravel. It was almost predictable. 3 cars can't go into one. And Enesis up the inside had the priority of going into the corner. Sorrento once again dealt a foul hand. And yeah, it's really, really tricky. Thankfully, they have Team Racing Point to help them back up there. But you can see Team Enesis fighting with one of the off-track, I think that's off-track MDM car into the Michelin straight. And look at the BMW speed on the straights. That's it. They've got it done even before the Michelin chicane. So lovely stuff there to see some of the great racing. But yeah, a lot of cars struggling at the restart for pace.
Yeah, and this is going to be quite crucial as we are going to see side-by-side action a little bit further back. We got RR Motorsport, and they're trying to get through, and that is on negative delta SRT. The off-track racing MDM and MDM car is right there with them. KPS is a little bit further back, about 3.3 seconds behind. And I'm wondering, well, that is I'm looking at I mean, look at this. You've got the negative delta by SIMGEAR.IT car at the back end of this battle. So negative delta by Madness has got 2 cars, and that is RR Motorsport off-track MDM battling for P2 into Indianapolis. Oh, no. That is not how you want to do that. And straight away, that could be bringing out. I'm wondering if that might bring out a safety car potentially.
That's negative delta SRT in the barrier. I was just confirming which Mercedes that was. That is the battle for the championship. That could have decided it right there. Hopefully they can get back. But look at that as well. R&R Motorsport have a huge amount of damage from that impact as well. They're crowding and flashing their lights at off-track MDM, who take the lead of the GT3 AM category. Such a difficult restart for the GT3 AM category. That could be both championship contenders. Looking at how slow the Porsche is going through the Porsche chicane there. The start of it, just tiptoeing through. There is definitely broken suspension here. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Negative delta SRT and R&R Motorsports both in a chaotic restart.
And there's but there goes the Sorrento Motorsports GT3 car through. I'm going to be completely honest with you on that one. I think MDM should have really backed out of that, if I'm completely honest, because okay, yeah, had a good run. Robin Skelton's going to bring the 322. I think there will be, oh, that car is heavily, I mean, the bumper's not even there. That's exposing the radiators on the car. And look, he's just about making it through. Well done to Robin Skelton, bringing the car into pit lane. Now, negative delta SRT, that car is, we're going to have a 3-wide moment here, and Joao Teixeira right in the middle of
This was the contact, I think, at the
oh dear,
restart. So yeah,
on the
this was
restart.
this is what we just didn't see on camera. I knew something had happened. Yeah.
Teixeira gets, oh, yeah. And that was the first, well, that started a chain reaction.
Effectively, yes.
Yeah, and then MDM just go absolutely rolling in, and this is going to be the moment here for Gianni Qualbu for Team Racing Point, and he's closing in on Manisi Racing, launches it, dive bombs through into the Dunlop chicane, and makes contact. And, well, that was on Qualbu. I think that's Qualbu's fault all on his own there. Just way too late on the brakes. Dive bombs onto Manisi Racing Black and the Aston Martin. Manisi have nowhere to go.
I'll just interject and say I think what happened is up to Dunlop, they had a little bit of a twitch. They had to back out of the braking, sort of try and straight line it, but Maniti were right there and not much could happen. So definitely Team Racing Points. Oh, there's contact made even before getting to Indianapolis. So yeah, I want to agree with you there. The BMW could have backed out of it, and look at the damage. The wheels caved in, the bumper's gone, the rear wing is missing. There's no drive on that car. They're only just getting back to pits, by the way. I'm watching their onboard right now. They have just entered the pit lane. So these are your two championship contenders, ironically. Now, the funny thing, and I want to say the ironic thing, but it's not really a laughing matter, is that off-track racing MDM has, I don't want to say gained from it, but in terms of points, if these two don't finish the race, off-track racing MDM will gain enough points to lead the championship.
So, going into Indianapolis, one of the other things I noticed, MDM might have hit some standing water, would have locked up the brakes, and all I'm going to say is that there has been a protest submitted against that incident. That's all I'm saying for the moment now. We're going to see on board with Milan Milchev.
Oh, you can see it.
Yeah.
You can see the steering, the twitch of the steering. But that doesn't excuse it. You know the water's there. It's been there for the last, 2 hours? So it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, indeed. And that is when you consider the top 3 in GT3 AM covered by 12 points. That is how finite that championship is hanging on, and you're going to see a replay here. This with Rostislav Gotsev in the RR Motorsport car, and you can see there's a flash of the lights. That's by the 281. Yeah, and that is going to be the negative delta by SIMGEAR.it, and then you got off-track racing MDM. So this is going to be through the chicane here, first of all. So we'll pick this one apart before I go and have a little bit of a, in the words of Luigi from Cars, pit stop. You know, I've got to say it. Got to say it. But it has been, yeah, you can just see that that is coming out of Mulsanne.
Yeah.
So we're now seeing it very, and a big thank you to the broadcast team behind the scenes. Big thank you to their work, and they've done a stellar job all season long, right from when we started back in late February. So we got the run through Coupe de Golf, and then heading down into Indianapolis. So, and there we go, under review. Very late attempt to block and moving under braking. So that is now registered with Race Control, who will pick apart everything on that incident, and they are traveling at high speed, over 240 plus kilometers an hour in towards Indianapolis. And
So the interesting thing to note here is that it's a move under braking that has been sort of under review. So let's see. So into there is. I see it. I do see it. It would be interesting to see the steering wheel of the Porsche R&R Motorsports, because from outboard, from that camera, it does look like the Porsche moves across to block the BMW, and that is what creates the incident, regardless of the puddle. So that's why the BMW was in the puddle in the first place. So they'll have to review that very carefully to see. Let's see if we can have a look here and see what's going on. So it's around now that they spot the BMW, and they do kind of move out of line, but it's kind of simultaneous to the contact. That is a very difficult one, and it's another one, Alex, where I will be likely to say, I'm glad I'm not in the steward's office.
yes, and on that note, I will leave you in the capable hands of John Harris for about the next few moments or so.
To talk about the controversy.
Not to talk about the controversy, because we're going to leave it to race control to decide that one, but they do say many cooks do spoil the broth on that one, but it's how race control will pick that apart, and whatever decision that makes, that is made by race control, will impact who will be our GT3 AM champions, because it has come down to this. And when you think about it, R&R Motorsport, 2 wins, 1 at round 1 and round 4. Negative Delta SRT, 2 wins, round 2 and 3. Off-track racing, MDM, have placed in the top 3 second-place finishes and a third. That is what has kept them into contention. So, I'm going to be holding my breath. Don't worry, I will breathe in between. So, John, I'll hand it over to you for just a few minutes, and I'll be right back with you, buddy.
Well said. And enjoy the little break and pit stop, as they say. But most definitely, thinking about the incident, just a bit of a pity that was your essentially trio of leaders in the championship that were doing battle. It was always going to come to blows at some point, because this is the last race. This is the last opportunity that you get to fight for that championship. Every single one of them has an opportunity if the others make a mistake or have some problems. So they weren't probably looking at any type of collision, obviously, but it's something you have to put pressure on the other drivers, especially if you don't have the pace. So sadly for them, it's resulted in contact. As Alex said, it will be reviewed, summarized, and then a decision will be made. And there you go, rain is coming. Brace yourselves, brace yourselves, everyone. Rain is coming indeed. And from looking at the track map right now, I can see it on the radar. It is approaching, and I tell you what, it could be a big one. So that is set to approach in about 30 minutes. But we will start to see the overcastness, if we like to call it right. Well, you can see it around about now, to be fair, which is kind of worrying. The sky is no longer the bluish colours that you normally see, and Absolute Motorsport Acelith, Nicholas Gessner in the mono car, is being hassled at the moment by that is Francesco Iliano back in the car. So Iliano very, very quick, probably one of the most aggressive in terms of manoeuvres. So we'll probably find a way past at that point, as they're practically pushing the Ferrari round at the moment. The Porsche very, very good through the Porsche curves, and I'm sure that's no coincidence with the namesake, right? Good to see R&R Motorsport back on track, as well as Mono decides to pit. So Mono in the pits, possibly anticipating the rain a little bit. R&R Motorsports holding up, but they're allowed to do so. So Absolute Motorsport Acelith will breeze path as I try and get an update on the stint. So Mono competition going a long way in that stint, 1 hour and 7 minutes. So definitely out of fuel. Meanwhile, Absolute Motorsport Acelith is going to be pushing it, towards the rain window. Ideally, both the Mono Pro Am, so car number 2, and the number 18 Absolute Motorsport Acelith want the rain to start falling very rapidly, effectively. They will be running on fumes when it starts, and this is Payanot Karpachev trying to defend off-track racing KPS. That is Sorrento going past at the moment. So Sorrento moving up positions and moving through the order. That's Raul Texera once again that is just finding his feet with the car. A few spins at the start of the race, but now it is all going a-okay, as they say. Team Racing Point, Jeremy Qualbu, once again, great driver, but just falling amiss, I think, of a little bit of a lock-up and trying to avoid, but not being able to. Team Enesis ahead as well, so that's Miguel Leon ahead of them and just trying to steer clear of any disasters. The great thing about this is that the gaps in GT3 have been reduced to 0, so everybody will be going, and look at this, the straight line speed of the Lamborghini, the aerodynamic posturing of that car, incredible scenes, making their way up once again, making amends back up to P5. Still water on the track, I must say, down into Indianapolis, so I don't think there's a chance that that rain will clear before we get the next bit of rain on track. So yeah, very interesting things happening all throughout the circuit. Head of them, negative delta by SIMGEAR, and that Aston Martin, and that is Christian Novev in the car at the moment. So Manatee and everyone else pulling away a little bit. That's Manatee that you can just see going into the Porsche curves. But it's Absolute Motorsport Acelith and Negative Delta that have stolen a lead at the moment in the GT3 class. They are clear by the tune of 5 seconds to Maniti. So Maniti still in the box office seat for the championship, so nothing to worry about from their end, but they will be concerned about the pace. And I tell you what, that's Aston Martin once again showing its pace through the high-speed corners, practically pushing the Lamborghini of Team Racing Point around the corners, but that straight line speed is devastating. I did have a look at the top speeds earlier on, about 5 kilometers per hour difference on the Mulsanne straight at the end, so very, very tricky. The Uno Dier, even with the chicanes, probably susceptible to be Lamborghini dominated, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Gaston Motorsports still with a good lead, 3 minutes and 29 seconds as well. You can see how aggressive they're over the curbs in the GT3 class there, approaching turn 1. That's where a lot of the problems stem from. Those are ribbed curbs, so you start bouncing along them and then you lock up and spin because of that. So Gaston Motorsports may not be clear and out of the woods yet, because Parabit are very, very quick, and I do see that gap coming down periodically, so they may have to pay attention to that. Meanwhile, Karpachev still trying to get past. They are leading a 1-2 now for off-track racing, with MDM car in first place and the KPS car in second place. But Karpachev will be wanting to lead that one, that's for sure. Milchev in the first place car at the moment and running a little bit of damage from that previous incident. Just want to point out the Negative Delta SRT car is still in the pits, so not looking great for them at the moment, trying to repair damage. They do have a rear wing back on, so they are trying, and our Motorsport are back out. It's still in third place, so theoretically, looking at the points, that may actually be very, very close in terms of points. So R&R Motorsport not done yet, but I think off-track racing, regardless of the penalty and whatever happens, will be wanting to maintain a 1-2, with KPS taking the lead for the moment. So maybe just using the aerodynamic posture of that car being in a better shape. That's what they can use to help. Now, at the front in GTP, mono competition continues to lead a 1-2, but there's been a bit of a swap around in terms of just the time. So the mono competition Pro-Am car that pitted earlier is now in the lead, and the number 11 is down to P2, which does technically make it interesting for the championship, but obviously we have to look at stints as they have just pitted, so they are a bit out of order at the moment. And I've got being told in my ear that Alex is back with us, as that was a car going very slowly. I didn't catch who that was, but some people finding trouble out there on the restart.
Yes, indeed. A little bit shorter pit stop than I had envisaged, but sometimes when you want to come back and see what's going on, You know, it's like I felt like a bit like a coiled spring all of a sudden.
Commitment to the bit.
There we go. There we go. I mean, to be honest with you, I still cannot believe how long this race has been going on for. Obviously, very long laps here at Le Mans. But there are some things that we are having to wait for, because I am having a look at the race control decision sheet. And let's just say that there have been counter-protests being put in against a certain accident that we were talking about, John, before I
Not surprised.
headed off for my pit stop. So, one, there has already been a decision made on, which is going to affect things, but I'm wondering what's going to happen with regards to the other counter-protests. And there is, there are quite a few. Let's just say, I looked at the list of protests, and out of the last 6, 4 of them relates to one big championship, potentially championship deciding incident. And that could have a lot of ramifications, let's say. So there's a lot of discussion happening at Race Control. They are picking apart every single asset, every single camera angle. I mean, Race Control, they are...
Oh, and it's
people
this.
who work for Race Control, they are unsung heroes, aren't they?
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you there. I thought Enesis had missed their braking point, and we're very, very close to the back of Team Racing Point. For sure, yes, to echo you. We have to wait for Race Control. It will be Race Control that announces all the penalties, that relays them to the broadcast team, and there we will get our final sort of results of all of those penalties. But it's a championship finale. There was always going to be incidents. And, you know, it would kind of be, I will say it this way, it would be worse if the drivers didn't care enough to not try effectively. I prefer a driver go for it. It's for the championship. They make a mistake, fine, they get penalised for it, as long as it's not intentional, which I don't think it was. But essentially, I'd rather see a driver try than just remain in P2 and accept defeat effectively.
Yeah, and when you've got 3 teams in GT3 AM that have 12 points spread between them after 4 rounds already, where everything has sort of come to this inevitable crescendo, and you can't have a bigger crescendo than having a championship finale, especially in endurance series, round here at Circuit de la Sarthe, and that is the big thing. Look at the track temp, however. Oh my goodness, we've rocketed up to north of 100 degrees Fahrenheit, so 42 degrees C, 25 degrees air. That wind is picking up again. It's just as strong as we saw. Right, okay. 278. That's Maniti Racing Black and Team Racing Point 227. Currently under review by Race Control. So, and that is Maniti putting in the process against Team Racing Point. Okay, fair play. Down to Race Control to make a decision on that one. And then, right, okay, Adrian Ruiz Hernandez for Gassed Up Motorsports ends up into the pits, so that could more than likely, well, depending on how long Adrian Ruiz Hernandez is in the pit lane, and if they decide to bring back Matt Gatner into the fray once again. Miguel Leon for Eonosis Esports Simdeck.app in the 208 Aston Martin, still currently running P6 at the minute in GT3 Pro. That car has been in the wars and also in the barriers. Christian Novev in the negative delta by SIMGEAR.it. That car at one point was thundering its way towards the lead of the GT3 Pro classification, but now runs P5. You see how close these GT3 cars are just getting to the outside wall of the Porsche curves at high rates of speed. It is an impressive display.
Yeah, they've been on the limit for lap after lap in changing conditions and with various different problems, including rain, including tire warm-up problems, including just gravel on the track as well. And to see them push the limits, to see them try as hard as they are, just bouncing over the curbs, especially for the Lamborghini, that is just so impressive to see. And I will say, aha, here we go. Stop and hold for 120 seconds for R&R Motorsports. That's a devastating one, as that could put them behind Negative Delta, as Negative Delta by SIMGEAR locking up there as well, nearly going for a spin into turn 2 as well. So very, very tricky still with the conditions. And you can see, just want to point out, that cloud over there, that is the rain. It is approaching very rapidly, and it's quite a big cloud, as you can see. But oh, it's a huge slap once again. Negative Delta pushing the limits in this Aston Martin, and it looks like the tires are just crying for help at the moment. Going back to that penalty, what do you think, Alex?
It's down to race control, because there were 4 separate protests put in, and that was off-track racing against R&R Motorsport. Then R&R Motorsport countered with their own protest about off-track racing MDM dive bombing them. Then Negative Delta SRT put in 2 protests, once against R&R, once again off-track racing MDM. The last 3 protests, no further action, because the incident involving off-track racing MDM against R&R Motorsport is the penalty that counts towards that. So that is a big amount of hurt for R&R Motorsport, which means now the thing is, Negative Delta SRT is 2 laps down, and that will mean that MDM would effectively take the title based on how things stand at the moment.
Yeah.
At the moment. But
now I just want to point out, I will interrupt you here, Alex. BMW in rain. Carry on.
That was gonna you stole my thunder, you savage, you. No, but I mean the thing is, I'm gonna come back to that word, unpredictability. You might say BMW in rain, but who knows what might happen? Who knows what might happen? We still got 30 laps to go. We're not done yet by a damn long sight. I'm wondering how things are going to go, as there we are, Dan van Zutphen. Right, first warning for Team Racing Point, avoidable contact with Maniti Racing Black after the restart. Okay?
That is the incident that we saw where they, I think, locked up and tried to straight line it, but there was a car in the way. I think they got off easy, I'll say, because Maniti probably got quite a bit of damage from that. But there you go, that's race control. I just want to say my 2 cents, but you explained it brilliantly, Alex, but I may explain it in a different way, just in case some people are wondering what the steward's decision was on that. Basically, they ruled that every incident after the initial incident between R&R Motorsports and off-track racing MDM stemmed from that initial contact, so the penalty applies to the car that caused the initial contact. I think that's the simplest way of explaining it, but Alex's explanation goes hand in hand with that. I mean, I just want to add a little bit of things in case it wasn't chaotic enough with all of the rulings happening, because I'm looking at the weather radar once again, because the weather radar is very colourful at the moment, which drivers won't like to hear, and the best way I can describe the rain is Passchendaele. It is a patchwork of different varying intensities of rain that look more like crater mappings from some of my historian research projects. Historian, by the way, for context. And that is looking very tricky for everybody, because it means that you can't reliably guarantee that when it starts raining, it will stay raining.
That's very true. If we've got pockets of rain on the cusp of hitting the circuit again, because it's, like you say, it's going to be a patchwork quilt, so there's going to be a bit of green, a bit of orange, and a bit of yellow.
A lot of orange.
A lot of orange, which means it could be raining down at Mulsanne Corner, and it could be absolutely bone dry at the other end of the circuit going through into Tetra Rouge, for instance.
Yeah. So the weather is going to hit. Oh no, not again. The weather is hitting from the same direction it did before. It's going to hit simultaneously the Porsche curves and the start-finish straight at approximately the same time as I can see. And it looks like it's approaching rapidly, and it could last until the end of the race. In that case, I think, to be fair, looking at the calculations, the race will probably end in intermediate or interchangeable conditions between rain patches.
Right.
Alex is speechless, and I agree with him.
No. I'm taking a breath and just taking stock of what's happened, of what you've just described. Yeah, I have to give a shout out to Dan Van Zutphen, also a fellow commentator as well. So does like to get behind the wheel and give it the berries. And he is currently in P4, chasing down Team Racing Point. So that is the battle between, once again, Lamborghini and Aston Martin. And, you know, Dan has also shown good prowess in endurance racing and also sprint racing as well for Manisi Racing themselves. And again, you want someone who can bring that air of consistency. And I think in the latter stage of these races, to be honest with you, John, you need someone who's going to be... you're going to need someone who's going to bring a fresh breath of air into the team and go, right, chaps, when do you need me? I'm standing by. You know, it's like all the cavalry kind of thing. And that's what I love when you inject this new sense of pace, and that then gives the motivation and the hunger for the team to want to press on and just go for broke a little bit.
There's two drivers specifically that I'd like in the car on this last stint. One of them is Moses, and the other one is anyone that has gills for breathing, because that's the amount of rain that looks to be on the radar at the moment. R&R Motorsport in the pits. I think that is a scheduled pit stop to, one, repair some damage, but also, two, they're serving that penalty, so they can't do it simultaneously.
Oh.
Whoa.
Daniel Karpachev for off-track racing KPS just had a Code Brown moment, big time. And that was, I think, coming through out of, not too sure, that might have been Mulsanne Corner. Just hit the throttle hard, and they're now going to be heading down into, yeah, well, I think, it wasn't. Looks like it was Arnage, actually. And Alessandro Porta for Absolute Motorsport A-Slith pits from second position as Negative Delta by Madness lead the way in the GT3 Pro divisions. Yeah, I like that. I like that sort of phrase that you mentioned. Someone who's called Moses. I'm going to add a third one. Where's Noah when you need him?
Well, Noah will be in one of the cars, hopefully not floating around or spinning out, that's for sure. But yeah, it's looking like the weather is very, very fast approaching. I'd say possibly within the next 5 minutes we might see the drops of rain. Now, paradoxically, the sun is shining from the other side of the circuit, so the clouds will come across the track before the sunshine goes away. That's the funny thing. And now off-track racing are racing each other. Now, come on, guys. You have a championship to win. You've had contact, I get it, and you're in a very good position, but binning it off the track by having inter-team contact is not great. And off-track racing KPS letting off-track racing MDM pass. I'm not sure if that's because they're on broadcast, but yeah, they are having some fun, let's say, before the fun gets stopped by the rain and everyone starts panicking.
And waiting to get the paddles ready for the canoes that are going to be needed around Le Mans in the not-too-distant future. It's kind of a... We've got the GT3 AM equivalent of mono competition in GTPs from a little bit earlier on. And now we've hit... we're on lap 73, 5 hours completed of racing, 2 safety car interventions. We've had a deluge of rainfall. And Karpachev trying to get through. And don't tell me you're going to... well played, Karpachev. Just stay behind your teammates in MDM and don't throw a haymaker like that to the outside through one of the Hunaudière chicades. But again, it just goes to show that you know, there are opportunities for just for the drivers to have a little bit of let's say it's all about the balance when it comes to inter-team battles, as long as they don't take each other out.
Yeah, it's not as if we're a championship finale, right? And there's points on the line, and one tap could mean that the rivals that have just been penalised could gain their position back. Nothing at play whatsoever. I think the thing is also it keeps you alert. One of the dangers of endurance racing is being on a race by yourself, and eventually you will make a mistake because you're effectively trying to beat yourself in terms of time, in terms of pace, in terms of consistency. Drivers often mention that perfect lap in their heads that they are constantly chasing, and that's a lap of themselves that they would deem as perfect. And so when you're racing someone else, it gives you that visual benchmark to start racing rather than that perfect lap. And so you can pace yourself to that. You have something to keep your brain alert, and it's much easier to keep pace with another car than it is with an imaginary line. So effectively, they might be doing something really that we find a little bit nonsensical, but to them it matters everything. And off-track racing KPH just taking a little bit of oversteer there now, I think, into Indianapolis, and that will be maybe the time to stop the games, as they say. As may I pointed out, it's getting a little bit overcast on the circuit, and the rain is imminent. I mean, possibly within the next couple of minutes, it may start drizzling, at least at the Porsche curves, if not, judging by the track map, possibly at Mulsanne Corner.
Yeah, that is looking more than just overcast. That is looking dark and menacingly frightening. And there is the rain through the Porsche curves. And it's just a little shower at the minute, but I'm waiting for the man upstairs to turn on the taps to full strength as light rain has started in certain areas of the circuit. There we go. So we're seeing it now hit the Porsche curves and the start-finish straight. I think it's probably going to be maybe about 5 minutes max before we then see a complete deluge for the remainder of the 13.626 kilometre circuit. So light rain started falling, and now you can see the humidity. Look at this, 86% with regards to the little raindrop, let's say. And as soon as track temperature drops, humidity comes in, rain and cloud cover comes in rather quickly. And so we see Milan Milchev behind the wheel of the MDM car still, and at least the good thing is Panayot in the KPS car is now about 1.3 seconds up the road. And I think, as you said, as soon as they saw rainfall, they went,
let's
don't
cool this
like
off.
the look of this. Let's just stop mucking about like a pair of children.
And I think on the radio there was something along the lines of multi-21. And you can see there the rain through the Porsche curves. That is where it's the most intense right now. So still the track is dry, not too bad. Drivers still pushing, so you can use the aerodynamics and indeed the just temperature of the tires to keep the tires dry. They will effectively burn off any water that collects on them, even if it's just dampness on the circuit to a certain extent. But once again, the rain happens and immediately into the pits. I don't think, is this a scheduled stop? This is actually a scheduled stop. So now is the problem. What tyres do you put on? As Absolute Motorsport Acelith is able to go, I'd say at least another 2 laps before being able to, needing to pit. This is a question mark for the number 2 car, because effectively they might want to be out there paving the strategy for the number 11. Want to point out as well that half of the circuit may remain dry for about 5 minutes because this initial weather band is only covering now half of the circuit. It's just like a leg that is sticking out in front of all of the other rain that's coming. So this is a tricky decision in terms of tyres right now.
Yeah, there's Dylan Bidman now behind the wheel, having taken over from Niklas Gessner in the number 11 mono competition TS Sims Shop.de. We are now, I think that's at level 2 kind of rainfall we've got right here. And now, right, I've got a little bit of a question I want answered. Who's behind the wheel of Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it? Is it going to be a particular individual that decided to go on for a little bit of a longer lap, and that was Gabriel Ivanov in the 281?
It's
So, yeah.
Christian Novev, as far as I can tell. That's the data
Christian
that's
Novev.
appearing.
So Christian has taken up a little bit of the wheel time at the 281 car. But again, this... Now, the biggest thing here is we are still seeing the rain fall. So the standing water puddles are going to start re-emerging, which is not going to help a lot of drivers with the confidence around the circuit. But then, because all that grip, all that evolution of the track is now starting to be whittled away a little bit as KPS and MDM from off-track racing go into battle once more. Boys, just keep it clean, keep it careful as they get very close to the walls. As Milchev right on the back of the KPS car in front. And,
you say puddles. You say puddles. There still are some puddles. That's the problem. Anyway, carry on.
I know, but they're going to become lakes and rivers and estuaries before we know it. That's not going to go. That's going to go down well like a sack of potatoes, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, it's it's going to be when you've got Milan Milchev and also Panayot Karpachev, both the off-track racing cars come into pit lane. And, well, Rostislav Kotsev in the R&R Motorsport Porsche is now coming down the Mulsanne straightaway. And, yeah, having been hit with a stop and hold 120-second penalty, that is really going to smart. We're going to have a... Oh, Joao Teixeira. This is a long time before we've seen him come in, and this is at the S's. Oh, on the curbing, back end starts drifting out.
That car is
through
unstable.
Tetra Rouge, kisses the barrier with the right front, and then spins it the wrong way.
You know, that's a terrifying part of the circuit to spin out on because you can't see the other cars approaching because they're going through the S's. So you have to just time it and hope that nobody collects you. But that car has looked so unstable the entire afternoon, to be fair. I just want to do a weather update. It is still raining from all the way to, from the Michelin chicane on the Unodier Straight all the way to Arnage. And it's raining in the Porsche curves as well. So we've got rain now should be covering now in this minute the entirety of the circuit. It will start raining imminently on the entire of the circuit.
It is dark, black, and gloomy at Indy and Arnage, as there is Gabriel Ivanov behind the wheel of the. So they put their trusted man who likes using slick tyres on wet conditions back behind the wheel of the 281. So expect this man. Yeah. Oh, like, even though he was sideways through the chicane, and Joao Teixeira in the 255 Sorrento Motorsports GT3 car now currently closing in, and that is the absolute Motorsport aceless GT3 Lamborghini Huracan just up ahead, about 4/10. And look at the rain. It is hitting everywhere on the circuit right about now as we head into Mulsanne corner. And absolute Motorsport go exit stage left and kick up a shed load of gravel onto the circuit via their rear diffuser. Oh, what a wonderful gift for everybody. So we're going to see here Velin Vitanov for Negative Delta by Madness in the 282, now heads down out of Indianapolis into Arnage. The nose dips in as he tries to get it under control. Left hand down, car spins and glides, manages to rotate the rear tyres, get a bit of traction down on the back axle. Ooh.
That's what's called a sponsorship advertising right here. You just slide in front of the
jeez.
camera. There you go. Park it for 2 seconds, and you get a nice, good close-up view of the sponsorship. So, RNR Motorsport going for a little bit of a twitch, more of a twitch. Oh, a bit of a slide into Indianapolis. That's where it's raining the heaviest at the moment. Not into the barrier. Yes, it is into the barrier. The wing's gone. That is possibly their championship gone. If they can't get that back to the pits, no matter what happens. So, lightly wet track. Looking at the spray that is coming off of the cars, I think that's more than lightly wet track already, as everyone tiptoeing round. It's definitely time for the wet tires. I wonder if we can get the graph up. Has anybody darted in for wet tires ahead of everyone else?
Well, Negative Delta by Madness, Enosis Esports, SimDeck.app. They've moved up to P2. They've just jumped into pit lane. Gassed Up Motorsports, pit lane on Q. So we again are going to see who is going to be the bravest in these conditions. And again, Gabriel Ivanov, I'm expecting this man to stay out for another lap in comparison with everybody else before pitting for wet tyres. And he is closing it. Well, that is Manisi Racing Black, who are just up ahead. So, yeah, be interesting to see. And Dan Van Zutphen, look at the rooster tail from the back of the Manisi Racing Black Aston Martin. Headlights ablaze on the Negative Delta by SimGear.it.
And that's in one lap. That spray wasn't there last lap. And there's puddles. Not sure if you saw that. There's puddles on the outside of the start-finish straight now and on the Raccordement chicane.
Oh, mamma mia is all I got to say about this, as we are 3/4 of the way through the race. Van Zutphen has, Ivanov nearly trying to look to the inside, through into the chicane. There's the 282, and that is the Negative Delta by Madness. Oh, look at this. Ivanov is going to go wheel to wheel with the sister car in the Mercedes, and Ivanov gets through at the Dunlop. And then heading in towards, let's see. So Porter has pitted, Teixeira has pitted, Van Zutphen and Ivanov are still out, and Ivanov going through. Oh, he's done a 360. Has he held it? Yes, he has. Another great show, car control by the 281, but Ivanov did not want to do a 360. It should have been a little bit of a drift, but the car was so quick to rotate from front to back, from back to front, and do a 360. That was a gymkhana move in the wet on slick tyres. Well held, Gabriel Ivanov.
More importantly, you don't want to do it in front of your teammate. I don't want to know what the Negative Delta by Madness car was thinking. Well, that's madness, probably. Anyway, Enosis probably having a little bit of a problem. This is into Tetra Rouge, and the back end just steps out even before making the apex. Moderately wet track, yes, indeed. Oh, no, they're going to hit the barrier. Oh, can they keep it out of the barrier? No, they can't. The rear wing's gone. The bumper's gone. The wheel seems to still be turning, so they're lucky with that. But there's a
left rear is absolutely flummoxed on that car, I'm afraid to say. So it's had the right rear go, and now it's had the left rear. So double bubble for not in the right way, of course, for Enosis Esports, SimDeck.app, and they were running really, really well at that point. So that car is going to have to, and we're going to see more dramas. Alessandro Porta in the 299 Absolute Motorsport Acelith GT3 Lamborghini Huracan. This is going to be the second of the Hunardia, so it looks like it's, he's already lost it before going into the chicane. Back end steps out, rotates. And Alessandro Porta manages to stop it on the racing line. Well held by the 299 from Italy. Oh, but that was another code brown clean up on aisle 3, and Alessandro Porta had to bring the mop to clean up the mess behind him that he left.
Yeah, a lot of rain hitting the track. There's going to be a lull in the weather in about 2 to 3 minutes time, but it only lasts for a short while, maybe one lap. So the rain that you're seeing on track will remain, the dampness will remain, and it's still raining very heavily into Indianapolis. So Bruno Carrera in the car now for Sorrento Motorsports. Joao Teixeira definitely deciding that his stint is over, just one mistake too many. Parabit Sim Racing as well, continuing to close that gap. It's now 1 minute 28. Oh, that's Absolute Motorsport Acelith off the road as well, just having a little bit of a lockup. That will promote Sorrento Motorsport. But Parabit closing that gap to Gassed Up Motorsports. It was 3 minutes and 28 seconds last time we checked in, and they've got that gap down by about 2 minutes and closing, so it's far from over. Now, I think the negative delta cars will probably work together just to make sure that everything goes well, but it's spicy out there. It's very, very spicy. No way, not into Indianapolis. Okay, Sorrento decides to go for it. Absolute Motorsport Acelith doesn't, and Sorrento into the gravel a little bit. They're lucky to get away with that, but they've recovered it. I've got to imagine all of these drivers are now on the wet weather compound tires. It looks like everyone has been in for a pit stop in the last 2 laps. So everyone running on the wet weather compound. So this just emphasizes how difficult the conditions are right now, regardless of tire. You're still driving a GT3, you're still driving a GTP, and the amount of grip that you have is much, much less than in the dry.
It's minimal at best, to be honest with you, because you're skating on an ice rink again, and I'm sure that every single team, every single driver, every single engineer was like thinking, please just let it rain once at Le Mans. No! Double delights here at Lassart for you all. And yeah, again, we're seeing the sunshine come back out again here, John, and that is going to, again, once more, help the track to evolve to possibly a state that the drivers will feel a little bit more comfortable. But, you know, when you have to make that split-second decision of, you know, whether the engineer goes, right, you need to box this lap, okay, fair enough, we've taken. And then it's the case of the engineers now going through the figures and thinking, right, when are we going to need to pick for 6 again if we get quick enough? It's not like that. It's that poisoned chalice, that double-edged sword, where the engineers like so like thinking, oh, I'm damned if I do, or I'm damned if I don't. You know, it's like, which way is it gonna go? The unpredictability factor.
As a race engineer right now, I'd be looking at the weather radar and saying, according to this, there's at least an hour and a half worth of rain coming. So the chances of it going to slicks. I think we've got more of a chance of it going to nighttime racing than we do in terms of it going to slick tyres. So the drivers are just going to have to cope with it. And in terms of engineering, I'd just be saying one thing to the driver. Please, for the love of God, keep it on track. The black stuff on the tarmac is where you want to be, not where these guys are going. Definitely not onto the painted lines of Tertre Rouge, that's for sure. It's very slippy out there. And yeah, you don't want to be taking any mistakes. And I tell you what, the cars that I think under the most pressure right now to not make a mistake, obviously mono competition, tssimshop.de, the car in P2 at the moment. They must not mess up. And off-track racing MDM, if they bin it, the championship is lost for them. I will say, for Maniti Racing Black, according to the rules that I read, they have completed 70% race distance, which would bag them enough points to sweep the championship. So, I think we have one championship that is already called effectively, and that's why Maniti Black has all of a sudden turned up the wick, turned up the pace, and has started going for positions.
Yeah, and with Dan Van Zutphen behind the wheel, that man is not a slouch by any stretch of the imagination. And, you know, when you think about it, Maniti Racing Black, the only blemish was obviously when they finished, what was it, 4th place last time out at Daytona 3 weeks ago. So they will want to finish this championship on a high. They will want to win the class, and that is how you bookend a series. Oh, that was Ivanov going sideways again, this time going on the approach into Indianapolis. It's like, you're sort of like, yeah, it's all calm under the surface, and then there's the duck that's paddling like heck underneath, and that's Gabriel Ivanov.
I think
it's like completely sideways, Mr. Entertainment.
I was about to say, there are some drivers that don't like the wet weather conditions. There are some drivers that are quick in wet weather conditions, and there are other drivers that use it to showboat, and I respect them.
Yeah, Gabriel Ivanov, take a bow, good sir. It's just like, yep. How would you like your eggs in the morning? Gabriel goes, how sideways?
That's a great way of putting it, to be fair. Some drivers just think in terms of showboating and doing the eccentric stuff. And to be honest, back in the world of rallying where I come from, that is exactly what some drivers look out for. Okay, I may not be the fastest. Okay, I may not be the most consistent, but I'll put a smile on people's faces. And sometimes as a team, you know, especially in the world of social media, that's exactly what you need. And, you know, for Ivanov, if you're having fun doing it as well, and you can be very quick as he is, that's kind of the trifecta of gloriousness in terms of sim racing in 2026.
Yeah, and you need characters like Gabriel Ivanov to put on that kind of a show and just go, yeah, I'm fast in the wet, I'm fast in the dry, and I can also put it sideways on the drop of a hat when I got slicks under wet conditions. And again, we're just seeing that, and here he is again, Mr. Sideways himself, and looking a little bit more reserved through the Dunlop chicane and then into the Descente de la Chapelle before Tetra Rouge. And yeah, I mean, it's always nice when you can see certain drivers that just they feel comfortable. This is like, oh yeah, this is my party trick. Yeah, I'll say I'll slick to everyone dives into pit lane and puts on the wets. Yeah, no. And actually, this is quite a good point to bring up now. That if you stay on the dry tyres, and you can keep a handle of them for especially round at Le Mans for like maybe say 2 laps at a push when the rain comes flying down. You know, it's good for, I think, also future races whereby you just have that sort of sixth sense, if you will, of reading the conditions, being able to react instinctively rather than sort of like having a knee-jerk moment. But he has a bit of a tank slapper there to Ivanov, and he's having to let Dan Van Zutphen from Maniti Racing Black stay ahead. But this is the battle for P2, and now Ivanov back on the offensive, having served the slowdown penalty, is right behind the car that is looking to take the GT3 Pro title. Can Ivanov throws something special at Dan Van Zutphen? There goes Absolute Motorsport GTP number 18 through on the pair of them as they head into the second of the chicanes, the Michelin chicane. And again, just Ivanov. Right, we've got a replay coming up here. Oh, Johan Neshev from Negative Delta by Madness. The car that is currently running P4. Oh, right. What's going to happen here? On the brakes, turns it in.
It's already gone.
It's a sliding ship that is keeping momentum, and Johan can now breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really tricky one into that one. Just the brakes locking up as soon as you start to hit them into the braking zone. So, yeah, the rotation terrible there, and there's not much you can do it because if you steer out of it, you go straight into the wall straight ahead of you, and if you just go with it, effectively you're hoping that you spin off into the gravel, a bit like what happened. So, not catching it is probably the correct way to do it. So. That's the paradox of sim racing, driving and well, driving in general. At some point, look at this standing water sometimes, and they are just pushing each other. Maniti Racing is probably just saying, "Okay, I've got nothing to lose here. I'm just going to fight." Negative Delta by SIMGEAR .it is effectively saying, "Hey, my teammate needs more points to just in case win this championship. So if I push you off the road in terms of forcing you to make a mistake, then I'm going to be seen as the hero in my team." So, yeah, there's 2 different power plays at play here, and Maniti is soaking up the pressure like they have done all season, and are not looking very bothered by it. But Team Racing Point, once again, rain conditions. Team Racing Point, which at the restart, I just want to point out, were last. They are now first with a 15-second gap. They are absolute speed demons in the rain. I think we know which team found Moses.
And got him to part the seas right in front of them as well to boot, just to put insult to injury for the rest of the GT3 Pro division. But this is a great battle here between Ivanov and Van Zutphen for P2. Two Aston Martins. Oh, and Zutphen goes a little bit off track. Two wheels on the blue tarmac, and oh, Ivanov trying to get through. Zutphen, he's going to get sideways. He manages to hold on. Oh, Van Zutphen was a very, very lucky individual, but look at Ivanov. He's just trying to get the traction down early out of the final chicane. And they are going to go through up towards Dunlop. This is, oh, wheel to wheel on lap number 80 out of 100. And Ivanov finally breaks the deadlock, gets through on Van Zutphen. Up to P2 goes the 281 Aston Martin, ahead of an iRacing Black. So Gabriel Ivanov, once again, the showman delivers.
As it's written on the side of their car, this is madness. And Gabriel Ivanov is just showing different lines and just look at it. He's drifting through the S's at the start of the lap. This is a confidence that I have not seen since a certain Dutchman in a single-seater competition. It's just absolute poetry to watch. And it's just, oh, hang on a minute. Dylan Bittman, car number 11. I hope nothing bad happens here. Let's see. This is I think, Tertre Rouge. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Drifting a little bit wide. Oh, the switcheroo. It's gone round. Hopefully, it won't collect the barrier. It's just spinning it backwards and coming to a stop right on the exit, but there's nobody around him, so that's good. But that will be a heart-in-mouth moment right there. And there is car number 2, so not the same car. But you can see the difficulty that those GTPs have at the medium to low speed. They don't have much more grip than the GT3s. The downforce really backs off as you're not having the airspeed over the wings anymore. And it means when you try and apply the power, effectively, you've got to be so careful because you could spin out, especially with the hybrid deployment.
Yeah, because as soon as it gets past the certain rev range, all of a sudden the hybrid kicks in, and we're going to see a moment here. Alessandro Porta, absolute motorsport ace-list, and let's see, is it
that's damaged.
Oh, that's damaged and crabbing. That looks like right rear suspension. Oh, that is crabbing and then some. That car does not even want to go in a straight line. It wants to go right the whole time because that right rear is towing in, and they towed it to the garage.
Yeah, that's oh man, devastated for them. But it happens. That's motorsport. You're pushing the limit, and we said,
car,
yeah,
not the sister car as well.
This is 18, so this is the car still fighting for the championship. Oh no! Oh, they've swapped ends. They've gone over the curb, and it's just absolutely wiped them out. Can they stop before they get it into the barrier? No, touch on the front end, but it was only a glancing blow. Hopefully not too much. Maybe they can get back out there, and I think they are still going round on the track. So again, all sorts catching them out, and there is the damage. So that incident has happened before.
Yeah.
And here I think we'll see what exactly happened. So they spun round on the entry to Indianapolis. They have gone into the puddles, which were already treacherous even before the rain started. They've knocked off the rear wing, but that is what caused the damage as well. Incredibly tough scenes to see, to be fair.
Your heart just sort of goes out to them because they've been pushing so long for such a difficult race, as we are coming up to 5.5 hours, as Gabriel Ivanov has got past Van Zutphen, and he has gapped him now by 2.7 seconds. So Ivanov has got a real amount of pace in the negative delta by SIMGEAR.it. Aston Martin
the yellow flag is out.
GT3 Evo, and track temperature at its highest. Full course yellow and safety car, third safety car incursion. And that has brought out the safety car for the third time in this race. Well, the big thing is whether Absolute Motorsport Aceless GT3 Lamborghini might have been the car that caused the safety car to be deployed on that matter, or whether there's been something else, because that rain, well, you did say it might dissipate. Well, the rain hasn't really gone away, has it? It's gotten like it was, as Ivanov again getting sideways through the forward chicane and into Recordemont. Yeah, this is now going to really bunch up the field once again, and so Dan Van Zutphen will be right on the tail of Gabriel Ivanov in the 281 negative delta by SIMGEAR.it. But this will also
Still
bring...
drifting.
Yeah, and now that's going to also help close the gap potentially. Well, because he's 13.9 seconds behind Team Racing Point, who still lead GT3 Pro.
Wait a second, hang on a minute, hang on. I am looking at the standings. Absolute Motorsport Acelith have unlapped themselves, so they will be able to rejoin behind the safety car on the same lap, only a car behind the number 11 of mono competition. So that fight for the championship has just been turned on its head once again, as Parabitter are still warming up the tires already in anticipation for the restart. Maybe a little bit premature. But so the fight in GTP has just been reignited. In terms of the GT3 class, Team Racing Point, their lead has been wiped out completely. It was 33 seconds, and 30 seconds before the pace car was deployed. That is going to bring a huge spanner in the works. Looking also just at the stint lengths, there is nobody else that was in the pits at the time. So Absolute Motorsport Acelith towing to the pit lane. That appears to be the incident that caused the safety car. The other two cars in the pits at the moment, Enesis, have been in the pits for 18 minutes repairing damage, and R&R Motorsports for 22 minutes following those two incidents that we saw on track earlier. So it does appear like the Absolute Motorsport Acelith Lamborghini was the cause of the safety car. And I think we might have lost Alex for a second, so we'll carry on with the standings and all of that as everyone lines up behind the pace car and just make sure that everything is okay. It's a great opportunity once again to get just fully reacquainted with the wet setup of the car. If there's something that has been griping you about the car, now is the chance to talk to the engineers about it, describe what's happening, see what you can do about it, because a lot of cars will also have a pit stop coming up in about, I'd say, in clean running without the safety car, about 20 to 30 minutes. So there is a chance, of course, before the race ends to get in, make a few changes, and then get back out there. But a lot of the cars are halfway through their stints, so the chances of us seeing pit stops during this safety car period are quite slim.
Yeah, at the moment, sorry, I just had to go and grab a pen so I could, because I have got some sheets of paper on my desk. I'm normally, as I said, I'm not at home, because otherwise I'd have a big amount of real estate. So I'm working off of my laptop, and also many people might say, why have you got one of them? Yes, I am a MacBook user, and I have got an iPad that is now a second screen. So at least I've got multiple sources of technological information right in front of me. Technologia, as the saying goes. And I'm just well, I would think that after R&R Motorsport were informed, yes, you've got to stop and hold 120 seconds, they went into the pits and they haven't come out. And to be honest with you, I am very much unsurprised by that. And there has been some discussion in the YouTube chat about the incident that was discussed earlier, which we won't really touch on now, as we are getting into the final fifth of the race. So we're effectively on lap 81. So this plus another 19 laps to go until we hit the checkered. And I'm going to throw something out to the chat. How long do you think it's going to take for us to do the last 20 laps of this race, folks? Answers on a postcard, please.
He's got the calculator out. Oh dear.
I'm not. No. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that because I don't want to throw both of us under the bus. Because
I like to say I'm here for the enjoyment. I'm here for the ride. So if it takes the next 3 hours, it doesn't matter.
Well, I've got to get up early tomorrow morning because I've got commentary all day. So I think there is a limit to where people, people's
On a
how can I
topical
put it?
note, I've got to get up early tomorrow morning and drive 3 hours in the pouring rain, so it's very topical for what's happening right now
Yes.
on screen. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's one of those races where obviously it's done to laps. It's not done to a time limit, just for the sake of having the same amount of race distance. And this is a race where, under wet conditions, you obviously increase the lap time by about 20 to 30%, if not more, depending on the rain conditions, and then add in the safety cars that we've had, and add in the various dramas that we've had that have slowed cars down, and you get a extended race time just for the fact that people are struggling as much as they are out there, and they're just trying to survive effectively.
Yep. Now we've got the wave by, which will then more than likely mean that we could be, well, depending on how it's decided, how long, because we did at the second. After the second safety car phase, John, that we did have an additional lap, and I'm wondering if we might have the same again, to be truthful.
It's difficult to. I'm going through so much information right now that I'm struggling to find a script for this race, to be honest, because everything that we have predicted effectively has been just thrown up in the air with the rain, with the pace car, and I think a lot of drivers will also see this last period of the race as one where they can go out and attack. It's the last closing laps of the season, and so if it's gone wrong for them, they want to end it on a high. So I think in terms of predictability for this race, in anything that we can say, it has been thrown out of the window by this late safety car as well.
Yeah, and effectively with the amounts of laps, we have completed 81% of the total distance, which effectively means that Perabit Sim Racing, with 294 points, even though they may not get they were on the verge of getting the clean sweep of 5 wins out of 5, and then looking at it from this perspective, right? Who would like to hear about GT3 AM standings? I definitely do, because at the moment, well, R&R Motorsport, they are 4th in GT3 AM. 44 points, plus 223 equals 267. Negative Delta SRT, that we're on 213, 49 points for P3, that's 262. Off-track Racing MDM, 271 points at the moment. Bearing in mind they came into the final round with 211 to their credit. Maniti Racing Black, 273 versus Team Racing Point on 246. Negative Delta by Madness, 224. And negative Delta by SIMGEAR.IT, 209. And then Absolute Motorsport Acelith versus Mono Competition TS Sims Shop.de, and then Mono Competition Pro-Am, who are now leading. This is why I've got pen, paper, and calculator on my smartphone, which is a safe bet when you do maths. I was taught very early in my commentary career, do it that way, then at least you've got less chance of mucking up.
Now, the good news about that is that we've at least got someone that's good at maths in the commentary box, because even if I was given pen, paper, calculator, even automated system, I'd find some way to mess up the calculations. So usually in my sim racing career, I just went bigger number is better, and I just got on with the job. So that was the summary of my career, to be fair.
Well, hey, you know what I like there, John, is the brutal, damned honesty on that statement. Right, Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Right. Pit stops in GTP. Team Racing Points have pitted in Pro. So, they basically got a free pit stop. And there is Maniti Racing Black, number 278. So, oh, right. Let's see who could get their car serviced quicker than anybody else in GTP.
Yeah,
So
this
a
might
race
be
out
an
of the pit
interesting
lane.
one. All three of them are in.
Who's going to get out of the pit lane first? I'm wondering, because of the fact that Absolute Motorsport Ace. Okay, so that is
Oh,
going
it's
to
the mono
be.
cars. Oh wait, hang on. Why is the one of the mono cars stopped? The Pro Am car stopped
It was
to
the
let
two.
by car
Yeah.
number 11. The very cheeky, just before the pit lane exit, they stopped in the pit lane. Now, that's very, very cheeky according to even just the real life rule set. But they stopped just before the pit exit line to let the number 11 through. So there's a bit of a buffer to the Absolute Motorsport Acelith car. Now, to be fair, if I was them, I'd see that and say, they're scared. This works to my advantage. They are already thinking in those terms, and I've got the pace in the wet. This could be spicy, as they say.
As the song says, there may be trouble ahead. Obviously, when you've got a very, very fast Porsche in the wet with Absolute Motorsport Acelith, that is enough singing from me. That's all I'm going to be doing. No replays or whatever on that one, please. Thanks. If you want to clip it, fine. Tag me on Instagram. I don't care. But that means that Mono Competition TSSimShop.de have a 7-point advantage now because of the cheeky little maneuver from car 2. I like this from ESP_Mustang629. We are 2 versus 1, but we try our best to bring it home. Go Absolute. I love that kind of comment in the YouTube chat where you get someone who says, it doesn't matter if we're outnumbered, we're going to give it our all. And that's how teams should be. Now, I'm wondering how long this safety car period is going to last, to be honest with you, John, because that rain is not dissipating at all.
I'm going to maybe throw a spoiler in here, but it doesn't matter how long the safety car lasts. The rain is going nowhere. I'm looking at the weather radar, and okay, the intensity of the rain gets less from now on. We're just about to hit the end of the moderate, the yellow rain band. We're about to go into the green rain band, but the problem is the green rain band is just a carpet of rain. There's no holes in the carpet. There's nothing. There's just a sea of green on the radar. So the driving will not get any easier, but the rain will at least get more predictable. And as we're seeing a lot of people coming in to do their pit stops, because effectively drivers are realizing if it goes green now, they will only have about 20 minutes of racing. So about 5 or 6 laps under rain conditions before they have to come in again. So they may as well take the free pit stop. And unless you're like Mono trying to protect track position, in GT3, a track position doesn't mean too much in the rain. Just one better traction zone and you're alongside and past.
Very good point. Very, very good point there indeed, John. And again, it's just... I don't know. We've been talking for quite a lot. You and I think, what is it? Since I joined nearly 4.5 hours ago. It's so
it's a
even
podcast.
for some of the drivers. Yeah, it's the SIMGEAR Endurance Series podcast live on YouTube.
The biscuits are a bit soggy, but don't worry about it. We're fine. We're just
Yeah,
having
who
a
forgot to
barbecue at
order-
the Porsche curves.
With our brollies and our galoshes on at the moment, folks. Don't worry, the steaks will be fine. They'll crisp up nicely. Don't burn them. Oh, it just gets to that point in the race where even, you know, we have been talking quite a lot, folks. We really do thank everyone that has been watching so far, and a big thank you to Jake as well. I have to say a big shout out to him for asking me if I wanted to be involved, and he went, Lamar? I said, yes, of course.
Why not?
I think at the end of the day, what a way to finish this series in this. You know, yes, we want them to going out hell for leather, but of course, there is the term, and I am going to say it. Safety cars breed safety cars. Krastin Stanchev. Oh no!
Well,
Oh, the off-track racing KPS has just smacked the barriers, and I wonder if that's done damage, possibly right
yes.
rear. Oh dear.
That's a lot of damage, and the worst part is they're after the pit lane exit, so or entry, sorry. So they will have to do another lap, possibly, to get that back. That's terrible. That is really, really bad news. And it just emphasizes how tricky the conditions are, because effectively they're just trying to get back behind the safety car after unlapping themselves, and it's so easily done because you're just trying to cruise, and that's when you're not paying attention, and bam, into the barrier you go. That is going to be a very long, long lap, especially down the Hunaudière straight, where you're just going to have to be fighting the car every single bit. And if you lose the car, you get even more damage. So that is, I mean, they're going at an okay speed. To be fair, it's not as if they're slow coaches right now. But I question how long you can hold that car before it snaps on you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Also pointing towards the commentary team is devolving into madness. It's around this point that the Spanish Le Mans commentary team would start singing a song.
All I'm
Which
gonna
we
say
won't
is,
do.
no, we won't do, and nor will we do what Martin Haven said whilst having a conversation at 3 o'clock in the morning
Uh-oh.
with Graham Goodwin. If you know, you know. That's all I'm saying on that one.
It's best if we don't say anything on that one, I think.
No,
But if you know,
I only
you
just.
know.
Well, that's why I just said it like that, because most people will have seen that become a meme on Instagram. One of the funniest moments ever, when you got two blokes battling along on the microphones, like we have been doing together for the last 4 and a bit hours. And I have to say, Bastin Stanchev is definitely earning his stripes right now. How on earth could that car's probably not doing more than 100 kilometers an hour, and he's still cramming it down the Mulsanne? Poser. Third gear.
Look at the steering wheel. It is at 90 degrees, that steering wheel. I just want to point that out. It's literally drifting the Hunaudière straight. That is impressive. We've seen some driving. That is something that I have rarely seen. And the worst part is it seems to be natural. And that scares me, because that is a level of driving. Now, if you're like me and you have the talent that I have, you're used to doing it because you've been a bit of a twit and you've hit the barrier at some point during the race. And so you're so used to doing it every race that it's become second nature. Now, for these guys, they're actually really good. For Stanchev, for example, this is all just talent. And that is impressive.
Yeah. That just goes to show how you can. Right, pit entry has been closed by. Oh, right.
Probably due to the debris.
Yes. So, oh dear.
Yeah.
Bastin Stanchev is trying to bring that car back. He's just coming through into Mulsanne as we speak.
Well, I mean, the only thing you can do is just take the penalty. You know, you've got to pit the car, you've got to repair the car. It's unsafe. So, to be honest, if it goes at this rate, safety car in next lap, they might actually reach the start finish in a good time to have the restart. In any case, so this will be an interesting one. Yeah, I don't think you got the choice. You just got to take the penalty, park it in the pit lane, repair, and then if you get out in time for the end of the race, well then. You can deal with the penalty then. The main point for them is that the quote unquote, I don't like saying this, but the quote unquote right car hit the wall. Imagine if it was the MDM car fighting for the championship.
Would have really turned that the GT3 AMs on its head. Yeah, there's a lot to sort of mull over and think about, and kind of wonder, okay, right, what's going to happen next? I did say about the unpredictability factor, didn't I?
You certainly did. You may have mentioned it once or twice during this 4.5 hours. Yes, for sure. And I think we're having that on display. But the point as well is that although in the GT3 Pro class, the standings are pretty much sealed by Maniti Racing Black, they are basically going now for the fight for a second place. Team Racing Point at the moment is leading, but you have Negative Delta by Madness trailing them by only 6 points. And I tell you what, Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it will be wanting to help out their teammates as well. So that could be an interesting one to watch at the restart. Obviously, we will be looking at GTP as well, as that competition, after about 3 hours of Absolute Motorsport Acelith being a lap down, they are finally back in the fight. And maybe they're 2-1, but they have the heart of a lion for just keeping it in the foray, as they say.
Yeah, that could be very much the case on how you can get through the last few laps of this race. And I did notice on the display of Krasin Stanchev's off-track racing crabbing BMW M4, they're effectively on their 75th lap of the 100.
That just shows the pace difference, doesn't it? Those GTPs hurtle.
It does. It does. And yeah, I don't know what else to say about. He's managed to get it to pit lane. Well done. Well done. Well played. To get that car from where it has smacked into the barriers, and he's just done 13 kilometers on a knackered, rear-end damaged BMW. Well played.
Yeah, that is a feat that I've rarely seen, especially in wet weather conditions. And from the start of the lap, you're talking you've done more than a lap, because they crashed at the at the exit of the Ford chicane just before you get to the Record chicane. So that's behind the pit entry. You can just see it there in the background if you see the shot from the pit lane. So that's more than a lap, with a broken rear axle, which is, just insanity. I don't want to drive more than 100 meters like that. So yeah, well done. And hopefully we see them back out as well at the end of the race. But looking at that, it does look like the rain subsided a little bit. Now you've got a tiny bit of a break for the restart, maybe a 2 minutes break where the rain is very low intensity, and then it becomes stable with the green rain, light rain dropping. So puddles still visible. You can see them there on either side near the dotted lines on the outlines of the road, of course. Now, you don't want to be going onto the sort of I don't want to call it the red border, but the sort of gravelly border you have on the side of the road, on the left and on the right extremities of that dotted line, because very low grip and also lots of puddles right there on the edge of the track. So overtaking opportunities, especially, or even if you're overtaking a lower car category, it may be very, very tricky and risky to go for some of these overtakes.
Yeah, and it's again, so it's a Kent. So we've had a little bit of a stat. We have had 2 safety car restarts under dry conditions. We've now had two under wet. So we've gone 50-50. It's like the Chuckle Brothers. To me, to you. To me, to you. It's just like you.
That's a reference.
Like you said, John, you could not write what has happened. If anyone threw a Hollywood script and saying, yeah, we've got this endurance series, finishes at Le Mans, and they've got 100 laps, and we throw everything, including the kitchen sink, they probably rip up the script, throw it back in your face, and start laughing just for good measure. But
yeah, they were laughing before the start of the race. They aren't laughing now, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, they're sort of like thinking, we didn't like that one. and it was a success. But every we have to also say a big thank you to every single driver, every single team that has taken part in this series. There's been quite a lot that SimGear has done with a lot of different championships, but this has been the first true Tour de Force endurance series, and yeah, we just can't say thank you enough to all the teams that have taken part in the 5-round calendar, and so a big thank you to them for making this work, and for a great wide a range of the different machinery from GTP right the way through to GT3 AM, and it's always a good thing, you know, that the team. There's a lot of people behind the scenes in the teams, like say team managers, engineers, coaches. There's so many people that just make it all work. So we have to say a big thank you to the unsung hero from all the teams that have been a part and parcel of this 5-round calendar. We thank you all.
Yeah, I can only echo that, and I will say, maybe it's not said often enough, but we definitely, every time we get in the commentary box, we're in awe of the driving, and every time that I see these drivers, especially right now in the rainy conditions, I'm under no doubts that I could do maybe 1/10, if that, of the driving that they are doing at the moment. These guys are really, really the cream of the crop, as they say, and I am in admiration of them, and for everybody's tenacity over the season as well. A lot of teams that have had a tough time. I'm thinking, but not exclusively the teams like Enesis, like Areti that aren't here today, but also the teams like of Sorrento Motorsports, GTP and the GT3 class. But again, I could carry on like that through half of the grids, to be fair. And they have just kept going, even if it hasn't gone their way. They've remained convinced, and they have demonstrated time and time again the tiny snippets of really good racing and really good pace to sort of say, okay, the season didn't go well, but we've had a grand time, and I think that is commendable in itself for sure. So yeah, massive thank you from me personally. And I know Alex has said it already, but yeah, it's just a tip of the hat moment from the commentary box. And if you're under any doubt how old the commentary box was, the Chuckle Vision reference from Alex should allow you to date that.
All I'm gonna say is now my year of birth, just to put you all out of your misery. 1977.
Oh, it starts with a 7. Ooh, ooh, dear Lord.
Hey, well, at least at the end of the day, John, and this is true, let's just say Gina Carano has proved this as well. Age is nothing but a number. And the thing is that we're all here for the love of racing, and that's what is paramount above all.
Actually, that's an even better way of saying that as well, is that it just proves that sim racing is for all ages. You don't have to be an 18-year-old sim racer to enjoy it, looking to do esports. You can compete for the love of the game. Or for my case, you can join the commentary box because you crashed the car too much for an esports team. There's many paths in sim racing, some of them more glorious than others.
I'm as useful behind the wheel of a sim rig as a chocolate fire guard, and that's why I talk about racing. And I love telling stories. That's the beautiful thing about this. That these endurance races means that we can, you mentioned about historian. I love motorsport history, and especially when it comes to like Le Mans, and I am going to make people a little bit jealous because I actually do have Marcel Fessler's personal number installed in my contacts, because I'm the for those that don't know of me, I'm actually the presenter and commentator for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. We were at Monza just a couple of weeks ago, but pace car now peels in to pit lane as we will have 17 laps to go. Red lights on the gantry. And let's see. Oh, that was a bit naughty there, I think, from the Pro-Am number 2 mono competition car. But look at this. Absolute Motorsport Acelith up to second position, which means a change in the points, which means it brings us to 276. Absolute Motorsport.
He's got his
mono
notepad
competition number 11. 278. It is game on.
So for Gassed Up Motorsports and LMP2 is now game on as well, because Parabit Sim Racing are right behind them as well. So they'll hope that they fixed whatever issue it was. Team Racing Point getting a great restart as well. Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.IT trying to chase them down. It's Negative Delta by Madness Car and P3 that's important here as well, as you've got Sorrento Motorsports battling also. Now I think that's Negative Delta SRT in the background as well, the other Mercedes back out on track, so that's lovely to see, but quite a bit of pace down. So the restart in GT3 quite good, to be fair, and quite clean. Meanwhile, battling as well, mono competition, the straight line speed of the Ferrari getting the better of Absolute Motorsport Acelith, but can they hold it into the chicane? They're a little bit deep, they're hopping over the curb, they are blocking effectively, but that is the role of the number 2 car, to be as much nuisance and as much pain to that Absolute Motorsport Porsche, so that they cannot challenge the number 11 car. It is between the lead number 11 mono competition Ferrari, the black car that you can see in P1 at the moment, and that number 18 in shot, the Absolute Motorsport Acelith Porsche. Those are the two important ones. The number 2 is essentially a blocker.
Yeah, and this now comes down to a decisive moment. As we see, this is going to be Negative Delta by SimGear.IT. There is a car that has gone around, and that is going to be Gassed Up Motorsports. Oh, and Parabit Sim Racing now have the opportunity. They've got away to the tune of well over 17 seconds. So Parabit could be on for the clean sweep of 5 wins out of 5, which would be a maximum of 300 points. And you can see that Team Racing Point, don't try and do that with an LMP2 car. Try to keep it wheel to wheel, side by side. But the GT3, Team Racing Point just said to Gassed Up Motorsports, hi, bye, in that respective order.
The twitch by Negative Delta by SimGear.IT, the Aston Martin there, flashing the lights at Gassed Up Motorsports as if they aren't aware of the problems they've had, but they're not very happy. That has allowed Team Racing Point to gain a gap of 1.3 seconds, but the problem is here is Team Racing Point will probably be held up as well. Look at the late braking! No way, you got the inside, that's really dangerous! Whoa! They managed to make it stick, they managed to get on the brakes, and it just shows how much problems the Gassed Up Motorsports are having right now with the handling of that car.
Yeah, and then, well, we need to go back to the battle for P2, because Mono Competition Pro-Am number 2 versus number 18, Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Gap is about 3 to 4 tenths. It's starting to climb a little bit, whereas number 11, Mono Competition TS Simshop.de, is away and clear by about 1.9 seconds. Oh, this is going to be nip and tuck, I would say, probably is the vernacular I'm going to use. Mainly because of the fact that Gabriel Ivanov is now flashing at 119 again, and here comes Francesco Iliano in the number 18 car. He's right with number 2. Oi, 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 oi. The Pro-Am car's all over the shop. The tail end definitely getting a little bit wiggly, and then Iliano has a bit of a wiggle of his own coming out of the final corner. Right, Jonas Vaida for Parabit Sim Racing. That is coming out of Indianapolis. Oh, please don't tell me we got a problem going down into Arnage. Is it going to be late on the brakes? Oh, touches the white paint. And, just misses the braking point completely, goes straight on. Thank God it wasn't something that would have been a bit more dramatic, because if he completely locked up, that car would have been head first into the barriers, and the clean sweep would have not been on.
Yeah, for sure. There was hopes for Gassed Up Motorsports there of a possible win once again. Now, the problem here, again, another snap for Iliano. This is just absolutely by the skin of your teeth, as they say, in terms of minute adjustments that you have to do to get the car in the operating window. Now, the problem is, here you go. The Porsche is faster through the Porsche curves, through the Sector 1, and through Indianapolis all the way to the end of the lap, effectively. However, the problem is, the Ferrari is faster in a straight line and is better in the traction zones. So every time that Absolute Motorsport by Acelith, look at the amount of time that they're gaining in the chicanes, for example. The problem is every time they get close, they can't overtake. And so that is giving the mono competition TS simshop.de the chance to escape on the straights while the number 2 car holds them up. So all it's going to take is a mistake through the Porsche curves from the number 2 mono car to scupper that plan. But for the moment, Absolute Motorsport Acelith has no way past. They just pull 2 car lengths and it's back to a chicane, but they're not fast enough to go on the brakes because the Ferrari is a little bit better on the brakes as well. And look how close they're pushing them around. And they've had a little bit of a snap up the inside. Goes Absolute Motorsport Acelith, basically knocking the Porsche out of the way. That was a very aggressive maneuver, but R&R Motorsports not wanting to get in the way. Now it's a drag race down to Mulsanne corner.
This is going to be... Oi, 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 oi. They are so close together.
Oh, they slammed the door.
Look at this. That was, yeah, slammed the door. Robust return of salvo fire by Absolute Motorsport on that particular occasion. And just said, you know what? There is every possibility that we are going to go for broke. We are going to do what we can. As here we have Maniti Racing Black closing in on the Sorrento Motorsports GT3 Aston Martin. Max Riedmüller cannot see a thing. Pulls to the left-hand side. And this is braved at this point to the circuit, but manages to get through. I think Sorrento Motorsports did not want any piece of that action as they go through the Michelin chicane, the second one down the Mulsanne straight. And oh dear, negative delta by Madness, through on negative delta by simgear.it, and I think, well, with the fact that Team Racing Point is 3.8 seconds up the road, well, it looks like if Team Racing Point stay where they are, even if they finish in the top 4, they will secure second in the GT3 Pro standings, but this, I think, is more for pride and inter-team bragging rights between the negative delta boys.
Yeah, just looking at my calculations here, if the negative delta cars work together, overtake Team Racing Point if they can, if they have the pace, and make sure he's in P3, and the negative delta by Madness car finishes in P1, that could be a change of position in the championship, unless my maths is very, very bad, in which case I would accept that it is very bad. But there is still a potential for a swap for P2 in the GT3 Pro standings. So I mean, there's a propensity for them to get on with it a little bit. The gap is stabilized at 3.5 seconds, and that Aston Martin is looking like it has some good grip. The Mercedes is struggling a little bit more, but has that straight line speed and that grunt of the engine to pull it forward. So it'll be interesting to see. Now, at the front as well, the Absolute Motorsport Acelith car is now in free air, but the gap is 2.5 seconds. It has come down by about 1/10 of a second, so possibly they're just getting used to the conditions. However, the mono competition car is getting dropped and just cannot find much pace there. And oh, look at Ivanov just using all of the track, using all of the wet weather line. If you make a mistake right there, you have no run of area. Oh, the twitch! It does happen. The flick of the car, managing to save it once again for the umpteenth time this lap, for the millionth time this race. And oh, straight line. Absolute Motorsport Acelith goes and straight lines the chicane. That may be a slowdown penalty, but they've lost ground once again. Let's have a look at how it happens. I'm guessing on the braking, trail braking into the turn, a little bit of snap onto the puddle, deciding to straight line it through the gravel. I think that's the correct decision there, but this is tense.
This has got tense wrapped up to volume number 11 as a little bit of a switch there once again by Absolute Motorsport Acelith, running on board with Jan Kurbs from Germany for Mono Competition Pro Am, and they are starting. This is just what we saw with Niklas Gessner in the sister car a little bit earlier on. doing exactly the same thing, like 300 plus kilometers an hour, 7th gear, foot flat to the floor, and going, well,
Ooh.
helps, trying to look to the inside at Mulzan, and a bit of a switch again from Absolute Motorsport. Oh, this is now going to allow number 11 to scarper away into the distance. We are on lap 86 out of 100, so 14 to go, including this one. That is a lot of real estate to cover, and it's going to be far from easy, and that is effectively 190, just under 191 kilometers of racing left to go with regards to our leaders.
It doesn't sound like too much in the course of a season, but in these conditions, even 1 kilometer is a lot to drive R&R Motorsport back out there as well. They are 5 laps down, well, 6 laps down on the leader, but it's good to see them back out there. In terms of points, they're still trailing the off-track racing. MDM, hang on a minute. That was a car going, I think that was Gassed Up Motorsports having some more problems. So that's closed the gap a little bit for Absolute Motorsport Ace Lift by the tune of 0.4 of a second. But their cars, the Porsche is just faster through the Porsche curves. And that is really, really helping them out. Now is where the Ferrari can gain back a little bit of pace. So the gap is ebbing and flowing all the time, but you get the sense once again that Iliano in these tricky, rainy conditions is just a class above the rest. Even Dan Bittman in the number 11, Dylan Bittman, sorry, will just be trying to keep the gap, I think. But it's so tricky when you're being chased down. You want to push 110%, knowing that if you lose it, even once, you give away the lead and possibly the championship. I would not want to be either of those drivers in the car at the moment, but someone has to.
Yeah, someone's got to brave it out. They'll be like going, yeah, no, you do it. No, you do it. No, you do it. It's like, hang on a second. It's like, can you stop pushing me into a corner? It's like sim racing peer pressure. But there's always one person that will pick up the slack. Right, getting back to GT3 Pro with regards to the calculations I've just done. If Negative Delta by Madness wins, Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it finishes P2, Team Racing Point, if they finished, so if you had Negative Delta by Madness P1, Team Racing Point P2, and Negative Delta by SIMGEAR P3, well, let's look at it from this perspective. Team Racing Point, okay, I'll explain it again. I'll get myself confused, so I'll start again. If
this is why I don't do maths.
If Team Racing Point finish second, that's 54 points, puts them from 186 to 240. If Negative Delta by Madness win the race, that puts them on 240 points. Second place will be decided on countback, which would go the way of Team Racing Point because they won at Daytona, round 4. However, if you had a Negative Delta 1-2 with Madness in front of SIMGEAR.it and then Racing Points, it would go 240 Negative Delta by Madness, 235 Team Racing Point. And that would be the decisive, that's what needs to happen, that it needs to be a Negative Delta Madness followed by SIMGEAR.it, and for Team Racing Point to finish P3.
Oh,
hang
on a second.
Oh,
that was a move and a half there. Jan Korb's just trying to get the car stopped and going for the sort of unintentional dive bomb. Didn't manage to make it stick, had to back out of it, but that was from a long way back, and the car's aquaplaning even now on the straights. Sorry, I had to interrupt with that. Carry on, Alex.
That's fine. That's fine. No, I understand that completely. So if you need to interrupt, John, I'm all ears, mate. I'm all ears. That's the thing, and it's great hearing, you know, from your viewpoint as well, because that's the thing. If I was to do this race on my own, it'd be a very boring conversation with oneself. But when you've got somebody else alongside you in the commentary box, They do say it takes two to tango, but you get two people bouncing off each other. And John, I have to say, it's been an absolute hoot calling this race alongside you. It's just been absolutely mint, mate. It really has. And as much as the fact that we've still got plenty of this race left to go, I'm going to be quite sad when it's over a little bit, you know? End of the series.
My brain cells have just been interrupted. I will get back to you on that. My brain cells have been interrupted because that Lamborghini's missing the rear wing, and that is Team Racing Point that has spun out of the lead of the GT Pro, and that is how the damage was caused. Now, they've still got their rear wing here, so has... Oh, well, no, there it goes. It was hanging on by literally a millimeter of metal, and all it took was a commentator's curse right there to dislodge it. But that is devastating scenes. So all of that calculations, I have to say, has gone out of the point with that one, because Team Racing Point has sadly come to blows with Barry. They're still out there, and somehow the car is handling very, very well. And just to get back to your point, it's always... I love the amount of information you have, by the way. It's an incredible amount of database of information, and the maths is quite useful too. Thing with me in the commentary box, my brain cells, all two of them, are already playing pinball in my head, so it's great to have someone to keep me grounded in the comms box as well. Look at that Lamborghini; it's almost handling better.
Yeah, it's like it's had a BBL. And it's working fine. The random stuff that will come out of my mouth in the next God knows however long we're going to be here for, folks. But thank you for sticking with us. We're on lap 88, so yeah, we're going to have 12 laps to go. And still, look at this. Francesco Iliano is going all guns blazing. He's now up into that second spot, that Porsche, starting to really, really stretch its legs on the straight line. Now, the Ferrari, we have said about this car multiple times tonight, John, that the Ferrari seems to have that little bit of a double-edged sword attached to it, but as soon as you put someone behind the wheel of the Absolute Motorsport Acelith car and you put them in wet conditions, Francesco Iliano is absolutely reveling in this, and he's trying to close the gap. Meantime, the number 2 car is trying to once again close that gap.
It's further behind,
it's not. Yeah, but the thing is that look, you see down the straightaways, absolute spring down the straights, and then look, Iliana gets out of the spray, gets out of the dirty wake of air, and also the rain, as here comes Johan Neshev, and
they're still defending. Are you kidding me?
How is Team Racing Point? I would think. Now, I would think that car might have gotten the mechanical black flag, the meatball flag there, because of obviously no rear wing, no rear spoil, no rear bumper, no diffuser.
It's a Lamborghini. That's how it's designed to be used.
It's a design to fall apart, you. Sorry. It has been a really long day. I did actually manage to get an hour's kip before I joined the broadcasting. So
this is the commentary that we strive to achieve.
Hey, well, we aim to entertain. You know, that's the thing about commentary: inform, educate, and entertain. Not necessarily all at the same time, but it works. It works.
Now, the interesting point, I'll bring it back to the racing just for a brief second, because I'm trying to not laugh myself to death during this commentary, to be fair.
Me too.
But
me too. My ribs are already hurting.
They've been hurting for hours over here. But as the cars twitch through the Porsche curves, once again, the number 2 car in 3rd place is doing the absolute best job of just being intimidating in the rearview mirrors of Iliano's car, the Absolute Motorsport Acelith Porsche right now. Because, effectively, you don't want to be the car first on the road. You don't want to be the number 11 mono competition, because you're soaking up all of that pressure of having it be if you make one mistake, you lose track position, and then you may not get it back because the Porsche is too fast in the corners. It can create a gap. But the number 2 is being so intimidating and so annoying, effectively, in the rearview mirrors, just going for dive bombs, making sure that the Porsche has to go for a defensive maneuver, flashing the light. All of those things at the same time. That it's distracting Francesco Iliano, who I'd say might have a little bit better pace, and it's throwing them off of their game. And the problem is, oh, there's the mistake, and nearly the number 2 gets back past. And to be fair, everybody making a mistake, it looks like, into the Dunlop chicane there. It's just making it a grandstand finish to this race, because who is going to falter? One of these cars is going to go off. That is the... well, there it is. The mistake by Bittman. Bittman makes a mistake out of the S's and is now in the defensive. Here it goes. This might be the move for the lead. This might be the position for the championship. This will go down to the wire.
Here comes Francesco Iliano with a big lick of speed, and he's got past Dylan Bittman for the race lead at the moment. And look, they're still wheel to wheel, and here comes the sister car, strength by numbers, into the first chicane. Oh, how badly can Francesco Iliano get squeezed? And he's going to get a tag. Oh, I'm sorry, but okay, yeah, it was gonna happen. You're gonna have that unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Good call by the number 2 car to stick behind the number 18. But that run that Francesco Iliano, as Dylan Bittman, nearly got it all crossed up going through Tetra Rouge. And I know for a fact that once you get on the wrong side of an Italian racing driver, be it IRL or sim racing, watch your back.
Yeah, it's the case of, especially when you're playing team games, you always have to anticipate that the other car will be as annoying as possible. Will just try everything in the rule book to unsettle you, and it's that, you know, that's what they're paid to do, or that's what they join the team to do anything possible to make the team that you're representing win. It's not against the rules to be intimidating. It's not against the rules to throw one up the inside without making contact just to be annoying. You are allowed to do all of those things. And now, though, that there's been a mistake from the Pro Am entry, they're now 2 seconds behind. Now is Iliano's chance to go on the attack. You may only get one lap to do this without the number 2 car attacking you, so make it count into Indianapolis. The number 11 car goes very deep. They can get it stopped on the brakes. A little bit wide, though. A little bit over the curb, nearly into the gravel, but they've carried a lot of speed. Meanwhile, Maniti putting pressure right now on negative delta by madness, as it looked like the car ahead may have had a little bit of an oopsie-daisy into the raccordement. But Maniti just trying to put pressure on the Mercedes cars, which are now actually going very well, it must be said. Let's have a little bit of a replay. So this was the car in front, I think, Gabriel Ivanov. So what is Gabriel going to do? Is it answer A, a drift? Answer B, hop over the curb? Answer C, spin out? Let's find out. It's going to be a hop over the curb. It's going to be a drift. And it's going to be a spin out. All three, all of the above. What a showboater. But I'm sure he wouldn't do that intentionally. At least he's back on track.
Yes, indeed. And now Maniti Racing Black are through on negative delta by madness. And that's a big statement, because now, from that perspective, Maniti Racing Black have got an opportunity as Max Riedmüller taking over from Dan van Zutphen. They are going to be really, I mean, the darkness is settling in. Francesco Iliano, looks like his brother in the number 2 car. They have come into pit lane. And the big question now is, how much longer is going to... how much longer is it going to be before the number 11 car, the mono competition TS Simshop.de car, stays out? Because we haven't got long. And with the conditions as they are, I think realistically here, John, for Absolute Motorsport, Mono Competition Pro Am, this is more than likely going to be their last pit stop of the race.
Yeah, and for I'm just thinking as well for that liberates Iliano for a start, so they can get some track conditions. And they sent the number 2 car to go and chase him down. So this is crucial laps right now. But also, I was about to think, can they make it to the end like this? I know they're using more less fuel in the rain, but this is pushing it. This is marginal. Obviously, they think it's okay. Look at the amount of aquaplaning, though, sometimes. That car is teetering on the edge, especially, I think they might have taken new tyres, so you've got to get used to the feeling. You've got to get used to what's happening. But for Iliano, you have to just keep pushing. You need that track position. When that mono car number 11 comes in, you need to come out in front of it. So this is crunch time. This is quali lap time in the pouring rain. And just a note on that rain, it's about to get a little bit lighter in terms of rain, so it may get easier to drive a little bit. However, the rain will continue falling. It's still a carpet of rain. As I'm just looking from the different cameras here, it is a monsoon sea conditions on the chicanes. In Daytona chicane, you'd need a boat through there at the moment. So awesome driving by these drivers to keep it on track, regardless of their speed. They are doing the God's work, as they say.
Yeah, kind of sounds like the Malaysian Formula One Grand Prix a few years ago when it was monsoon conditions and people started sliding down the local countryside, as in the
Felipe,
hill.
baby, stay cool.
Rob Smedley's, don't worry, I'll bring you the white visor. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Oh, those were the days.
Makes me feel old now.
Then. I know. Well, I've really, I think I've outdone everybody tonight anyway, but I don't care. But yeah, this gives Iliano the opportunity just to go out there and just push, and he's already gapped the number 2 Pro-Am mono competition car by 3.4 seconds. I would imagine maybe by the end of the lap, depending on how hard Francesco is willing to push.
Gap's coming down. It's come down by 0.2 of a second. Sorry, I'm just doing the maths in my head. Already 0.2 of a second on this lap, and you haven't even reached the Porsche curves right now. So we'll have to see. So note that 50.7, and we'll see what happens when Absolute Motorsport Acelith reaches the Porsche curves.
Yep, so 50.8 seconds, now going down 50.5. I'm wondering whether Dylan Bittman might be diving into the pits this time round. It's going to be interesting to see because that gap is now coming down. Less than 49.5 seconds, Bittman into pit lane. Right. Now, the big question is, how far is Francesco Iliano for Absolute Motorsport Acelith at this moment in time? So, not that far away, just over 2 and a bit kilometres, so he's probably coming round through the Porsche curves well, yeah, now. There we go, on cue. So this is going to be... Yeah, well, it's just I saw the Porsche signs and I went, right, perfect. Porsche curves, on cue. Francesco comes flying through the shots. Brilliant work by our production team behind the scenes, by the way. Big shout out to them for the work that they've done over this 5-round calendar. But this is going to be very, very crucial indeed because we are about to get into the final 10th of this race. 90 laps. Let's see.
It's going to be a pass. Oh, it's going to be close, you know. They just started moving. And there, yeah, no, it's not going to be. There goes Absolute Motorsport Acelith, I think, into the lead. Yes, it is. That is the lead change. And the gap is about 5 car lengths. Sorry to interrupt you there, Alex. I just noticed it from my own POV here that it was going to be so close at the exit. So that move to pit 1 lap earlier has worked out.
Yeah, so now that puts Absolute Motorsport Acelith in pole position for the title, 282 points. And you've got, a minute, the score for number 11 mono competition TS Simshop.de, 54 points for P2. That is going to make it 10 points between the pair. Oh dear, right. This could be the moment that decides this race. And what's more impressive is that even though Dylan Bittman has gone in, probably taken new tyres, has got to wait for maybe a lap or two for them to come up to 10. And this is going to give Francesco Iliano all the opportunity in the world that he needs, and he's now 3.2 seconds up the road. So Bittman, pardon the pun, has got to get the bit between his teeth and start firing things on all cylinders, and has got to start chasing him down. And now we're starting to see, I think Bittman's tyres might have come into the window of optimum operation. And now the race truly begins for a championship deciding moment here on Championship Saturday.
Yeah, the question I have now is in terms of fuel. So the stints that have happened have been about 11 laps. Now, for Absolute Motorsport Acelith, they've already done 1 lap, and it's now lap 90. So there may be a little bit of fuel saving needed in this stint, because that makes it a total of 12 laps. If you count the total of laps, including lap 100. So this may come down to whoever can lift and coast, whoever can save a little bit of fuel. Now, obviously, these teams are pro teams. You know, they do the calculations. They are much better at lifting and coasting than I am. And so for Iliano, it's just a case of keeping that gap at 2 seconds and just not making a mistake and hoping that you can get the fuel to the end. To that extent, the mono competition car, the number 11 that you see just in shot there, the 2 of 3 cars, they can push a little bit more, knowing that they have 1 lap extra fuel, as long as they didn't short fuel themselves as well.
It's a good point you there. And yeah, the thing is that Absolute Motorsport, they've just got to put it all on the line, and that gap was 3.3 seconds. It is coming down rapidly. Dylan Bittman chasing.
Oh, he's lost it! He's lost it! He's in the barrier! Incredible scenes, just the aquaplaning. That's the rear wing gone. That's the car in the wall. That's the tyre missing on the rear right. And it might be championship over. He's trying to get it back around, trying to get it back to pits. He's going to have to select reverse. No, he's towed to the pit lane. Drama for Dylan Bittman, just lost it on the entry under the bridge there, and just a change of conditions. Can you believe it?
That was coming into the Porsche curves. Oh my goodness, the back end snapped and the right side just went blam straight into the wall. Right rear wheel is still hanging onto the drive shaft, but that car is a shadow of its former self, and that pretty much has decided that is, I think that car is not going to be getting out anytime soon. I think that car, okay, will get points because they've hit over 90% of the race distance. But the thing is that it will probably put that car, I would say, P3 at the end of it all, which would, which would put them on 267 points.
Yeah, they needed to finish ahead of the Absolute Motorsport car anyway. They were just behind in points. I've still got my head in my hands from that one. At some point, you're pushing the limit. Anybody can make that mistake. As we said earlier, it's only a matter of time before one of the cars makes a mistake. Sadly for Dylan Bittman, it was himself that made the mistake, or that just couldn't find the grip out there on maybe a new set of tires, or just different balance of fuel, and that's all it takes to make the mistake. So whether we'll see one of the other drivers make a mistake as well, it's never over until it's over. And I think the disappointment, so yeah, just into the barrier. I mean, the incident, the oversteer has happened right on the entry to the corner. As soon as he's turned in, it's gone, because as soon as we were on board, it was already pointing sideways. And once that happens in the wet weather conditions, even in the dry, really, there's nothing you can do. And the disappointment of it obviously is that I think both teams, the Absolute Motorsport Biaslith team and the mono competition team, both deserved the title. You can't share it, but they've done outstanding drives, and to see it go to the line like this, it's not over yet again, but to see it go down to a mistake in the wet weather while pushing each other 100%, I know one team will be bittersweet after it, but I don't think there's a better finale that you can have to demonstrate the talent of both teams in terms of driving. It's spectacular.
I completely agree. And, you know, the thing is that Francesco Iliano from Absolute Motorsport had to go and you know, strike whilst the iron was hot. Did it. Bittman chasing him down. When you're the hunter, you're the one that's under pressure to make mistakes. And yeah, it's through the Porsche curve. It's through the exit of the Porsche curves. And look, there's the rear wing, exit stage right, rear right suspension, and drive shaft gone. And it's just that slight snap. I think maybe, you know what, and this is nothing against Dylan or the team at Mono Competition, TS Simshop.de. Dylan, I think, might have just overdriven the car a little bit. Because once, as I said, if you're hunting down somebody, you're putting more pressure on yourself to perform at the highest level. And he found and went beyond the limits of what the car was capable of. And it's just that, as you said, it can be the slightest of mistakes. And the teams have been competing for over 6.5 hours. And it's kind of a, I'm going to use an interesting vernacular on it. It's kind of a 24-hour race that's just been condensed into probably about 7 hours or so. And you're under more duress because, you know, when you've got a time limit, or more to the point in this case, it's a lap limit. So once we hit lap 100 and we get that checkered flag, that's it, we're done. Doesn't matter how long it takes to get to that 100th lap that brings us to the checkered. Yeah, I just feel for Dylan Bittman. The team will just say, look, you did the best job you can. And he'll be kicking himself for at least a week after that and just going, why did that happen to me? Why did I make that mistake? And the big thing is, I would say to drivers these days, is don't put yourself down. Take a few hours just to calm down, get all that adrenaline out of your system, and look at the finer details and go, right, at least, okay, we were going for it, we were on course, and now no safety car period from this point onward, as per an update from race control. So we are effectively, you like your baseball, we're 2 out, bases loaded, bottom of the 9th. So any point from now, there will be no safety car deployed on the circuit. So it is a run to the checkered.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be a straight run, and it's just come a little bit too late with no safety car for the number 11 car still in the pit lane, though, with quite a bit of damage. And here's what I expected. The Absolute Motorsport Acelith car not taking any risks, letting the number 2 car go. It will probably be the number 2 car that takes a victory just because they can keep pushing. Absolute Motorsport Acelith, they just need to finish the race in P2. So they can just continue to shadow the number 2 car and see what happens. But I think, following on from what you said, which I totally agree with, it comes back to a discussion that we had possibly an hour ago when the rain started falling. And we said, and in fact, I think you said, Alex, someone has to be in the car. You have to designate a driver, or a driver has to just volunteer to be in the car. And everyone knows it's the most difficult stint with the rain. And Dylan Bittman took up that mantle, decided to go and wage the fight as it should be fought, and sadly lost out. But the courage to step in the car, that is already 99% of the driving, because I know a lot of drivers, probably including myself, that would go, nope, I'm not doing that stint. And definitely, the driving that I've seen this season from Dylan Bittman definitely merits a round of applause. just through the courage of trying to get the gaps back and putting in insane pace, especially at the start of the season, which we thought at some point it would be a clean sweep for Mono. So there is elements of greatness in there right there, and it just happens that on some occasions it goes wrong. That's motorsport, sadly, and there's nothing you can change about that. And at the other end of the scale, that is why we love motorsports. You never know what can happen, and sadly it has to go wrong for somebody. But to close in on that fact as well, is that we said on the previous race stint that Absolute Motorsport Acelith was so on fire in the rain, closing the gap just before we had that first safety car period in the rain. I think Mono were under pressure to close the gap down to make sure that Iliano couldn't get away, because if they let them get away into clean air, there was no hope of catching them. So the pressure was on to keep pushing 110%. And for Dinham Bittman, sadly, that was a little bit too much for the car. But just look how tricky the conditions are. All Francesco Iliano has to do is get to the ends. They've done the difficult work of making the car number 11 make a mistake. But it's all difficult, even just to keep it pointing in a straight line right now.
And this is where the real test of driver comes in. You know, Iliano is the one that has to bring the car home. And it kind of reminds me of, you know, and I really love the way you eloquently put and described about the fact of the point that I made as someone needing to be in the car. It's the same as, like, say, whenever Audi Sport put Alan McNish behind the wheel of an Audi Sport prototype car, everyone's backs were on edge. Because everyone knew that Alan would go all guns blazing. And if you might remember in 2011, he took the lead from Timo Bernhardt and then ended up rolling it famously over the wall after the Dunlop Bridge an hour into the race. And that was the race I was talking about with Truth in 24-2, every second counts. Congratulations to Alan now on his promotion within the Audi Revolut F1 team now, as part of the management structure. He was head of driver management, and obviously with Jonathan Wheatley's departure, he now finds himself in a Formula 1 management position. Not bad for a man who won 3 Le Mans 24 hours, WEC title with Audi Sport, became a pundit in Formula 1, and if anyone might remember, he used to race for Toyota Formula 1, who was at one point had a man by the name of Jens Marquardt, who was part of the BMW Motorsport management dynasty that has evolved over the years. And funny enough, who else do we remember? Timo Glock, Jarno Trulli, back from the days of Toyota, before they pulled out in 2008, a bit like Honda did in Formula 1 as well, because they were spending so much money, and then all of a sudden, Braun GP, Button, get the 2 titles. Well, what can you say about that in 2009? But yeah, it's Le Mans. I think it doesn't matter in real life. It doesn't matter in the world of sim racing. Le Mans chooses its winners, and that's what I think has happened today as well. Call it kismet, if you will.
Sorry, that's poetry. All of that Alex has just said, that was poetry. I was listening as if it was a podcast. Well said. The facts, everything. Absolute peak, just absolute cinema, as you could say from a commentary perspective, because it's so true. Le Mans chooses its winner, and it hasn't chosen it definitively right now, but it's certainly giving an inkling, that's for sure. For Team Racing Point and for the Lamborghinis, it's not really been the great rain period at the moment. Team Racing Point a lap down, and Absolute Motorsport Acelith also a lap down after the damage they've had. But they're demonstrating great pace once again. They're the fastest GT3s on track at the moment, but it's unfortunate with those mistakes. Meanwhile, at the front, the gap is 6 seconds now with mono competition the Pro-Am car. And I just want to say also, we've had the two, we've talked about the two fighting for the championship, right? The two people designated to drive in these conditions. There's another driver, Jan Korbs, in number 2 mono competition, as we see Dinan Bittman back out on track. Lovely to see, and should be applauded for his efforts, that's for sure. Sarnar Motorsports nearly goes for a little bit of topsy-turvy over Dunlop there. And Jan Korbs had the very difficult task as well of chasing down Absolute Motorsport Acelith, putting them under pressure and forcing them to make a mistake. And I think he did everything in his power to make that scenario come true. It just happens that Iliano was able to absorb the pressure until the pit stops, and then after that was when the real scenario started. So all three of those drivers, and indeed their teammates that made this scenario come to play, have just been brilliant all throughout. And in the GT3 class, although it's been chaos, we've had some brilliant drives as well. Negative Delta by SIMGEAR, 12 seconds clear of everybody. Maniti in second place, maybe not pushing as much, although I'm sure they'll want the win. And Max Riedmüller has been excellent in the wet weather conditions. The leader at the moment is Gabriel Ivanov in the Aston Martin. So he's pulled a 12-second gap, and he's already demonstrated how he's done it, but he is driving on another level in that GT3 Aston Martin, and now just pulling away as if nothing could stop him whatsoever. So this race has been, although it's taken a long time to manifest itself, I think it has produced some of the greatest drives this season, just in terms of sticking it out there. And we currently have a battle still for the podium. Maniti trying to defend second place. Negative Delta by Madness trying to gain points in the championship off of Team Racing Point, with Sorrento just hanging it out there as well. But all of that is crucial for the gap between Negative Delta by Madness and Team Racing Point. So that is not over yet. GT3 AM as well, off track. MDM still carrying on the gap. They have a huge gap now with other drives just coming into a bit of trouble. So it is looking like they will gain enough points for the championship at the moment. But if Negative Delta can do something, the SRT Negative Delta, then maybe that can change around. So although we are on lap 94 of 100, there are still a lot of stories to finish with and get tied up, all of those loose ends.
Yeah, also, I've just been doing the maths calculation with the piece of folded up A4 paper. It's Bruno Carrera going a little bit sideways in the Sorrento Motorsport GT3 255. Okay, right, GT3 Pro standings updates. So, Maniti Racing Black, currently P2 at the moment, that's 54 points, puts them on 278. But here's where it gets interesting. 282, Negative Delta by Negative Delta by Madness. P3 at the moment, 180 points plus 49 equals 229 points. And Racing Point now currently P4, which is 40 points. That puts them 3 points behind. So, after that moment for Team Racing Point, it has dumped them out of the Vice Championship status in the GT3 Pros.
Yeah, that is devastating for them. I mean, going from leading the race just to making that mistake. I mean, we've said it many times already with people dropping out of the order. All it takes is one little mistake, just one lapse of concentration or one little bit of excess confidence, let's say, and it can all turn on its head. And when you see the conditions out there, it's looking more like a lake than it is a racing circuit. The spray, if nothing else, just meaning that if you don't see a car in front of you, it can mean the end of your race day anyway, as that's the R&R Porsche going over the curbs there and just rejoining alongside the Absolute Motorsport Acelith car. So R&R Motorsport are just carrying on rounds to make sure that they secure enough points for the championship. I suggest their car is probably heavily bruised and battered still, as they only spent a little bit of time in the pits repairing the damage that happened previously. So yeah, a lot of drivers tiptoeing to the end here and trying to get through the conditions. talking about the weather, sadly, the rain, after it got a little bit less intense, now it's going back to the dark green rain, which is moderate intensity, or verging on moderate intensity, I should say. And so the driving may get even more tricky. So watch out for puddles. The rain continues to fall and the puddles continue to accumulate as we reach just ever so close to the 5 laps to go mark. And for the drivers, after nearly 7 hours of racing, I guarantee you they are coming up with extra ways to remain alert.
Yeah, hopefully no jump scares into the headset, because that's definitely what they don't want. Jan Kurbs has, I think, just given himself a little bit of an adrenaline jolt, because he came out of the Hunaudière with a big old tank slapper. That was a chicane number 1 down the Mulsanne Straits. Yeah, no jump scares. Probably maybe some consumption of a liquefied, maybe something ice cold, refreshing, and probably has a little bit of caffeine, taurine, and a few other chemicals in there to boot, just to keep that energy level high. And chapeau to every single one of the drivers that has competed here today. And as I said earlier, over the previous 4 rounds before this one, I can't believe it. We are nearly 7 hours deep into the races. Jan Kurbs rooster tails from the back end of the mono competition Pro-Am number 2 Ferrari 499P, heading its way into Mulsanne corner. And again, just, yeah, as you said, Iliano, just not taking risks, making sure that car gets over the line with enough fuel in it to make it. It doesn't want to be, doesn't want the engine starting to stutter when it comes into, let's say, Corvette. Right, okay, replay. Oh dear. Here comes Mr. Excitement, Gabriel Ivanov. Will it be all of the above? Okay. Is there going to... Well, he's gone straight on.
Oh, no.
Oh.
But it's not stopping.
No. That is not going to stop. That is not going to stop.
Oh,
or
my
is
days.
It? Oh. Oh, definitely. Code Brown.
He needs to stop jump scaring us.
No, he needs to stop jump scaring himself. But off-track racing MDM, interestingly enough, with just a handful of laps to go, because the minute we cross 100 laps on the GTP field, then obviously that will be the last lap declared for all the other categories. Off-track racing MDM have just come into the pits.
Yeah, a lot of them on that 1 hour mark, so you might see a lot of GT3s. So Maniti will probably have to stop Negative Delta by Madness. By the way, those two have swapped around, so possibly there was a mistake in the last lap by Negative Delta by Madness. Last time I checked, they were the other way round. Sorrento Motorsports also on 1 hour stint, 1 hour 7 minutes there, so they will be coming into the pits before the end of the race. So your top 3 needs to pit. Negative Delta by SIMGEAR has just pitted. Off-track racing MDM, as you said, is in the pits. Team Racing Point should be okay until the end. Off-track racing KPS might need to go as Jan Kurbs into Indianapolis and finding the gravel trap, but no harm done. Just a few seconds lost. They have enough of a gap, to be fair, to make a few mistakes and still get away with it. No sign of Absolute Motorsport Acelith, the tune of 13 seconds now. So just carrying on, wrapping on the stints at the moment. Off-track racing KPS may fall a few laps short, so they might have to pit. In any case, I think they'll be, ironically, 1 lap short. They're on a 52-minute stint at the moment. Absolute Motorsport Acelith GT3 in 11th place. That's the 6th place GT3 Pro needs to pit because they are in 1 hour 3 minute stint, so probably only a couple of laps left. And Negative Delta SRT also need to come into the pits. For the LMP2s, both of them probably need to pit before the end of the race as well. So a lot of pit stops to have, and to be fair, the only cars that can probably go to the end are the ones that have just pitted, so off-track racing, MDM and Negative Delta by SIMGEAR, and the GTPs should be okay until the end. So there's a lot to play, and that was a hint of oversteer there for Francesco Iliano. I'm sure he will have been clenching everything, just trying to recover everything, but that's how easy it can go wrong. And even forced onto the puddles on the outside of the track by one of the BMWs there. I think that is off-track racing MDM there. So, heart-in-mouth moment. It proves that you cannot take your eye off the ball even for a second.
I've got a quick question to ask you, John.
Yes.
What is the lap time delta differential between our GTP race leader and P2?
In the same class?
In the same class, yes.
Okay, 1 second. We are checking because the last lap time is invalid, so it won't show me that lap time. Let me go and look for another lap. I'll just give me 2 seconds. I will go and look for that information in the in-game app. So last time around for Dylan not for Dylan Bittman. I want the other mono car.
So which
See if
would
I
be
can find it.
Curbs, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me find. I'll get back to you in just a second, I guess.
No worries. Right. Negative Delta SRT coming for their final pit stop. Marcello Caserta. Oh dear, what is going to happen here to Absolute Motorsport Acelith? Now, that car is not turning right as it should do. I'm wondering if there is damage because that car... Oh, hang on a second. Marcello Caserta, I think, has just run out of fuel.
Yes, I was.
Dear.
They were an hour and 5 minutes into their stop, and I think they've gone past their pit box. They're one of the cars where I said they may have only a lap of fuel in there. And I think they've realised just passing the pits where they've said you have 0 laps fuel remaining, and that's not gone well. So, yeah, that stings. In any case, I have an answer for you, just real quick.
Okay.
The lap time. So, P1 at the moment is doing a 3 minutes and 58.1. And the Absolute Motorsport Acelith car is doing a 4 minute 03.0. So the time delta is 5 seconds.
Okay, so that is probably, I think maybe for Francesco Iliano of Absolute, he is just micromanaging. Oh, right. Oh, this is a surprise. Jan Curbs is in the pit lane.
Iliano's dropped it. Iliano's dropped it. Sorry, just in the Ford chicane. No damage, but that was close. That could have been really bad through the Ford chicane.
Okay, so let's put this into perspective. Here's the replay. So let's see. He's going to turn it in. And it's going to be on the sausage curbs, I bet. Bang, there he goes. And tail whips around.
Yeah.
He was lucky to get away with that one. Okay, that'll be a slowdown penalty.
Yeah. It's that cruise mode, isn't it? It's the danger of cruise mode.
But I think he's had to do that just to make sure that the car get to the end of the race with how much fuel is in it. Now that was pretty much a splash and dash for Jan Curbs, even though Iliano spun it going through into the Ford chicane. So when you think about it, that is now, we are 3 laps away from the end of the race. So that is going to be lap 9. That's 9 laps in total for Francesco Iliano. That's 45 seconds worth of saving and sipping fuel in that Porsche.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, if the mono competition TS simshop.de car was on the same lap, it would make a difference. But I think they're all okay on fuel, to be fair. It's just a question for the number 2 car here in the lead, whether pushing on that much. Hang on a minute, they made a mistake. Absolute Motorsport Acelith is in the lead. Wait a minute, hold up. How has that happened? Am I blind?
A lot has happened in the last nearly 7 hours, John. So don't
I
worry
took my
yourself.
eyes off the screen for 2 seconds, and that happened.
Well, they know they dived in. I think maybe that Jan Kurbs has been pushing a bit too hard, and they probably just decided we need to do a splash and dash. As here comes Max Riedmüller from GT3 Black, who are in the race lead in GT3 Pro.
Yes, obviously my
meantime,
brain cell's not working anymore because I forgot that they had just dived into the pit. So yeah, disregard what I'm saying. So yeah, this is normal. It's just me having a bit of an oopsie.
Don't worry about that, mate. Don't worry about that at all. Now there's been a bit of a development. Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it are down into 6th position. So this could possibly change something a little bit further down the order. I'm just having a look at the minutes. It will change the fact that now with GT3 Black, who are... yeah, okay, right. Small Operator has just said it was a drive-through penalty, so looks like Curbs exceeded incident point limit. Maybe. Or that stint. So that would explain a drive-through penalty.
Oh, it's so easy in the rain, isn't it?
It can be easily done. And that just goes to show that going through into the pit lane, it would have been a slow trundle at 60 kilometers an hour to go down that pit lane at Le Mans, because you've got to wait a long, long time before you can gun the throttle again.
Yeah, indeed.
So, yeah, I think it's the way things are going now. It doesn't matter what happens at this point, because Team Racing Point. Oh, this might change a little bit of. Well, hang on a second, it might not, because with Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it as Peribit come through into the pit lane. Right, mathematician at standby here at my desk here in the Netherlands. Right, 282 Negative Delta by Madness. Now we'll have 234 points to their credit because they're currently P2 behind GT3 Black, who will, if it stays as it is, they'll be on 284. And then we have to look at Team Racing Point, who have gallantly carried on despite everything, including the kitchen sink, the washing machine, the tumble dryer, and everything being thrown at them here at Le Mans today. Unfortunately for them, they are currently P4. Oh, right. So, calculator just before you start hyping things up, Alex.
Uh-oh. Here's Gassed Up Motorsports again. What has happened here? So they were in contention for the lead, not anymore in the LMP2 class. Diving into, I think, that's Tertre Rouge. So that isn't Tertre Rouge. Yes, I'm lost on the circuit right now. Hang on. That's Mulsanne Corner. That is Mulsanne Corner, and just locking up, going wide, and off into the runoff area. Very difficult to see in the lighting conditions where you are, because normally I use the curbing and the colors on the side of the tracks to know exactly where that is, because a lot of 90-degree corners sometimes are on these circuits. But yeah, very, very tricky conditions still.
Small Operator, big thank you for the info. No, number 2 was for a drive-through for letting number 11 pass. Remember that moment that we saw earlier on, where number 2 let number 11 go through, and then got in front of Aislith. Yeah, exactly. So that's what it's for, that drive-through penalty. So, yeah, at the minute, well, there is Jan Kurbs, who is now 2.5 seconds ahead of Francesco Iliano. So it is going to be the fact that with the GTP side of things, Mono Competition Pro Am will end up with 248. Mono Competition TS Simshop.de will end up with 267. And then Absolute Motorsport Aislith will take the title by 9 points on 276. And, well, after this one, we've got 2 laps to go. We'll be on lap 99 out of 100, and then it's just over 27.2 kilometres left to go here for the final round of the 2026 SIMGEAR Endurance Series here live on YouTube. And still, it's been great to see the live numbers fluctuating anywhere between just over 20 to over 30, maybe even 35 at points. So we thank you all for your company over the course of going live just over 7 hours ago. It has been a very, very long road to get to this point, but Jan Kurbs in the number 2 Pro-Am Mono Competition Ferrari 499P comes through. There's Johan Neshev in the negative delta by Madness car, 31.5 seconds behind Maniti Racing Black, with Siegmüller behind the Max Siegmüller behind the wheel, and Maniti Racing Black looking very, very strong indeed. But still, yeah, a Absolute Motorsport ace-lith. They had the car before the storm. The storm has come in multiple times here at Le Mans, 3 times to be more precise. We've had 50-50 split between wet and dry restarts after safety car periods. And we've had more dramas that you can shake a proverbial tree branch at here today.
It's definitely been that sort of endurance race, the proper type of endurance racing, where it has thrown everything at the drivers, and it's tested everything in terms of staying alert at this point, as the conditions continue to sort of fluctuate between light rain and between medium rain, as we are going over a patch of very consistent sort of medium-ish rain, where the drivers have no let-up in terms of the circuit. It's 100% wet out there. The puddles are everywhere, and I get the sense that the wet weather tires are struggling still to cope with the water. You're seeing cars sort of skedaddle left and right, even on the straight sometimes when they run across a puddle. So this has been the finale of finales, as they say, in terms of everything. You couldn't have wished for an event with more types of driving conditions, with more types of scenarios to test not only the drivers, but the pit crews, test the team engineers, test team cohesion, if nothing else. And with everything pushed to the limit, a lot of things had to snap, sadly, and some drivers have fallen foul more than others. But they're still pushing, and I tell you what, the gaps in certain categories are still there, as it looks like still in the GTP. Absolute Motorsport Acelith are still keeping the mono competition car honest, and I tell you what, that was a little bit dicey once again into the chicanes. That's the Michelin chicane that they're approaching, and just look at the amount of standing water on the entry. They're effectively having to park the waves in there. As you can see, the rain continues to fall, and it's not going to let up until the end of the race. We are on the penultimate lap with the GTP cars, so it will be the GTP cars that determine the end of the race once the lead GTP car finishes the 100th lap. Everyone else that finishes after that, the race is called for them too. So after 100 laps, I'm sure there's a lot of drivers that will be quite thankful for that as well.
Yes, indeed, and it has been a long road. I don't know if we may, I'm just sort of like thinking from this perspective, after over 7 hours of racing, I know what drivers don't like doing is interviews, but you never know. You never know, we might get a few drivers that have taken the titles to then bring in this opportunity. When you think about it, you've just got to do the following. You've just got to grin and bear it, and try and get things, you know, just get to the end of it all, and just enjoy the experience of racing together as a team. So there's solidarity, you know, friends will pick each other up when they're feeling down. Of course, another thing that is a big talking point is also mental health. But look at this, Jan Kurbs in the Mono Competition Pro-Am number 2 Ferrari 499P is now heading out of the Porsche curves for the 99th and penultimate time as we head into Ford and then into Accordement. for what has been a very, very competitive series for SGES, the SIMGEAR Endurance Series, live here on YouTube. And it is going to be one more lap to go as we hit just over 7 hours, 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Jan Kurbs, the number 2, puts us on to the final 13.626 kilometre, just under 8.5 miles with 36 corners to negotiate. And they do say that, of course, yes, you can win the final round of the season, but you may not be on cloud 9 come the last checkered flag of the series. This is not only the last lap out of 100, this is the last lap, the 2026 SIMGEAR Endurance Series here at Circuit de la South at Le Mans in France.
Yeah, indeed, and it's going to be one lap to savour, I think, for the number 2 mono competition. They won't get the result for the team they wanted, but individually, their result will be great. And Alex, I can't stop thinking about the joke that I have in the head right now. For the interviews, it will be like in Madagascar: smile and wave, boys, smile and wave. As they round the final. I couldn't resist
that
it.
has broken me. That has broken me completely. And all of a sudden, I was thought of Sacha Baron Cohen saying, "It is me, King Julian." You know. Oh man,
we are broken in the commentary box as well.
We
by
are
the
more
way,
than broken. We are damaged, destroyed, dishevelled. I'm absolutely Hank Marvin. I'm starving, so I've got to order dinner after this. But you know what? There are actually some thank yous. Well, I think firstly. From all, we have to say a big thank you. Firstly, I think to Tom Knight, who joined us for the opening round of the series. Then, of course, John, who's been alongside me, and also for the majority of the season. Shout out Jake Sperry. We also have to say a big thank you to both Iskaden and Minoslav, who have I've been put in touch with here at SIMGEAR Endurance Series. A big thank you to the SGES team behind the scenes. I don't know everybody, I don't know their names, but a big, big thank you to you all for all the hard work that you've done. But what a way to cap off the season for Mono Competition Pro-Am. They came fighting back last time out 3 weeks ago at Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing. And now Jan Kurbs is the man charged with bringing the number 2 car home. It will secure them 3rd in the GTP standings. But more to the point, as he makes his way down in towards Indianapolis and Arnage for the final time. John, it's been helter-skelter all night long here at Le Mans, but the Pro-Am Mono competition team have definitely weathered the storm and gotten through as unscathed as they can here at Le Mans.
It's been a singular performance, that's for sure, from Mono, and they've just, again, demonstrated the pace that has been so lightning. Want to also give a shout out to our broadcast producer, because yes, we've been in the comms box for nearly 8 hours, but so has the producer, and so they deserve just the utmost respect for keeping the cameras rolling, keeping the live stream going, and keeping everything running fine and dandy. For Mono, it will be the case of just bringing home a result they wanted. They wanted the win, but quite frankly, they probably wanted it for the other car. In that case, they just have to take solace that they have been the team to beat in terms of pace. They have been the team that everybody has been chasing. And in terms of team cohesion, they have been the ones to watch as they round the Ford chicane for the last time, enter the Recordement onto the start-finish straight. It's going Mono for Le Mans in the damp conditions. They cross the line in one of the most difficult races that I've ever seen. They take victory here at Circuit de la Sarthe. And just behind them, in 16 seconds behind, it will be Absolute Motorsport Acelith crossing the line, but this time for the championship. They must be delighted. They will settle for P2. Incredible race by both of those teams. Some of the best racing that I have seen, and only one team could win. Absolute Motorsport Acelith on top.
Yes, double bubble, toil and trouble for Mono Competition Pro-Am with Jan Kurbs bringing the car across the line after 100 laps of Le Mans. Absolute motorsport acelith complimenti a voi. They take the title by just over 2 laps. We are still waiting. Well, Negative Delta by Madness have just wrapped up second in the series. Maniti Racing Black will become your inaugural SGES GT3 Pro champions. And despite all the toil and trouble in GT3 AM, it is going to be the team of off-track racing MDM that will take the victory. We're waiting for a couple of cars to come through. There's one coming across the line now. That is going to be Negative Delta SRT, who will, at this point, they take P2 by just 5 points. Across the line, we've got another car that was, I think, possibly Sorrento Motorsports GT3 in that car, and they have crossed the line. We've still got another few more cars because I want to make sure that when they come across the line, we do call them as the champions. Negative Delta SRT, they've done a fantastic job all the way through the season. We've got another car coming across the line. It is going to be Team Racing Point.
Here comes, crucially, into the last couple of corners. Here comes Parabit. It will be one of these cars. Maybe not this one. I think the second one. No, there it is. Parabit across the line in LMP2 spinning. There we go. Dual spinning. That was mono competition. Yeah. There's Parabit not spinning across the line. And I must say, for Parabit, it has been a season of pure dominance. Even when it goes wrong, they manage to find a way to get back up to the victory. So congratulations to them. And for mono competition, number 11 car, they fought all the way. They deserve the utmost respect for not throwing in the towel. Commiserations to them, but they can look back on their season and feel incredibly proud on what they have done.
Yeah, looks like we've got another of the GT3 cars about to cross the line very, very shortly, which I think might be off-track racing MDM by 5 points win the GT3 AM title. And, well, what can you say about Maniti Racing Black? They have picked up the victory. I think they've just crossed the line, haven't they, John?
They are still driving, would you believe? They are
How far?
They are approaching the Porsche curves right now. As we speak, they must have just been on the start of their lap when the mono competition car started their lap, because it's been a solid 3 minutes as far as I could calculate. So they are just heading through the end of the Porsche curves onto karting right now, then through Corvette in just a second. And we will hopefully be able to see them cross the line for what has been, again, a deserved championship just through, I think, just consistency, to be fair. They haven't always had the pace, but they've managed to keep it in the points. They managed to keep it on the podium. And as they round the Ford chicane right now, if we can get the cameras on it real quick, through the Recordement, they're going to slow it down onto the start-finish straight, and they are going to take a cruise across the line, a little wiggle of the wheel, and they cross the line. Maniti Racing confirm that they are the GT3 Pro champions. Congratulations.
Well, after just over 7 hours and 10 minutes, we finally reached the final milestone in the inaugural 2026 SIMGEAR Endurance Series. And what a calendar we have had, John. I mean, it's been absolutely crazy, but we have got some drivers coming in. Firstly, need to have a chat with this man from Mono Competition, TS Simshop.de, Dylan Bittman. Can you hear us?
Yep.
Firstly, Dylan, I have to say, for you to have that drama in the Porsche, just coming out of the Porsche curves, hitting the barriers, and still dusting yourself off and getting back in that car and bringing it to the finish, I have to say, I have to commend you for that. It must have been heartbreaking when that happened.
Yeah, thank you.
But I have to say though that you and the whole team, including Niklas Gessner and everybody, you guys must be incredibly proud of how hard you have fought with Absolute Motorsport, Acelith Racing right the way through to Le Mans here today.
Yeah, I think the fact that we are a new team, like we founded it with the season 2 start, and that we fought until the end against Absolute, which is a really good team, is something we can build off. Yeah, of course, after that strong first 3 races, we would like to have the victory. But yeah, the last 2 races weren't good enough, so I have to congrats to everyone, like Absolute and the other monocars and Sorrento as well. Yeah, but especially I want to thank or congrat to Absolute, because every time when I was battling against them, it was fair. Sometimes it was a bit hard, but always fair. So yeah, well deserved.
If I could
Well,
possibly, could I
go
possibly
on.
interject with the question for
Go
Dylan?
for it, John. The
And
floor is yours.
for Mono, to be fair, I know the championship didn't go your way, and to that, I offer my commiserations. That's for sure. But how satisfying can it still be for the team that, on average, you were the guys to beat in terms of performance? There must be something in there that is at least satisfying in that.
Yeah, I think we had a really good teamwork in our team for every race. In every race, we were like really good prepared for our car, like setup wise, strategy wise. Maybe for our car, not so good in the first race where we lost after the last safety car, but yeah, overall, I think we had a really strong team performance, and yeah.
Well, Dylan, final thoughts from me before we let you go. You know, what you did showed character, and I am looking forward to seeing what the number 11 car does when we do have another SimGear Endurance Series and we see you guys back in the fold. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys coming back stronger, faster, and really again providing a hell of a race that we've seen here at Le Mans. So I can only congratulate you and all your teammates at Mono Competition TS Simshop.de for giving us a great battle right to the end here at Le Mans.
Yeah, thank you. I think I can speak for the whole Mono team and for our sponsor TS Sim Shop that we are incredibly thankful for your hard work there on the stream. It was always really, really, really enjoyable to watch. So yeah, keep it up, guys. It was hell of a show.
Dylan, thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to catching up with you and the team at monotssimshop.de in the not too distant future. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so next up, we have actually got one of the teams, one of the drivers from the sister car for Mono Competition Pro Am, winner of the final race. Let's see, Tobias Paschko, are you there and can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Wow. Who'd have thought it? Okay. Firstly, we've had a really wonderful chat with Dylan, obviously about how competitive the number 11 car was, but you guys have just done the double. You've done Daytona and you've done Le Mans back to back. How are you guys feeling? Because those 100 laps were not easy.
Yeah, amazing. I really enjoyed the race. It was very fun, very competitive. We tried our best, and we didn't have the luck on the start. We lost like 20 seconds, and then we started to calm our mind and started to push, and we managed to get back on the top. So it was good.
I think everyone's breathing a collective sigh of relief as well. I think in every team, Tobias, where you're like thinking, 5 incredibly tough races over a period of 2 months, and to cap it all off, it's at Le Mans for 100 laps. I mean, that was never going to be easy. Everyone's put their heart and soul and blood, sweat, and tears into this. I mean, what does this mean for you guys at Mono Competition Pro Am to pick up the final 2 wins of the season at 2 iconic circuits?
Oh, it means a match, you know. We are, how Dylan said, we are a new team, and we was able to we are just the pro-ams, and we managed to win the 2 final races. We didn't even expect that. We were expecting we would finish in, races second, third, and that's. But when we didn't talk about it that much, so we are very looking forward to it, that we will hold it again, and we will win much more events.
Well, Tobias, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations to you and the team at number 2 Mono Competition Pro-Am, our final GTP winners of the inaugural SIMGEAR Endurance Series. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you too.
But, right, we now have the first team that is now an inaugural SIMGEAR Endurance Series champion in the GTP class. Complimenti to Francesco Iliano and all the team at Absolute Motorsport Acelith. You guys have been put through the ringer tonight here at Le Mans. How are you all feeling? I mean, I bet you're all pinching yourselves right now.
Grazie ragazzi, hi guys. We finally made it. It was an incredible championship. Fought until the very last lap against the mono competition, who tried everything to steal us the championship. But we did it. I'm so happy, and I'm very proud to have won this championship.
I think you're when we had the final restart after the safety car, Francesco, where you literally decided, right, let's put a little bit of fire in the flame and just bring everything up to a big crescendo, and you definitely made sure that your restarts under safety car were just electric, including in the wet. I mean, you must have thought, yeah, we're going to fight for the championship, but we want to race for the win, and that's what every team wants to do, don't they?
Yeah, I was literally shaking, and I was a lot nervous, but I did no mistake under pressure, and I pushed when it was necessary. And when the championship was secured, my goal was only to bring the car till the end, and it was very I was very nervous, and I was shaking a lot. So I am very happy, and I tried my best, and I am proud of what I did, and also my teammate Andrea Cason, and I am very happy.
If I could
Francesco,
interject possibly
yeah,
with just a very small question.
Go for it.
Francesco,
I thought you said your voice is wrecked.
My voice is wrecked, but I have too many questions to ask, to be fair to certain people. In that, I just wanted to ask how, if there was a season-defining moment, Francesco, what would it be for you? Because there's been so much great racing, and I just wanted to get a driver's perspective on it.
Yeah, I think in the last race at Daytona, when we collided with mono competition for the first position, there I thought that the championship was gone, but later in that race, the championship was still open, because our competitors of mono competition had a meatball, and the championship was open again. And I put all myself on this last race, and I am very proud.
Well, Francesco, I think it's now time for you and Andrea, who apparently doesn't like the Porsche curves anymore, to go and celebrate. So congratulations to the entire team at Absolute Motorsport Acelith for getting the inaugural GTP title. Well done to you all.
Thank you so much. And sorry if my English is not very well, but I I also tried here my best. And yeah, big thank you to all my team, my teammate Andrea Cason, and yeah, thank you to you guys for this incredible championship. And yeah, Forza Ferrari always.
Well put, Francesco Ilario from Iliano. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
hopefully we'll see you guys next time. Well done.
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're gonna do a couple more interviews, basically with one team member from our a couple of champions. I am waiting to see if we are going to have anyone from Maniti Racing Black to join us. But first of all, one team has done the clean sweep, and I spy a certain Jonas Weider from Perobit Sim Racing in with us. Jonas, can I get a copy?
Ja, hallo.
Erstens auf Deutsch. Ich muss dir und dem ganzen Team schon gratulieren. Clean Sweep diese Saison bei SIMGEAR Endurance Series. Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Ja, sehr gut. Dankeschön.
I will switch to English now because, well, for those that don't know, I am actually a dual national, have both nationalities and both passports and speak the language. So, Jonas, it's been we'll put it this way. It hasn't been the biggest LMP2 field, but nevertheless, the whole team, including yourself at Perobit Sim Racing, have done a mega job to do the clean sweep here in the inaugural SGS Endurance Series, and that means you guys have picked up the LMP2 title. How's the team feeling after a very tough 5-round calendar?
Yeah, we're feeling very good. It was a bit sad that there were not that many LMP2s because it's, I think, the car is so fun to drive in the wet and the dry. A bit sad about that, but we couldn't change that, so we just did our best, and yeah, took the win in every race. I think we kinda expected it, but yeah, we first had to do it.
Yeah, I mean it's never easy when you've got all these great circuits to race against. Then you see like, okay, we've got 80 laps here, 4 hours here, 160 here, 120 here, and then of all things, over 1,400 kilometers with 100 laps of Le Mans. Yeah, like you say, and like we both said, still, nevertheless, it is a very, very difficult task to keep an LMP2 car, whether it's wet or dry, on the black stuff here at Le Mans, isn't it? It's a tall order.
Yeah, it's. I think in the wet, it's from those classes who race here. I think it's maybe the easiest class to race in the wet, but it's never easy, of course. In the wet, every small mistake can end bad. But yeah, I think we managed that really well, even in the hard rain, where it was really not that easy. But we just tried to keep it clean. I think we managed that pretty well.
Well, Jonas, like I said, congratulations to you and the whole team at Perobit Sim Racing, our inaugural SimGear Endurance Series LMP2 champions. Congratulations and thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, one more interview to wrap up our press conference to the final press conference of the inaugural SimGear Endurance Series. And I now have to turn my attention to GT3 AM, which was covered by, after 5 rounds, John Harris, 9 points. And he is saving his voice, but I think I need to speak to a member of Off-Track MDM. Well, but John, 9 points. That's how close it was for the top
Apologise
three
for that. I was
Don't worry.
muted. I apologize for that. But just having everything within 9 points after one season, can you believe it? It's what I love about sim racing. That is what I'll say.
Yeah. So I do have to say, can I get a copy off of the following people from Off Track Racing, MDM, Milan Milichev, and Maxim Dimitrov? Can we hear you guys? Can you hear us?
Yep.
Yes, yes.
All I can say is, when that accident happened involving R&R Motorsports and Negative Delta SRT, it kind of showcased how competitive GT3 AM. I mean, Maxim, from your perspective, it was a tough race here at Le Mans for everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very tough. It's at the end of the day, it's not all about the pace. It's not about how quick you are on the hot lapping. It's about racecraft. It's about choosing your battles, and we did everything perfectly strategically. Thought when to pick up battle, when not, and this worked out well for us.
Yeah, and Milan, we did see you having a little bit of a battle with the sister car earlier on in the race. That's not always it's nice to have a little bit of fun during a 100-lap race here at Le Mans, but when it gets a bit too close for comfort, it's sort of like, yeah, we need to back off from doing this because we don't want to hit each other.
First of all, sorry for my English is not good.
Don't worry.
My teammate translate very
Okay.
help
Would that be
Kristin
yeah.
or Maxim.
Yeah. Krustin, could you ask Milan about his interesting battle with the sister car, because it got very close at times?
Да, тази битката с нашата кола, че е била малко близка на моменти.
Yeah. I don't think it's dangerous, but we have fun. I don't know how
We like
it's.
to live dangerously.
Living on the edge, in other words.
It was all fun. It was all fun. We were all in the same Discord and discussing the race, so it was all controlled chaos.
But I think really, guys, you know, for the effort of the team for both MDM and KPS as well, just great to see both cars really bringing the fight to the establishment, and obviously with MDM taking the overall GT3 AM title. It's a nice way to cap off a very, very hard and challenging 5-round season.
Yeah, this was the only way it would work out for us point-wise.
Amazing season, amazing.
Well, guys, we won't keep you any longer, but thank you so much for your participation, and congratulations to Off Track Racing MDM inaugural SIMGEAR Endurance Series champions. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So that concludes our last press conference for the inaugural SIMGEAR Endurance Series. John Harris, final thoughts before we wrap up here on Championship Saturday.
Oh, final thoughts. I mean, it's a championship that has had everything. We've had the dominating runs. We've had the Mr. Consistencies fighting those dominant runs just to get points together. And at the end of the day, it all comes down to a finale where the conditions were always different. The safety car threw a spanner in the works. And just looking at the race results once again, it's just one of those things that even if you wanted to write a script for it, I don't think you could get that creative, or it would take years to finesse something that we have just witnessed. We have seen some of the finest sim racers do battle for one last time this season, and I must say, for all of the time, for all 8 hours, I was in awe every stretch of the way.
Well, as they say, that is one chapter concluded. Who knows what might happen on the next one, as that concludes the inaugural running of the SIMGEAR Endurance Series. It has been a journey. It has been an adventure. Many highs, many lows, many mountains to climb. But we did eventually crown our inaugural champions. So, firstly, on behalf of the whole team here at SGES, congratulations to our inaugural GTP champions, the number 18 of Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Perabit Sim Racing, the 176, rounding out the LMP2 title. Maniti Racing Black, the 278, taking top honours in GT3 Pro. And then off-track racing MDM, amidst the storm, around a certain little corner called Indianapolis, would triumph in GT3 AM. Well, I think, as you rightly said, John, I don't think Cole Trickle and Harry Hogg from Days of Thunder have anything close to what we have seen here today. We've seen everything, including the kitchen sink, the washer, the tumble dryer, and more besides. On behalf of the commentary team, Tom Knight, John Harris, Jake Sperry, my name's Alex Goldschmidt. This is a bright, burgeoning series ready to have more drivers tackle it head on. Until next time, thank you so much for tuning in. We bid you good night.